Ahem hem. Hello. Hello, everybody. Hello, my hench bunnies and oomfies alike. We're back. We're back on Rokunjima. It's been a little bit. Well, it's been one day, so it hasn't really been long. But I've been thinking about the events of last night for the past 24 hours, and let me tell you, I'm very excited to jump back into this magical adventure. It'll be a lot of fun. I'm excited. I hope everybody's excited. Feel like we're gonna get into the thick of it tonight. I think last time we got a lot of I don't know what to call it, setup out of the way. So we'll see I think we might get into some meat tonight. Hopefully we'll get to see some meat. Chew on some meat. We did not spend any time with the new character, no. If you mean Erica, she kind of just showed up for like 1 second, and then we were in the flashback dimension the whole time. So we have not hung out with Erica at all. Maybe we will tonight. I don't know. We're still kind of in the flashback dimension. Natsuki was very depressing, though. We felt kind of bad for her hanging out with her imaginary friend. Let's load. I was definitely thinking a lot about Krause's financial decisions, too. It was extremely funny. A lot of people I know like Erica, yeah. I'm excited to learn more about her. After dashing to her bedroom, Jessica answered the phone call that had been transferred there. Moshi Moshi.
お待たせ。バートラー、6年も音沙汰なしとはどういうつもりだ？
Oh, that guy. He's just a rebellious little fool.
お、そうなのか？知るかよそんなの。うぜえぜ。じゃあ今年の親族会議はちゃんと来るわけだろ？6年ぶりだな。
5 businessmen in expensive suits were visiting the parlor, giving Krause and Natsuhi a progress report on their business. Spread out on the table were the blueprints and designs for a building, as well as documents related to expenditures and the like, so packed that even a teacup would have gotten in the way. Officially, they were here to give Krause a progress report, but in actuality, Krause had called them all the way over to Rokunjima so that Natsuhi could hear from them directly. This was because Natsuhi needed to hear someone other than her husband explain what condition their business was in. Yeah, Krause can't be trusted. He sugarcoats it too much. In other words, even though another family conference without Kinzo was approaching, their business had not yet earned them any money. After telling the guests to wait for a short while, Krause took Natsuhi out into the hall and once again summarized the situation. Yeah, I'm sure. That seems like a lie.
ここで私と知事との私的なコネクションが大きく効いてきた。もはや絶対に釣り落とすことはない。それどころか、例の委任状だけでなく、これまでの損失さえも一気に取り戻すことが可能なくらいの大きな話になりつつあるのだ。
Krause spoke passionately. This made it seem all the more suspicious to Natsuhi, but this time, at least, she had to admit that everything really did seem to be going well. Certainly, this business Krause boasted of had expanded in scope over the last year, and was promising an even greater payoff than had been anticipated initially. Whether it would prove to be a winner or not, investors had gathered around it, and they were rapidly gaining funds. Oops, what did I accidentally pressed the mute button. This must be what they mean when they say money summons money. It was probably the greatest success of Krause's life so far. No, it probably would be his greatest success yet. This is it, Krause. You're peaking here. It's not going to get any better than this. That point was where Natsuhi's misgivings lay. True, it was certain, and as Krause had said, they wouldn't lose this catch now. However, the fish on the line had gotten too big.
必ず釣り上げられる魚だ。何も焦る必要はないのだよ。親父が生きていたなら、ぜひ見せて誇りたいほどの大成功なのだ。
ええ、それは分かっています。
ですがあなたは昨年私に約束したはずです。
Please do not fuck up.
必ず1年で何とかできると。
It's been more than a year. A pained look rose to Krause's face. They certainly had hooked a fat fish that guaranteed great success. However, it would require an appropriate amount of time to reel it in. Natsuhi pressed Krause, asking if there was any way for them to make money before this year's family conference, but Krause kept saying that he needed just one more year. Krause planned to use this unprecedented success to catapult them into further challenges in the future, and as opposed to cashing out. You know, like any good gambler, you just keep gambling. Because of this, he didn't want to do anything that would raise suspicions by making it seem like they were rushing to get money. Certainly, fortune tends to turn against people who take it for granted even in the slightest. Anxious beggars never prosper. On many occasions before now, Krause had gotten cold feet and sold off businesses that would surely have brought in profit had he just waited, and had, in effect, given away his winning picks. Natsuhi also knew this. She knew that guts were the thing her husband lacked the most. That's why she was unable to refuse when Krause said he wanted to prudently wait just one more year. I wanted to bring this up. I just remembered something I thought of last night after I stopped streaming. Oh, hi, Kinzo's ghost. Which was that I realized they had essentially made a pun with Kinzo's situation, because if you realize, Natsuhi has created an illusion where to everybody else Kinzo is alive, but to her he's dead. So Kinzo himself has literally become the cat in the box, neither alive nor dead. Kinzo is the cat. It's a funny joke that I hate and makes me mad.
ということはどうやら私はもうしばらくここで幽霊を続けねばならぬようだ。
Don't say catboy, Kinzo. That's fucked up.
ま
I
ん
don't
ざ
want
ら
to
で
think
も
about
なか
that.
ろうが、そなたの命などこの世を去ればすぐに悪魔どもに食い
Oh, like
尽くされ
Bayonetta.
る運命よ。
申し訳ありません、お父様。また今年もお父様にはお休みいただけないかもしれません。
よい、気にするな夏日。後ろ宮家当主はす
I'll
でに
just sit here,
私ではない。
rotting.
書斎の幽霊はおとなしく現在の当主の命令に従うべきだ。クラウスの資料は読ませてもらったが、なかなかに悪くない。
お父様からご覧になってもですか？
Rare Kinzo
わらわ
compliment.
から見てもなかなかのもの。
I don't know if Beatrice even knows anything about economics.
誰もが勝利を確信し、相当
Oh,
の魔
I
力が
see.
集
It's
中した。
economic magic.
その結果、さらに勝利が熱くなり、ますますに人と魔力を集め、黄金を生み出そうとしている。錬金術の王道を見事に体現しているぞ。
ほう、黄金の魔女の太鼓判までつくなら、
Everything will be fine. See, everything's working out.
喜べ夏日。
Surely nothing bad will go wrong.
このクラウスの事業は必ずや後ろ宮家の危機を救うだろう。
ありがとうございます。そしてそのためにまた。
もう一度親族会議を乗り越えねばならんな。
ええ、昨年はうまくやり過ごせたつもりですが、不審に思う親族も現れるでしょう。今年は正念場になると思います。
去年の親族会議の
I'm sure nothing bad will happen at this year's conference in 1986.
ひょっとしたらもう一度同じことになるかもしれぬと予見したそなたは正しかった。
最悪のケースを想定するのは魔女ならずとも世渡りの基本だ。それで今年はどうする？
去年同様、会議当日はお父様の秘密を知る使用人を集中的に配置します。お父様の不在
All the ones with names that we
すで
know.
にいるかもしれま
All
せん。
those servants. Only the ones we know already.
不用意な演出はむしろ馬脚を表す危険性もあります。
うん。過ぎたるは及ばざるがごとしとも言う。なればどうする？
今年は昨年とは逆に 最後まで書斎をお出にならないという
Just keep hiding. Just stay inside. Don't go outside, Grandpa.
籠城は単純にして最後の切り札だ。
That's right, just block yourself in. Board up the doors.
どれほど屋
Close
敷
the
が
blinds.
毒素に満ちようともこの部屋を密室結界に閉ざす限り金蔵の存在を否定することはできぬ。
You're saying we're in some sort of closed room mystery?
だが籠城すれば囲まれるは必死。
承知しています。それでも何卒もう一度だけお父様とベアトリーチェの力をお貸しください。
私は新しき当主の命令には逆らえぬ。そして幽霊もまた聖者の命令には逆ら
I
え
don't
ぬ。
know. If I were a ghost, I wouldn't listen to anything a living person tells me. I would haunt their asses. It would be fun. I would like throw objects at them.
それに従おう。
ありがとうございます。
Nobody tells me what to do, even if I'm dead. And I won't die. This is just theoretical. I will never die. I'll live forever and rule this world with my complete beauty.
ええ、あなたは顧問錬金術師ですから貸せと願いません。貸しなさいと命じます。あなたの魔法だけが頼りです。
Natsuki has gotten a taste of power and she likes it.
もう一度だけお父
This is
様
the
の
girl
伝説を
bossifying of Natsuki Ushiromiya.
ならばよし心得たぞ。そなたの貫禄なかなかに心地よし。
Fade in. See, it's hard when the vines appear. It's either at the end of the scene where you see the logo, or we're gonna have a talk in the metaverse, the void. From the shadows of the study, Battler watched the exchange between these three.
なるほどな。そして今年の親族会議を迎えるわけだ。じい様は不機嫌だからと書斎に閉じこもり、誰の前にも姿を
The
現さない。
truth was, he's actually been dead for 2 years. Natsuki spoke boldly about how she would somehow overcome this year's crisis and protect the Ushiromiya family's honor until the end. While Kinzo praised her, saying that her plan looked promising. Beato also praised her, saying that Natsuki's dignified confidence was even more well-suited for the headship than Krause's. It's almost like this is all something Natsuki is imagining to make herself feel better. Is her imaginary friend saying she's doing a good job? It's almost like this is some sort of running theme with multiple characters in this story. However, right now, the true number of people in this room was... The moment I thought that, no, just because I thought it, Beato grabbed at her chest and moaned.
安心しろ。ここはゲーム版のまだ外だ。
I don't think that helps much,
だから
actually.
俺はそこにいるお前やじい様を否定はしない。
I put my hand on Beato's as she tried to hold back the pain deep inside her chest. I've already told Burncastle. The 2-day period of the 1986 family conference is all I need to deny the illusion of the witch.
お前は前回全ゲームの開始時に
That's
じ
true.
い様が死んで
She
る
did
ことを
say
赤
that.
で
That's why we're not even hiding that fact anymore in this game. We already said it in red. Kinzo's dead from the start.
しかしゲーム開始以前のじい様の生死については言及していない。つまり今この場にじい様が存在していても
All that matters is the conference itself. Why is it blue? My hand touching her... Oh, I see. My hand touching her let off a faint blue light, which seeped into her chest. That light tenderly wrapped itself around the splinters in Beato's chest.
そしてこの場にいるベアトリーチェの存在だって否定することはできない。ゲーム版の外、すなわち1986年10月4日以前の島の人数については
He's walking a thin line here.
だからここにベアトリーチェが存在しても何もおかしいことはない。
Hey, look, her eyes aren't that dead anime stare anymore. She's got the sparkle in them. Beato's expression softened slightly. My blue light slowly began to melt the red splinters that denied the illusion of the witch. Oh, there she goes. She's gone again. Battler's walking a thin line here of, well, I don't have to. It's like I said before, which is that all that matters is the events of the family conference in 1986 itself. That's all he has to care about to win the game. He doesn't have to deny witches or Beatrice outside of those specific events. It's always just been proving that magic did not cause this, and not that magic doesn't exist at all outside of these 2 days. Especially now that he kind of cares for Beato. He doesn't want to deny her any longer. Beato still wore the same sad expression, but she lifted her face and looked at me straight in the eye. Though she was silent, her eyes told me that her pain had subsided. The feelings that showed in her eyes were gratitude for taking the pain away, and appreciation, or was it surprise, for leaving even a tiny bit of leeway for witches to exist. Unable to look directly at those pure eyes of hers, I reflexively averted my gaze. He's so tsundere.
魔女の存在を認めたり、あるいは屈したつもりもね。俺はお前とのゲームに勝つために、その部分だけに徹して。
He is dangerously close, though, you're right. If he, takes one misstep in his wording there, he kind of loses by default.
ゲーム版の外でまで嫌がらせをするほど趣味は悪くねえからな。
Beato hung her head. I was still facing away from her. However, we waited wordlessly for a while, my hands still on hers. By now, no one would believe that this sad-eyed woman was the same person as that prideful Beato. So, I asked once more. Even though I said it aloud, it wasn't a question to her. I was asking myself.
お前は一体何を考えていたんだ。そうさ。俺はラムダデルタのゲームを通じてでもお前を探さなくちゃならない。
That's what you were told. That's what Virgilia said. I don't know where Virgilia is right now. Very soon, this game will also reach October 4th, 1986. The 5th game will finally begin, and this time, I'll reach the end. The end of that journey. There's 8 episodes, Battler. I'm sorry, that's not what's going to happen this time.
そういう上辺だけじゃない。お前が黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェが何を考え何のためにそうしたのか。何を望んでいたのか。
I think it's funny how, there's very obviously a careful progression to Battler, trying to match what maybe Ryukishi thought the progression of the reader is, where it's like, okay, you've gone through the first half, now the mechanics of the mystery you understand no longer matter, it's about the themes. And now that's what Battler also cares about. That's right, I already know how I can reach the end of that journey. It's been made clear to me since the very beginning.
今こそチェス盤をひっくり返そう。この物語、
Spin it.
俺側からじゃなく、お前側からの目線で物語を紐解く。そして今度こそお前を理解しよう。そしてお前の心臓にたどり着く。痛みなんか感じさせない。
Good stream title, I'm glad you like it.
安心しろ。
I was worried it wouldn't fit in the character count, but it did.
もうこれ以上させないからな。
Beato looked up at me again and gave a small nod. That's right. The position of Game Master might have been snatched up by Lambda Delta. However, as long as I continue this contest with the intent of fighting against Beato, our fight will continue no matter who controls the game board. Very soon, the curtains will rise on our game. So, what's going on back here? I know, Battler's been very serious in this episode so far. No goofs, no gaffes.
はい。心得ております。 同じ手がもう一度通じるか疑問だな。
奥様も同じご懸念を持たれている。そのため今年は書斎から一切お出にならない方向で行くことになった。
つまりずっと書斎にこもられていることにするというわけですか。
I was gonna say, how did Natsuki like imitate Kinzo's voice when people went to ask for him? But then I remembered Kraus is the only one who does that.
そして書斎に入ること
So they could
が許
just
され
say,
ているのは
you know, he spoke to him.
我ら三人片翼の翼を許された使用人だけだ。
ということは、僕たち3人で親方様の
I
嘘を
love
突き通さなく
perpetuating
ちゃならない
lies.
わけ
How
だ。
about you?
そうだ。
そうだ。
親族の方々は親方様の具合や機嫌などを問い詰めてくるだろう。
I mean, that's an easy answer. Just say bad and also bad.
よどみなく答え、
Everybody will believe it.
不審に思われることがなきよう注意するように。
はい、心得ました。
姉さんはすぐどじるからな。
Rude, Canon.
むしろ当日は風邪か何か理由をつけて欠席した方がいいんじゃない？
I know Goda is very out of the
そんな
loop.
ひどい。
Nobody tells this man anything. Canon wasn't just making fun of her. He only wanted to release Shannon from the burden of working on this most serious of days.
源氏様、シャノンがシフトに入る必要はないのでは？僕たちだけで十分やります。
それはできん。奥様から我ら三人は必ずシフトに入るよう
What the
に
boss
との
says
伝言。
goes.
はい、やり遂げる覚悟です。
どじらないでよ。
どじりません。
Shannon grew sullen and Canon shrugged. Then Genji told them that they weren't taking this seriously enough.
シャノン、カノン、すでにお使いする親方様はお
That
亡くなりに
dude's
な
fucking,
った
yeah, he's dead as hell.
しかし本当の意味でお亡くなりになるまで我らの奉仕は続く。あの書斎は無人ではない。今なお親方様がおられ日々の研究に勤しまれているのだ。それを深く心得よ。
はい。
Hi, Chesto. Oh my god. What is this? Is this...
お父様がすでに
Oh
亡
no!
く
How
なっ
do
て
they know?
そんなバカな。
How did they figure it out?
まあまあ例えの話や。
Oh, I see. They're guessing.
武田信玄はその死を3年の間秘密にするよう遺言したっちゅう有名な故事があるやろ。知らんか？
I don't know who Takeda Shigen even is.
日本史はよくわかんないわ。
当時武田は織田や徳川と
Oh,
の
he's
戦
one
の
of the
真っ最中だっ
It's
た。
one of the warring states.
そこで信玄が死んだなんて話になったら戦況に悪影響が出るやろ。そやから
I know Oda and
自分の死を
Tokugawa. I didn't
3
remember
年隠すように
Shingen.
遺言したんや。秀吉かてそうやで。主君織田信長の死を敵方に知られんように徹底的に情報規制を行い、
Oh, I know all about Oda Nobunaga. He's in a bunch of video
大返
games.
しを行い明智を撃ったんやないか。一方の柴田勝家はそこで失
There's a lot
敗
of
したんや。
guys. A lot of guys who are trying to hide their deaths, apparently. This is a common phenomenon.
思わぬ反撃を受けて足止めを食らい、その後の秀吉との後継者争いで大きく遅れを取ることになったんや。
Hideyoshi sure knows a lot about this stuff. Hideyoshi, who had a strong fascination with the commanders of the Sengoku period, would always show off his knowledge when he got the chance. Wincing slightly, Eva made him get back to his point. Dear, you're being cringe.
早い話が
Please calm down your hyperfixation for
わしは
now.
去年の親族会議からずっと違和感を取ったんや。
あれは私
Listen, every guy needs a hobby, alright? His hobby is like Sengoku period history.
そこや。夏井さんや使用人たちはどこそこにお父さんがいた。 機嫌そうだったと口を揃えたが、わしら親族は誰一人お父さんを見てないんやで。
もしあなたの想像が本当ならどういうこと？兄さんが遺産の独り占めを狙ってるということ？
もちろん死んだことを隠すなんてかなり危険なこと。果たして遺産を独り占めするためだけにそれだけのことをクラウスさんがやってのけるのか、わしも確信は持てん。だが可能性はある。
Eva absolutely pegs Hideyoshi for sure.
確かに兄さんは昔から強欲よ。
Hideyoshi is like the biggest wife guy in this game.
兄弟全員でと受け取ったものを着服するなんてよくあることだったわ。
クラウスさんはわしら兄弟の中では一番裕福なはずや。そんなクラウスさんがお父さんの死を隠すなんて危険を冒してまで遺産の独り占めを目論むとは、わしにはちょいと信じられんのだがな。だがそう疑いたくなるくらい去年の親族会議はおかしかったんやで。
Eva and the others were painfully aware of how reckless it would be to try and see Kinzo when he was in a bad mood. So during last year's family conference, once they heard about Kinzo getting into a terrible mood, they never made an attempt to contact him. That was why, to this very day, they hadn't found it suspicious that Kinzo had never appeared.
確かに疑ってみる価値はあるわね。でも本当に兄さんがお父様の死を隠すなんて大それたことをするかしら。傲慢なくせにおかしなところで小心な人よ。
Kraus is actually a huge wimp.
そんな一世一代の大博打を本当にするかしら。
いずれにせよ今年の会議ではきっちりお父さんのご尊顔を拝謁した方がええやろな。
非常に良くない噂さ。どうやら兄貴の事業は俺たちの想像を超えて手ひどく失敗してるらしい。相当の損失を抱えてて表向きを取り繕うだけで。
Ah, Rudolph must suspect too.
つまりクラウスさんからお金を借りるのはとても難しいことというわけね。
ああ、泣けてくる。
クラウスさんにとって経済的に困窮していることはある
Although
種の
Rudolph, if I remember right, isn't doing too great monetarily either.
弱み
He's in legal issues. He's done some big crimes.
そりゃ投資家は超えてるから投資家なんだぜ。実は金欠だなんてことになったら誰も見向きもしねえ。
信用第一の世界なのね。
Kyrie smiled thinly. Rudolph was taken aback by that smile. He'd figured that his plan, which involved raising money to get him out of his current mess by borrowing from the affluent Kraus, would all come to nothing now that they knew Kraus himself was in financial trouble. This aroma is fishy.
クラウスさんのこれからのお仕事に必要だろうけれど、私たちのこれからには必要ないわ。
兄貴をゆするってのか。
私だったら嫌よ。血のつながった兄弟を貶めるなんて。
I don't know, I feel like Rudolph's committed worse crimes than blackmail. Definitely a lot of fraud. Rudolph felt a shiver go up his spine at Kyrie's cold smile. At times, Kyrie was able to throw away all compassion and think in an extremely ruthless manner. Whenever he saw that, Rudolph knew he'd never like to have her as his enemy.
他に金策があるなら、お兄さんを脅迫なんてしたくないものでは？
あったら悩んだりしね
え。選択の余地のない問題で悩むのは人生の無駄だと思わない？
Rudolph stopped talking, folded his arms, and lowered his gaze. He still felt some of the terror he'd experienced thanks to Kraus's violence when they were young. And now, that same Kraus was the one he needed to threaten. Rudolph would also be fighting against his childhood trauma. So to give her husband a little push, Kyrie smiled reassuringly, and perhaps coldly.
つくづく信用で仕事をしたくないものだわ。
Poor Rudolph, he was always bullied by Kraus.
信用ほど積み上げるのに苦労して失う時が一瞬なんて割の合わない投資はない。
そうだな。世の中100の信用より1枚の診察だ。
クラウスさんが大きな損失を出していると言っても、私たちの急場をしのぐためのお金くらいは十分用意できるはず。もちろんクラウスさんのこれまでの信用を換金してお金を作ってもらうことになるけれど。
こいつはやばい。
It is gonna get ugly. In many ways you might not suspect.
十分な備えが必要よ。私たちには時間も失敗も許されてない。そうだったわね。私の京都の友人たちにそういうのを洗うのが上手な人たちがいるわ。
I know how we have to make Kraus better. We have to attack him. Shot, shot,
あま
shot,
り世話
shot.
になりたくない連中なんだけど、一度会ってもらってもいい？領収書は切れないけど、きっと投資に見合うだけのものを調べ上げてくれるわ。
I wonder if Kyrie is referring to one of the guy from Anja's future, the ponytail guy.
マリアも元気よ。
Oh, hi, Rosa.
そちらは大きなお世話よ。ありがとう。え？さあ、スケジュールを見てみないとわからないけど。
Rosa was talking to Rudolph over the phone. Rosa rarely received calls from her older siblings, so she braced herself for something serious.
実はな、次の親族会議についてちょいと兄貴抜きで意見を調整したいんだ。
エヴァ姉さんとルドルフ兄さんと私の3人で頭痛の増えそうな話ね。
電話じゃ詳しくは話せない。だが、お前にとって
What's happening so far? Well, we started a little bit ago, and I guess we've been kind of going through the rest of the siblings who all suspect Kraus and Natsuki of something fishy.
それはいい話？
もちろん姉貴は乗り気だ。
Kind of building up to the events of October 4th again. Oh, that was his name. The ponytail was Okanogi. He works for the Ushiromiya family. Okay, I must have not been clear on that in episode 4. I thought he like only started working for them after the fact, but I guess not. Kyrie is definitely connected to the Yakuza though. That's like her family connections. They're definitely Yakuza people. Like they don't outright say it in episode 4, but like when her sister comes after you with her guys in suits that have guns, you kind of get the idea that that's what they are.
姉さんが？
ローザには賛同してほしいだけだ。金を出せとかそういう話じゃない。
Like her sister's always talking about how like her family is old and full of very specific traditions and honor, but also they're insane murderers. You kind of get the idea that she doesn't mean like some sort of family descended from royalty, but a Yakuza family.
俺たち3人が全員結束してることがまず大事なんだ。わかるな。
Rosa let out a sigh. She did so because, in the past, when Rudolph and Eva got into a fight with Kraus, they always used to talk to her like this right before dragging her into it. Yeah, they do imply heavily that Rudolph is mobbed up, which would be through Kyrie's family connections, yeah. And also he probably has connections to organized crime in other countries. Like, I think he mentioned some crime he was involved with in America.
先に教えて。その話は私も得をする話よね。
ああ、俺たち3人で2億ずつ。
It's a lot.
うまくいけばそれ以上も引っ張れる。
That's 9 figures, baby.
お前の借金、それでチャラだろ。
それはいつまでにせしめられるの？
もちろん年度内で。俺も種木も助かる。そしてローザも助かるってわけだ。三方丸く収まる。
姉さんが話に乗るくらいには賞賛がある。
They all very urgently need money right now.
話を聞く気になったか。ちょいと急だが、 次の日曜日の19時に銀座のお前のお気に入りの喫茶店で会おう。俺と姉貴の予定がそこでしか合わねえ。問題ないか
？2億捻出できる話なら聞かないわけにはいかないわ。では次の日曜日の午後7時にレオポルドで。
マリアちゃんによろしくね。連れてきてもいいんだぜ。
あの子の前でお金の話はやめて。
She set the receiver down with a clunk, a little violently. Apparently, either Eva or Rudolph had gotten a hold of one of Krause's weak points. They would probably threaten him with that at the next family conference and force him to pay up. Even before hearing the details, she knew full well that it would be nothing good. But even so, this might be her once-in-a-lifetime chance to pay back her large debts. Rosa took a notebook out of her handbag and started to mark the days she'd be meeting with Rudolph and Eva. Then she frowned and smacked herself hard in the forehead, because written there was DZL with Maria, something she had planned to do with her daughter. Maria was in her room playing around excitedly with Sakataro and the others. That was because she was going to go to that recently built amusement park, Delsneyland. Not Delsneyland. The following Sunday. Oh. Classic Rosa! Looking at the clock, Rosa saw that it was just past 9 at night. Maria was breaking the lights out rule. After covering her face and agonizing for a while, Rosa stood up and stomped over to Maria's room. The room would probably be a mess as well. At least tonight, that was convenient. As she stood outside the door to Maria's room, listening to the happy laughter seeping through, Rosa's face twisted in anguish, and once again she looked at the floor. Then, when she raised her head again, her brow was furrowed, and her face had become an ugly expression of anger. Oh boy, I didn't miss this part of the story. Most of the Ushiromiya siblings would backstab each other for less than 200 million. I would backstab many people for 200 million. The weather wasn't that great. I would backstab each and every one of you for 200 million, honestly. According to the weekend forecast, a certain tropical cyclone would likely grow into a large typhoon. If unhappy premonitions tend to be right, this year's family conference will probably take place in absolutely horrible weather. No, I wish a typhoon large enough to stop all boat travel would seal Rokenjima away forever. If that happened, I'd be able to hide Kinzo's death as long as I wanted. If only. Natsuhi let out a deep sigh. Just doing that made her headache throb. As the day of the family conference approached, the intensity of her headache just kept on increasing. At that time, the phone rang. Natsuhi turned the TV off and picked up the receiver.
Hi. お休みのところ、申し訳ございません。源氏でございます。
何事ですか？
奥様に外線からお電話でございます。ですが、名前をお名乗りになられます。
A mystery caller, eh?
はい。先方は話せばわかるとは申しておりますが、いかがしますか？いたずらかもしれません。
どんな相手です？
おそらく若い男性ではないかと。お心当たりはございませんか？
若い男性。
Natsuhi didn't have a clue who that might be. In the first place, there was no one amongst her acquaintances who would do something as rude as refusing to state their name. And on top of that, a young man? As a wife, she must avoid any contact that might be considered suspicious with anyone other than her husband, much less a young man. As soon as she thought this, the phone call suddenly seemed like something dirty. But despite that, she also wanted to know what they wanted to tell her. Could it be some kind of trouble related to Krause's business? What if there was some particular reason they needed to talk to Krause's wife instead of Krause directly? No matter what it is, it's my duty as a wife to listen and report to Krause. If it's something bizarre threat, I just have to firmly refuse and inform Krause that I received such a phone call. If it's something offensive, I just have to tell Genji to never send me anonymous calls again. As Natsuhi thought this, just as Genji was suggesting that he hang up on the man as though that's what she'd naturally choose, she told him to connect her to this person. She then set the receiver down. After a short while, the phone rang again.
もしもし。
That's right. This is how old wired telephones work. I'd nearly forgotten. This wasn't the internal line. It was the external phone line, which Genji had redirected to her. So it should already have been connected directly with the mysterious man. However, the person on the other end didn't respond. Not liking this at all, Natsuhi spoke one more time, sounding displeased.
もしもし。誰ですか。名を名乗りなさい。
She heard something that sounded like a sigh. She gulped reflexively. After remaining silent for a little longer, the man finally answered. Is that Battler? That was the first time the man had spoken. It almost sounds like Battler.
何の話です。あなたは誰ですか。
The voice certainly did sound like a young man's, but it's hard to learn much about someone just by their voice over the phone. It sounded like a young man, but it might actually be a middle school-aged boy, or a man in his prime who still had a youngish voice. No, wait, it might be too soon to be sure this is even a male. However, one thing was certain. Natsuhi could think of no one who would speak to her in an overly familiar manner like this. It sounds kind of like Battler.
何を言っているのか分かりかねます。あなたは誰ですか。そして私に何の用ですか。それが言えないなら興味はありません。切りますよ。
俺の望みはあんたに思い出してもらうことだ。
何を思い出せというのですか。あなたなど知りませんし、思い出すような心当たりもありません。
そんなこと言うなよ。
Hmm.
俺はあんたの子供じゃない。
Wait.
何ですって。あなたは何を言っているんですか。
What?
そんな悲しいことを言うなよ。か。
I didn't expect this to come up for Natsuhi at all, people. That unsettling word thrust itself mercilessly into the depths of Natsuhi's heart and started churning it about. In her entire life, Natsuhi had never been told something so unsettling. In her bewilderment, Natsuhi felt her heart beat so loudly that it felt like it would explode.
あなたに
I have also no idea what this person is talking about. This is a surprise to me.
何のつもりか知りませんが、もう切りますよ。
俺は復讐するために帰ってきたんだ。あんた19年前。
19 years ago? Yeah, no, I was also thinking about that thing where they said Asumu wasn't Battler's mother, but this is too long ago. Battler isn't even 19. Natsuhi's mind went blank, and from beyond the wind howling outside the window, she most certainly heard the roar of the sea from that day.
あんた、本当はもう思い出してるんだよ。
何の話かわからないと言っています。もう二度とかけないでください。
19年前にあんたがした仕打ちを。
Like, Battler's just barely 18, so this can't be Battler.
だからあんたを呪うためにあえてそれでも。いや、だからこそ俺はもうすぐ親族会議で。俺もガートの子供だからね。会議の日に帰るよ。19年ぶりにね。あんたに復讐するために。
Breathing so hard her shoulders heaved, Natsuhi slammed the receiver down and hung up. Has it been said in red that Battler was born 18 years ago? I guess not. Then she hit the phone violently, knocking the receiver off, so that no more calls would come through it. I can hear the roar of the sea. That voice I hear from beyond the howling wind is certainly... even if I cover my ears, the headache won't... Completely pale, Natsuhi kept shivering as though cold.
望めばどこにでも。
Okay, lesbian.
台所の床下収納に入ってぬかみその壺の中でもいいわ。
ああ、私を味噌につけてかじってくれるの？
Alright, let's not make it
でも
weird.
それなら蜂蜜につけてほしいものだわ。お返しにベルンは砂糖水で煮込んであげる。
せめて砂糖醤油とみりんにして。
それで何？副賞要求でも気取っちゃう？
そうよ。この夏日の電話のやり取りは事実。
Lambda Delta grinned unpleasantly as though sizing Burn Castle up. She was probably trying to tease Burn for making that demand.
副賞拒否。
さてね、拒否か応じるかどうしようかな。それを決めるのはゲームマスターの私の自由だし、その判断をいつするかさえ自由。
青字宣言でない限りあんたに答える義務はないしね。
Hmm.
そういうこと。
Yeah, it is important to remember this is all Lambda Delta's game, so it could just be all bullshit.
今はせいぜい夏日の19年前に一体どんな秘密がとワクワクテカテカしてなさい。
Of course, this fishy telephone call happened before October 4th, 1986. This is still before the start time of the game, so there's basically no need to question whether it's true or false, unless it comes up in the game.
わざわざ見せた以上何かの布石だと思って。
Yeah, exactly.
騙しかもしれないけれど、一応あんたのこの察しては記憶に留めておく。
このカードを伏せたまま場に出すってやつね。まあ、いた。何？
Bonk.
ダイレクトアタック。
After suddenly being conked on the head, Lambda Delta was bewildered. How do I feel about our new ally, Burn? I don't think she's an ally at all. She's an ally in the same way, like, some countries are allies. But perhaps this incomprehensible exchange was funny to her, because she quickly went back to giggling.
これであんたのゲーム版の準備は十分。
ええ、そうよ。それじゃあいよいよゲームを進めるわよ。
Game Stato!
1986年10月4日にね。
何度目の1986年。
This is the fifth one.
無限の魔女。ベアトリーチェ、やはり恐ろしい子だわ。
ベルン側は何か行動ある？
ないわよ。あんたが副賞要求に応えないならそれで終わり。
ターンエンドね。
Tanendo! I love Yu-Gi-Oh!
スタート。クリーンアップ。ドロー。
Wait, that might actually be a Yu-Gi-Oh! reference.
さあ来たれ。1986年10月4日。
Dura! Yeah, it's magic, because she said untap. It's the Magic the Gathering, yeah. Still, close enough. October 4th, 1986, the first day.
やっぱりこのバラ庭園は圧巻だぜ。6年前よりさらにすごくなってやがる。
Alright, we're right into it. We're right
こんなの
there.
が似合うなんて
No more
羨ましい
faffing
ぜ。
about on the boat or the plane. We're just jumping right to the island.
んなことはねえぜ。私にとっちゃ船着き場ま
Oh,
で
Season
遠くて
0
邪魔だ
Atem would
け
have
ど
loved
な
Umineko. This is his fucked up kind of death game.
それは贅沢な悩みだね。
毎朝バラと挨拶してから投稿。素敵素敵。こんなにいっぱいのバラみんなと挨拶してたら遅刻しちゃうね。
演者は残念だな。お腹壊しやすいんだって。
Yeah, it's a real shame.
らしいな。腸が弱いんだろうよ。しょっちゅう下痢してるぜ。
Gross.
おお、レ ディにそういうの言うのいけない。
それはすまねえ。そうだよな。女の子のお尻から
That's still kind of
が出るん
gross,
だもんな。
honestly.
園児は体調が悪くてマシュマロが水飴になっちまったわけだ。
You're making it more gross.
それ
Battler.
品が過ぎるね。
George and Jessica slammed a knee and a fist right into either side of Battler's gut. Whack, smack, thud. The smack thud was probably the sound made when his knees hit the ground as he fell over. Next bit. Normally, Battler possessed the good sense you'd expect of an 18-year-old man. However, it seemed that this reunion had brought him back to the mental age he'd been 6 years ago. And bit by bit, Jessica and George realized they were also returning to the way they'd been back then. That's the effect Battler has on people. He turns you immature. Natsuki gazed at this charming chat through an open window in the hall. I love I love that parenthetical. That's very good. It's like Natsuki herself doesn't know what to make of it.
旦那様がお探しです。
もう少ししたら行きます。まだお昼にもなっていないのに疲れました。
Eepy. Just a few moments ago, the sparks had already started flying between them and Eva's group. The others had pounded on Kraus and Natsuki over and over to get Kinzo out of his study. Apparently, they hadn't been fully tricked at last year's family conference after all.
お父様は問題ありませんね。
はい、お任せを。シャノンとカノンも今日の段取りを十分に心得ております。
熊沢は嘘をつくのが上手なようですから。
Kumasawa is a great liar. She's always talking about her mackerel.
少し心配です。
Dr. Nanja's too good for his own good.
隠し事が苦手そうでおられますから。
He's too honest and pure-hearted. He's like one of the only truly good people in this story.
可能な限り、私が南條先生の
We gotta make him better at being deceptive.
あなたがいてくれるなら頼もしいですね。本当に助かります。現地の力なくして成し得ないことです。
恐縮でございます。
安心せよ。
Oh, hello, Beato.
書斎の密室結界は完璧。
Fake Beato, I guess.
結界を破らぬ限り、誰にも金蔵の秘密を暴くことなどできん。
ええ、分かっています。しかしあなたも先ほどの客までのやりとりを聞いていたでしょう。
Beato is always listening.
やはり去年の時点で相当の不信感を持たれていたのであろうな。凄まじき毒素を溜め込み振りまいておるわ。
やはり今年が正念場になりそうですね。
今年を何とか乗り越えることはできようが、仏の顔もなんとやらだ。さすがに来年は無理と心得た方がよく。
Yeah, we can't do this 3 times in a row. Not the charm. Hi, Renove. I didn't expect to see you in this position.
来年の親族会議でもゴールドスミス教の魔法を維持するのは難しいでしょう。
誰ですか?
Yeah, okay, Natsuki hasn't met him yet.
ああ。
I was like, is this just a thing that they know about, or is this new for her too?
わらわの家具頭を務める男だ。
はじめまして。
He's Slayer from Guilty Gear. You like Guilty Gear, right, Natsuki? It's 1986. I don't know what that is.
ロノレと申します。どうぞお見知りおきを。
頼れる男だ。この男にも密室結界を守ってもらう。
そうですか。後宮夏日です。あなたにも協力をお願いします。
はい、奥様。魔法世界からお手伝いをさせていただきます。どうかお任せを。
Oh, hi, Gop. Gop is here too, I guess, now.
紹介してもらおうかしら。はい、リーちゃん。ご無沙汰。ゴープか。そなたまで来てくれるとは心強い。遊びに来ただけのつもり
They
だ
are
ったんだ
such
けど。
besties.
手がいるようだったら。
They're gonna go shopping together again. I love it.
はじめまして、マダム。挨拶するのは初めてだけど、私はいつだって誰のそばにでもいるわ。
こちらのガープはなかなかのいたずら者。先日奥様が自室にてお召しになろうとして床に落とし見つけられなかった頭痛薬、ガープの仕業でございます。
She's such a bitch. We love
確か
her.
に置いたはずなのに見
What a
つけられない
scamp,
小
that
物があ
gop.
ったらこやつのいたずらを疑うがよいぞ。わらわも昔ずいぶんとからかわれたものだ。
そうですか。いずれにせよ、ここは後宮の屋敷です。当家にいる間は当家に従っていただきます。よろしいですね。
もちろんです。心得ております。魔法世界での源氏と思い、
Magic Genji.
どうぞいつでも
You
ご
keep
用命
saying
くだ
this.
さ
You
い。
keep saying you're Genji's counterpart. There must be some more deeper meaning to that.
私にも客人の心得はあるつもりよ。家主の顔は潰さないわ。ロノウェもガープも頼れるぞ。しかし魔法の世界と人間の世界は表裏一体。
分かってます。もちろん私も人間の世界から努力します。力を合わせてお父様の秘密を守りましょう。
うん。
いつもの展開だな。どうせ翌日にならなきゃ話は進まない。
Yep.
ふん
Oh, hi,
ああ、
Lambda.
そうね。10月4日は
Yeah, it's
私
set
に
up.
とっての準備ターンみたいなものだし、
Set the stage.
バトラに何もする気がないのなら10月5日までのんびりしててくれていいのよ。6人死んだら呼んであげる。
Of course, that was an incredibly irritating way to put it. The fight won't start until the crime occurs. However, waiting for the crimes to start would be turning a blind eye towards the murders of the first Twilight. In other words, it would be the same as being content with the fact that 6 people would die.
知ってる？チェスの先手と後手では先手の勝率が2倍とも言われてるの。
I have heard this.
戦術の進歩でだいぶ変わるけどね。後手はドローを狙えれば上々とか言われてるんだっけ？
But there's no draws in this game. We don't have
一
ties.
生くらい俺も知ってるぜ。
Excuse me.
ならどうしろってんだ。
そんなだからあんたは無能なのよ。
本当にいい？バトラー、10月4日にだって解くことができる
Of course.
謎は存在するわ。何が解けるかわかる？
まさか。あ、いや、しかし。
まあ見てなさい。無能のバトラー。
Hey. That's Pt.2's thing. Nobody else can call me that. I have a general idea what these witches are talking about. I've tried solving it several times myself in the past, but I still haven't found anything resembling an answer. Yeah, I think you're on the right track there, Deity Diamond. It's the epitaph. And the location of the gold. On the contrary, I still can't even understand why that puzzle exists. That's right. The reason it exists. Why did Pt.2 prepare a puzzle like this in the first place? We all discussed it together from time to time in past games. However, I've started to avoid thinking about it, under the assumption that there's no point in trying to solve a riddle that can't be solved. This time, I should change my viewpoint. I should just focus on the surface level stuff, like the truth of the riddle and how to solve it. What's more important is why that riddle was set up in the first place and displayed for us to see. That's what I should be thinking about. Wow, it's kind of interesting how I'm like in sync with Battler here, because I said more or less the same thing about the epitaph when I started episode 5, where they've shown us people finding the gold and solving the epitaph like a couple times now. So I don't think the actual like mechanics of the riddle matter as much as what it means to the person who created it. I said basically exactly that yesterday, and now Battler agrees with me, which means I must be right, or I'm either terribly wrong. It's like a 50-50 with this guy. And the one proposing that riddle is Beatrice. Even if I can't solve it, I should be able to try and figure out what Pt.2 was thinking when she showed it to us. Okay, this time I'm spinning the chessboard around. The witches keep calling me incompetent. Let them laugh. They aren't my enemies. I'm continuing our match, Pt.2. It's not that I'm in sync with the fail-loser side of him. I'm in sync with the protagonist side of it. Alright? Don't get it twisted. I am the opposite of a fail-loser. I'm a victory winner.
とうとう降り始めたようやな。
やれやれ。土砂降りは心の中だけにしたかったもんだぜ。
The people in the parlor noticed that the raindrops were starting to drip down the window. Raindrops keep falling on my head.
私たちには逃げ場なしってわけね。
それは兄さんたちだって同じよ。逃がさないわ。絶対に。こっちのカードは悪くないのよ。兄さんは虚勢を張ってるだけだわ。絶対に屈服させてみせる。
取引っちゅうんはな、相手を任すもんとちゃうで。落としどころを用意しておいて、相手に花を持たせて、自らに座らせるもんなんや。
Trip them up. Get them all buttered up and overconfident.
さっきの話もちょっと追い詰めすぎよ、エヴァネーズ。
兄さんにはあれくらいでちょうどいいわよ。
なんだ、ローザは寝ちまったのか？
Nap time for Rosa.
朝が早かったとぼやいとったな。ま、昼寝もええんとちゃうか。
下手すりゃ今夜は徹夜だ。今から仮眠も賢いかもな。
Out of consideration for Rosa, who'd fallen asleep on a sofa, the others quietly left the parlor. Unaware of this, Rosa slept. After telling Maria to just stay where she was after that tantrum over not being able to find her rose, Rosa slept, unaware that the rain had started to fall. Oh yeah, that's right, she does the classic, I left my daughter outside in the rain, because I didn't think. The rain poured down as though it had been saving up for this moment. Of course, Maria noticed that the rain had started falling and was soaking her to the bone. However, that just made her even more stubborn. Unable to find the poor, slightly unhealthy rose that she herself had marked, she just couldn't stand having that search be interrupted by something like the rain. So, the more the rain fell on Maria, the more stubborn she grew, as she wandered through the rose beds. And as she did, from behind Maria's back came a patter-patter, the sound of approaching footsteps. Then, the footsteps landed in a puddle, making a small splashing sound, and Maria finally heard. However, even the slight distraction of that sound irritated her, and Maria ignored it. Uh-oh. Is this it? Is this the rat? Maria turned around, bewildered. After all, that voice was one she didn't recognize at all. On this sealed off Rokonjima, that voice belonged to no person she knew. Oh, it's gonna cut away. Kraus and Natsuhi had been privately discussing what should be done in a deserted corridor on the 3rd floor. Genji had searched everywhere for them.
どうしたのかね。シーツを雨に濡らした程度ではそこまで慌てることでもないと思うがね。
何事です？何か粗相でも？
海難事故で漂流されたと申す方が先ほどお屋敷にいらっしゃられました。
A cast-off? Kraus and Natsuhi couldn't help but go wide-eyed and stare at each other. This was the first time they'd ever heard of someone coming to this island uninvited.
漂流？それは本当かね。気の毒に。来客として丁重に扱いたまえ。今はどうしている？
Yeah, we finally have 19th person X. We've introduced the 19th person to the game. That's... Well, actually, yeah, you're right. It is technically 18 now, still, because Kinzo's technically dead. I guess they have to keep the number at 18, so they have to introduce a new player, because now we're just fully running with Kinzo's dead at the beginning of every game. Right? Everyone outside of the game board is aware of that, and they just want to keep the number at 18 for their sake.
南條先生が診察しております。まだ診察中です。
Just wonder who it's gonna be. It's gotta be Erica, right? We saw her at the beginning of the episode.
それはよかった。私と夏日は今大切な話をしている。終わったらすぐに見舞いに行こう。その漂流者にはぜひくつろいでほしいと伝えたまえ。かしこまりました。
When Genji bowed deeply and started to leave, Natsuhi called him to a stop. Genji stopped walking and Natsuhi jogged up to him.
源氏、その漂流者は男ですか？
いいえ、お嬢様くらいの。
Okay, so it's not the guy who called Natsuhi on the phone.
女性？そうですか。結構です。下がりなさい。
Unless they're just really good at voice acting. The parlor of the mansion was bustling. The adults gathered, worrying about the health of this sudden guest.
まあ自力でバラテンまで歩いてこれたなら命に別状はねえだろうな。
転ばぬ先の杖やな。ライフジャケットのおかげやろ。あれがなかったら溺れ死んどったかもわからんで。
どんな子だったの？ジョージやジェシカちゃんより上？下？
ジェシカお姉ちゃんよりは下だった。
Younger than Jessica.
ライフジャケットと水着だった。ヘトヘトみたいだった。
漂着したのが
I thought Genji said she was about the same age as
本当に不幸
Natsuhi.
中の幸いね。もし島の反対側だったら大変だったわ。
しかし気の毒ね。この天気じゃきっと船も来られない。明日いっぱいまで彼女もこの島に釘付けかしら。
At that moment, the door clunked open and everyone looked in that direction. Oh, he said the young lady. Okay, I read Milady. Okay.
皆様、
Hi, Goda.
お茶はいかがですか?
It was Goda and Kanon, with the latter pushing a serving cart laden with a tea set. Goda understood well that doing a little extra at times like this would earn him points. The relatives, hungry for information, crowded around Goda. He ordered Kanon to serve the tea and became the sole object of the relatives' attention.
ゴダさん、どうなんだい？その子は元気そうなのか？
さあ、わかりません。ですが、心配ご無用。南條先生がつきっきりで見ておりますし、熊沢もシャノンも一緒です。どうぞ、ご安心ください。
Nanjo is pretty competent. I'm sure he can take care of
まず
her.
は紅茶でおくつろぎになってはいかがですか？さあ、カノンさん、早く配って配って。
Kanon knew this tea was just... Oh, okay, he's still grumbling, sorry. Kanon knew that his tea was just Goda's way of earning points, so he lined the cups up with a slightly sullen air.
マリアも手伝う。
大丈夫です。マリア様はそのままでお待ちを。
おお、マリアも配膳や。
I do like Kanon a lot. Yeah, Kanon's very oomphy. He's our emo oomphy.
何か言ってなかった？
I loved his Sasuke fit in episode 2 when he went on that date with Jessica.
私もちらりとお見かけしたところでは。
And, just as Goda had successfully captured the gaze of all present and was about to start talking knowledgeably on the subject, Nanjo returned. Of course, Nanjo instantly became the center of attention. Kanon turned his back on Goda, who seemed downhearted.
南條先生、どうなんですか、容体は。
Owned. Goda owned
大丈
again.
夫そうなの？
皆さん、ご安心を。大丈夫です。怪我は何もありませんでした。だいぶ疲労しているようですが、今夜特に熱を出さなければ何事もないでしょう。
ならよかったわ。
I kind of like ping pong between liking and disliking Goda, because on one hand, he's kind of a dick. On the other hand, he's also just a normal guy with, like, no, like, hidden plots or anything.
お医者様はいても病院はないものね。
It's very funny. Everyone was relieved to hear that the girl was in good health. When Nanjo gave the more detailed results of his examination, concluding by saying that she was a young and should therefore be fine, everyone who no longer fell under this description nodded in assent.
やっぱり船は怖い。 落ちる落ちる
落ちる。
バトラの言う通りだった。
マリアちゃん、それバトラ君には内緒ね。
Battler's gonna get anxiety.
奥様、旦那様。
Goda, who had lost his nerve and was handing out the cups, called out in an excessively loud voice. Apparently, he was that desperate to get everyone's attention.
客人の具合はどうだね。
はい、別状はないとのことでございます。
そうですか。それはよかった。今はどちらに？
熊沢さんとシャノンさんがお風呂に案内したはずだ。それから服を見立てると言ってました。
A bath will probably do a half-drowned little girl good.
ならすぐに来るだろう。諸君、親族会議の日ではあるが、不幸な事故で訪れることとなった来客だ。招いた客人ではないが、どうか歓迎してやってほしい。
意義などあるわけもない。賛成や。
同じくだ。女の子には優しくしろっておふくろ。
Gotta be nice to girls.
あなたはそれを人生のモットーにしすぎよ。
Get his ass. Roast his ass,
ジョージ
Kyrie.
たちも呼んだ方がいいわね。全員で挨拶しましょう。
そんなかえって恐縮させちゃうんじゃない？
Eva stood up and made a phone call to the guest house. Bridget, thank you for the raid. We're reading Umineko. We're in episode 5. We're maybe about to meet someone very special. You ever just have someone wash up on the island in the middle of your murder mystery? It's great. At that moment, they heard the sound of a knock, followed by Genji's voice.
源氏でございます。お客様がお越しになられました。
Thank you for the raid, Bridget. I'll give her a shout out. Bridget is a good friend of mine. Hang on, I gotta spell this right. There's like 2 S's, 2 Y's, 2 T's. You have too many letters in your name. Fix that. But Bridget's a good friend of mine. At those words, everyone fell silent, and the people who had been sitting up stood straight. Genji came in first, opening the door slowly, then moved off to the side, bowing deeply and urging the guest forwards. Rat! It's the rat! Everybody tells me she's a rat. The guest had Shannon and Kumasawa following by her side, and even after seeing the large number of relatives waiting for her in the parlor, she didn't seem overawed in the slightest. Just this single point showed that this girl possessed a dignity appropriate for a guest invited by the Ushiromiya family.
フルド様、ご紹介申し上げます。後ろ宮家当主代行、後ろ宮クラウスにございます。
ようこそ六軒島へ。事故でいらしたとはいえ、あなたは当家の客人だ。歓迎しますよ。
Oh yeah, I did forget the pachinko. We'll look at her pachinko sprite next time we get a chance. I like this song. Okay, we'll take a look at her pachinko sprite. Da, 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 da. There we go. It's pretty oomphy. She's pretty oomphy. This is good music.
自己紹介申し上げます。フルドエリカと申します。
Thank you for also saying your name in kanji. I don't know how you did that.
この度は後ろ宮家の皆様をお騒がせしてしまい、誠に申し訳ございません。招かれざる客人であるにもかかわらずの歓迎、心より感謝いたします。
This was greeted by an impressed sigh arising equally from all corners of the room. The clothes she had been lent were probably Jessica's formal wear from long ago, but the composure of her introduction didn't shame those clothes in the slightest. The girl's name was Furudo Erika. She looked slightly younger than Battler and Jessica, but her composure and mannerisms were beyond that anyone could have expected from a high schooler, almost as though she was a well-to-do family's daughter.
ちょっと待て。
Whose bitch this is?
こいつは何者だ。
無能のあんたが主役駒じゃゲームがさっぱり進まないもの。だから私自身。
Okay, so it is what I suspected. It's Burn Castle's like way of being in the game. Okay.
ま、
It's the same way as like Pt.2 can exist in the chessboard and outside of it at the same time. It's that for Erica and Burn Castle. And I guess it's kind of like Eva Beatrice too. Yes, it's her human Sona.
ベアトのゲーム版には存在しない駒だ。俺もベアトも認めない。
ベアトのゲーム版でしょ。ベアトが拒否するってんなら考えてあげるわ。ベアトの意見は
She's just like we get dial tone sounds. Beep, beep, beep. Beato was unable to answer. Lambda Delta grinned triumphantly. Here's your guys, take care of them? If by take care you mean, like, chain them all up, sure. I consider that taking care of them. They belong to me now. You can never have them back. A detective proclamation.
探偵宣言。
What does
it even mean?
探偵は犯人ではなく、その証明にはいかなる証拠も必要
Well, Battler's a detective. Are you saying he's too stupid to be the detective in his own story? That's very funny. I like that, actually.
疑う必要はないということよ。これなら人間の駒として登場してもいつもと変わらずに推理できるでしょ。ノックス第7条ね。探偵が犯人であることを。
It is forbidden for the culprit to be the detective. That is true. That is Nox's rule.
例外上探偵は犯人でない。
Nox's rules for not making stupid twists in your mystery story.
言葉遊びは嫌いだから私も赤で言ってあげる。フルドエリカは犯人ではない。
副賞要求。フルドエリカはこれまでのベアトのゲームに影響を与えない。
It's an interesting way of thinking.
いいわ、応じる。フルドエリカはこれまでのベアトのゲームに影響
She's
を
a
与え
new
ない。
character. We've dropped in our OC.
あくまでも今回初登場のエキストラよ。これまでの世界には存在しないし影響も与えないわ。
なら今の時点での在当者の人数はどうなる？
The most cliche thing in a mystery story is a detective just washing up. Ah, but it happens.
もちろんこれまでの人数にプラス1してもらうわ。でも安心して。フルドエリカは1人増えただけ。それ以外の在当者の人数はこれまでのゲームと全く同じ。
Wouldn't that still make it 18 if Kinzo is dead, though? I guess nobody in the game board believes Kinzo is dead, so it's 19 to them. At that time, the sound of people dashing down a corridor could be heard. It was Battler, George, and Jessica, who had come from the guest house after being called here by Eva. They immediately spotted a guest they didn't recognize, and their eyes went wide. I feel so bad for Battler. He's been kicked out of being the detective in his own story. Actually, I did feel bad for him. It's very funny.
お客様、落ちる落ちるで来たの。
は？落ちる落ちる？
源氏さん、こちらの方は？
お客様のフルドエリカ様でございます。フルド様、こちらは当家令嬢のジェシカ様、並びにいとこのジョージ様、バトラー様。
I'm sure this will be a very normal woman who will be a very smart detective and not at all an insane person who will go mask off in like an hour.
後ろ宮ジェシカです。
はじめまして、フルドエリカです。よろしくお願いいたします。
Though Battler, George, and Jessica didn't have a clue what was going on and were utterly bewildered, they each introduced themselves.
好都合じゃない。
I would like to see Erica drawn in the glass onion Benoit block fit. With like that fruity neck scarf.
今客間には金蔵以外のすべての駒が人間が揃った。
そうなるわね。
I mean, Kinza is technically dead.
つまり今この客間にいる人数が在当
Right.
すべての人数
So we're running with it's still 18 because Kinzo is dead.
18人いるはずの島がじい様が実は死んでて17人になった。そこにベルンカステルの駒が1人追加され。
The number of humans on this island has returned to 18. I glanced around at the humans in the parlor. The guest, Furuto Erika. And behind her, Kumasawa-san and Shannon-chan. Off to the side was Genji-san. Uncle Kraus and Aunt Natsuhi were welcoming the guest. Goda-san immediately started showing off, and Kanon-kun was being unsociable, wearing his usual blank expression. There was Dad and Kirie-san, Aunt Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi, Aunt Rosa and Maria, and Dr. Nanjo. And the rest. Then, on either side of me, were George Aniki and Jessica. This is everyone, the true number of people on the island at the moment. It's nice to have everyone gathered in one place so we can do a little head count.
僕はジョージ。
俺はバトラだ。よろしくな。
ありがとうございます。ジョージさん、バトラさん、私のこともエリカと呼んでもらえると嬉しいです。
よろしく、エリカさん。
It was decided that Erika would be welcomed like a guest, and allowed to borrow the bedroom next to the cousin room on the second floor of the guest house. In front of all the relatives, she seemed dignified and a bit stiff. However, as she talked with George and Jessica, her expression began to soften gradually. And so, the detective, Furuto Erika, was placed on the game board. I know, she's so polite and nice. Surely she's not secretly an insane person. Surely not. That said, she is Burncastle's piece, which means she's fighting against the illusion of the witch. So she's kind of on Battler's side? A little bit.
熊沢が勝手にお嬢様の昔の服を使用してしまいました。お許しください。
The clothes Erika wore were Jessica's old formal attire. Though the guest possessed a dignity that would put most adults to shame, her body was still physically similar to a middle schooler's. Jessica's old clothes fit her perfectly.
いいえ、お客様にふさわしい身なりでしたよ。もし彼女が気に入るようでしたら、お近づきの印にプレゼントしても良いでしょう。
かしこまりました。ありがとうございます。
警察やご家族には連絡しましたか？
はい。先方も大層ご心配なされていたようでした。
ところで、客人は本当に事故でしょうね。
Yeah, of course, of
ご
course.
本人は飛行中のボートから
There
転
would
落した
never
と
be
おっ
any
しゃってい
weird happenings that would bring anyone to this island. It's just a very funny
裏
accident.
付けはありますか？
海保に問い合わせて確認しました。プレジャーボートの後部から転落したそうで。
It is a little Twin Peaksy, this song, isn't it?
実際の転落地点は分かりませんが、おそらくはここの近海でしょう。
この悪天候に船遊びなど愚かなことです。しかし、近海で溺れてこの島に漂着することは考えられるのですか？
ありえないことではありません。この辺りの島には大抵漂流民が流れ着いた伝承がございます。おそらく事故は真実ではないかと。この台風です。島のどこであろうとも船での接岸は不可能です。
It's true. That would be not safe. Could Cooper solve Rokenjima? Maybe. Cooper is FBI agent Dale Cooper would be in a unique position as somebody who's used to weird mystical things. Genji had already considered what she now suspected. Natsuhi probably suspected that this mysterious guest, who had arrived during the already high-stress family conference, might be the agent of some conspiracy. Could Francis York Morgan solve Rokkenjima? Maybe. I don't know. I honestly feel like York Morgan is like the tier directly below Dale Cooper. Swear he has never seen Twin Peaks, by the way. So, Genji had already checked to make sure that the accident was real, that Furudo Erika was her real name, and that there was nothing suspicious going on.
わかりました。主人も丁重にもてなすようにと指示しています。粗相のないようになさい。ですが、分かっていますね。
はい。親族会議には一切近づけません。夕食後は
Umfi doesn't need to know about the drama.
客人をお父様に挨拶させろというような流れに
Coop does have a bad habit of getting possessed. I don't know. There doesn't seem to be much possession involved in the Witches game, but he does have that bad habit, doesn't he?
もちろんです。心得ております。
ほう、フルドエリカとな。この六軒島に来客とは珍しい。楽しませてくれそうではない。
That's true. The one thing that Cooper does have experience with is getting replaced by body doubles, and that did happen to Canon.
ベルンカステル教の駒でしょう。人間のルールに従うとはいえ、プレイヤーは魔女です。侮ることはできませんよ。
問題ない。仮にベルンカステル教本人であろうとも、人間である以上。
It's weird. This is Beato as a piece on the game board, so she isn't even really aware of what's going on in this version of her.
何しろガープもいる。人間はガープに絶対に勝てぬ。
ありがとう。でも買いかぶ
The
りするのは良く
bestie.
ないわ。魔女の定義は魔法が使えることだけを意味したりはしない。
ですが、ジョーカーであり、台風の目である。
ジョーカー。
それが魔女という。
この六軒島で魔女と名乗ってよいのはこのわらわ。黄金の魔女にして無限の魔女ベアトリーチェのみである。
The Rasa. Thank you for following. Welcome to the Rose Rabbit Army. I'm your tour guide here on Rokkenjima Island tonight, so stick with us.
じっくりと観覧させてもらおうぞ。
Tick tock. 7 o'clock. Erika's seat was the lowest one in rank. In other words, he was at the inferior end of the table. Since Kinzo's seat at the high end of the table was empty, if you spun the whole thing around, it sort of looked like Erika was the host of this dinner, which definitely doesn't hold any heavy, ominous meaning at all.
それでは皆様、本日の晩餐を始めさせていただきたいと思います。
After Goda's announcement, dinner began with the applause that had become almost customary. It was finally the beginning of the dinner orchestra conducted by Toshiro Goda. Except for Krause's household, sitting at such a majestic dinner table was no everyday thing for these people by any means. However, they were all used to this event and acted as though it was completely normal. Once again, if anyone was to be surprised, it should have been Erika. And yet, she showed no signs of amazement at this dinner and acted with composure, blending in with everyone else. There wasn't even a shiver of fear one might expect from someone who had wandered here like a lost puppy.
不思議な子ですね。後ろ宮家の1年間で最も豪華な晩餐を前に何も取り乱さないと。
I would just be hungry. I would be excited for the food. I wouldn't be intimidated. I would be like, feed me.
嫌いじゃないわ。そういうの。
フルドさんはこういう食事には慣れているのですか。大した落ち着きようだ。
Well, they got to keep up appearances. Sweet creamy. If they like fired Good or any of the staff, that would alert people that something was up.
ほんまやな。ずいぶん手慣れたもんや。
Also, there might be like a contract involved that he's serving for X many years. I don't know.
未だに次はどのフォークを使えばいいんか混乱するんやで。ああ、こっちやったか。それともこっちやったか。
Oh, you, Hideyoshi, what a card. Without showing any confusion over the line of utensils in front of her, Erika gracefully ate her I always get confused with this one. Hors d'oeuvres. Hors d'oeuvres. I always get confused by the spelling, and I want to say it how it's spelled, but it's hors d'oeuvres. Hideyoshi had started joking around with her, gripping a fork in each hand. Hey, I'm not... what are you implying there, Sensei? I'm not built to serve. I'm built to rule, thank you. Though I do be serving other things. Of course, the president of the company in the food service industry, like Hideyoshi, obviously knew his table manners. However, thinking that Erika must be nervous over this dinner, he had intentionally spoken with a comic tone of voice.
外側から順に使うだけですし、面倒だったらお箸を頼めばいいんです。日本人ならお箸です。お箸はいいですよ。これ一膳あればどんな料理でも対処できます。
She's very excited about chopsticks. As soon as she began talking about chopsticks, her eyes started glittering. The smile she now showed for the first time was far different from the dignity she'd displayed before. More like something you'd expect from someone her age. This girl loves her chopsticks.
カレーライスはさすがにスプーンでしょ。
丼に盛ればいいんです。
Oh, she's got teeth.
食べる人いますか？いませんよね。日本人なら断じて絶対鉄頭鉄尾。
It is a funny face. She got a funny... I want to see what this looks like in the pachinko. It'll probably look less funny, but I want to see it. Yeah, it's alright, I guess. It's not as funny. Oh yeah, I guess we can read her thing. Furuto Erika fell from the pleasure boat Eternal Maid 2, mid-cruise in the waters near Rokenjima. Wow, Eternal Maid, that's subtle. On October 4th, 1986, she drifted to Rokenjima and the Ushiromiya family welcomed her as a guest. She managed to drift to the island unharmed thanks to several miracles, including the fact that she was wearing a life jacket. I like her tights. I like the rose tights, that's cute.
というわけでゴーダさん、すみませんがお箸をお願いします。私が日本人として恥ずかしくない食べ方をご覧に入れてみせましょう。ところで、次のお料理は何ですか？
それが困ったことに。
Can't eat that with chopsticks. As she imitated a shrugging gesture, Erika winked at everyone. Oh, what a charming young lady! How disarming and nice she is, and funny to boot. Of course, no one was laughing at her. She obviously knew that soup came after hors d'oeuvres in a full-course meal. Furthermore, Erika had noticed both that she'd been performing too perfectly and creating a sense of tension, and that Hideyoshi had tried to break the ice because he thought she was nervous. That's why she started acting a little childish and lighthearted, acting out the part of a guest enjoying a harmonious dinner. Yeah, she's our Atlas re-release girl. She's like Marie, or that girl from Strange Deep Journey. She's Burn Castle's Mary Sue self-insert, yeah. Pretty soon, not only Kyrie, but everyone else caught on. Though she was an uninvited guest, she was apparently worthy of participating in an Ushiromiya family dinner.
頭のいい子ね。本当にこの子、偶然の来客なの。
Yeah, did she?
実は、今日の親族会議にこっそり読んだ兄さんの隠し子じゃないの？
賢く場を和ますセンスもあるようだ。マナーも見事じゃないか。あんな子が娘だったら悪くはないね。
それはひでえぜ。ジェシカちゃんの達成がなくならな。
ひどいわ、ルドルフ兄さん。
どうしたんだい、ジェシカちゃん。頭痛かい？
私の評価がずんずん下がってる気がするぜ。
I'm going down in the character popularity polls.
こりゃ本家の令嬢として負けられねえだろ。お前も日頃夏日おばさんに仕込まれてるテーブルマナーと貫禄で対抗してみろよ。
テーブルマナー見たい。
ほら、はしゃぐのはマナー違反だよ。ささ、ジェシカちゃん、お手本を見せてあげて。
Yeah, she knows what she's doing. Jessica straightened up so much it looked like someone had poked her back with a pole. She had good posture, but it somehow lacked elegance. She looked, well, kind of like a triangle ruler. She sat at attention with her gaze fixed straight ahead, tried to bring her food to her mouth despite this, and failed miserably. Dad, who was sitting next to her, suddenly realized that something was up.
どうしたんだ、ジェシカちゃん。腹でも痛えのか？
Jessica turned bright red. Ah, sorry, I can't help myself. We laughed our heads off. Jessica protested, still bright red. Aunt Natsuki scolded us for being too improper. Well, no matter how much we try to smooth it over, we are who we are. We couldn't pretend any longer. Still, that laugh really did help us to relax. We were so concerned about the guests getting nervous, we'd gotten even more nervous ourselves. Our chatter from the center of this long table spread to both ends, and ultimately the dinner went even more smoothly than usual. With some delicious cheese and coffee, our peaceful meal came to an end. Goda won a unanimous that's all, folks. Goda won unanimous acclaim and was praised for his skill by all present. After a short period of harmony following the meal, it was decided that we would return to the guest house. Normally, dinner tended to have a very dark atmosphere about it, and the adults would often keep that mood as they moved straight on to the family conference. However, perhaps because this year's dinner had been oddly peaceful, everyone decided to take a break, the adults included. After eating, taking a bath, and relaxing while watching TV, I wonder if they'll gather again in the mansion with all the rain and resume that high-tension family conference of theirs. I'd rather not think about it. Apparently, Aunt Eva was getting really worked up, trying to convince the rest to start the family conference right away, but it didn't look like many people agreed with her. They would probably call it quits for the night. Since they had guest house duty, Goda-san and Kumasawa-san were chosen to guide us to the guest house. It's gotta be tough for Goda-san. Even after making and cleaning up such an extravagant dinner, he also had his late-night shift at the guest house. I heard that Kumasawa-san, old as she was, would be going to sleep soon. Seems she was assigned a spare room.
皆様をゲストハウスまでご案内させていただき
I'm
ます。
sure she'll be fine.
エリカ様のお部屋もご用意できております。
ありがとうございます。
体調はどうです？具合が悪かったりはしませんか？
ああ、そうだよな。すっかり忘れてたけど、エリカちゃんは溺れてて流れ着いたんだよな。
A rat in the waves.
今日は無理しねえで、早く寝た方がいいだろうな。
全然平気です。
Oh, she's so normal.
それよりも緊張と興奮でむしろ寝つけないくらいです。じゃあ遊ぼう。みんなで遊ぼう。トランプしよう。
Maria latched onto her, giggling. This lack of restraint peculiar to youth was very much like Maria. However, we really should be concerned for Erika's physical condition now.
マリア、トランプは私たちと一緒に遊ぼう。エリカお姉ちゃんは疲れてるんだってさ。
トランプも好きですよ。一息つきましたらぜひご一緒させてください。
やったー! Wow, Erika just fits right into this cast so smoothly.
どちら様ですか?
As she passed through the lobby of the entrance hall, Erika stopped walking. When we saw that she was looking at, the rest of us also stopped.
ああ、あちらは黄金の魔女、ベアトリーチェ様でございますよ。
黄金の魔女。
何やってんだガキども。さっさとゲストハウスへ引き上げるぞ。
Dad, Kyrie-san, Aunt Eva, Uncle Hideyoshi, and Aunt Rosa all came over. The entire guest house party had gathered. However, Erika's gaze was captured by the portrait of the witch, and she simply stared at it for a while.
親父は200億相当の黄金を隠し持っていて、
Big money.
その隠し場所をあの碑文に記したって言われてる。
Perhaps it was too early for them all to disperse into their individual rooms, because the relatives who had returned to the guest house all gathered on the first floor, continuing their chat. The topic was the witch's epitaph, which Erica had taken an interest in.
魅力的な謎ですね。誰にでも見られるところに堂々と張り出し、私たちの知恵に挑戦する。そういう挑戦、大好きです。
It's a real brain teaser.
エリカちゃんは案外ノリがいいな。謎解きとか好きなのか？
面白そうじゃないですか。そういう挑戦。多分金蔵さんはあの碑文によって跡継ぎを選ぼうというつもりに違いありませんね。
When she said that, the adults stopped moving and slowly turned to face Erica.
どうしてそう思うの？
I mean, it's pretty obvious. Aunt Eva spoke with a coaxing voice, though every now and then there had been whisperings among the relatives that whoever solved the epitaph's riddle might be given the family inheritance. This had been no more than wishful thinking, since such a thing had never been specifically stated. And yet, though she had only read it once, this outsider had already reached that conclusion. How had she come to it? No, that's not the problem. If you solve the epitaph, you can become the next head. She wasn't trying to make it sound like wishful thinking, but an outright fact. So they closed in around Erica, asking why she was so sure.
大富豪が謎を解いた者に富を譲るというのは割とよ
Is it?
くあるシチュ
I
エー
don't think
ション
it's
で
that
す。
common. I also don't like that
そ
face.
して
It looks weirdly
ご
smug.
当主の金蔵さんはその碑文を新聞に載せたのではなく、お屋敷の中に掲示しました。つまりこのお屋敷の人間を対象にした謎だということ。
そうだよな。この屋敷の中である以上、この屋敷に出入りできない者には解きようがない。つまりこの屋敷の人間にじい様は挑戦してきたってわけだ。
All stuff we had already kind of figured out in previous games. Good.
良い思考です。あの碑文が屋敷内にあったという一時からでもその程度のことを読み取ることが可能です。
At first, this Furuto Erica girl seemed to be the fairly silent type, but that apparently wasn't the case. As she grew excited by a challenge to a game of wits, she became much more talkative than I'd imagined. She is, after all, the detective.
屋敷の中に碑文があるんは屋敷の人間に読ませるためってのは確かに道理や。
でも家督を譲る相手までも選ぶというのは言い切れるものなの？
この謎を解いて得られる宝がほんのささやかなものでしかないなら私もそこまでは思いません。
そうよね。隠された黄金の価値は200億。それはまさに後ろ宮家の財産そのも
Yeah,
のだ。
that's a lot.
それを受け継ぐということは後ろ宮家を引き継ぐことと限りなく同じ意味です。つまり碑文に込めた黄金の隠し場所という謎は後ろ宮家の実質的な後継者選びに他ならないということです。
The idea that the one who solved the epitaph would be chosen as the successor had been passed around by some of the relatives for a while now. However, since it had never been specifically announced, it was nothing more than an optimistic dream. Thinking this, they decided to abandon all consideration of this point until the details were made clear. I like this song, by the way. Erica had clearly declared that this uncertain point was, in fact, true. If one of the relatives had said it, people would have thought to be merely an optimistic dream. However, when this was declared by a complete outsider, those words seemed even more credible. Everyone remained silent for a while, slowly considering what those words implied.
ただ碑文がそこに存在するだけでフルドエリカはこの程度の
This level of reasoning is possible for Furuto Erica.
いかがでしょうか皆様方。
横やりで申し訳ねえけどさ、一応はうちの父さんが次期当主なわけだぜ。
I know she's so normal, isn't she, Pyropoyo? She's just so normal and smart.
見つけたら当主ってのは
I'm sure she won't be totally deranged any moment now. Jessica thought the treasure hunting part of the epitaph was really fun. However, she couldn't help but let her expression grow bitter once they started talking about undermining her father's position.
私の推理から演繹する限り、金蔵さんは次期当主のクラウスさんに円滑な当主継承を望んでいないと
It's
考えら
gotta
れ
be
ま
a
す。
fight. It's gotta be a challenge.
どうしてだよ。
莫大な財産を持つ後宮家の当主なら、政治的な意味で様々な影響力を持つことになるでしょう。ならば本来、その継承は厳格であり、一切の紛れが入るべきではありません。
Rykor, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the Rose Rabbit Army. We're hanging out with a very funny little girl. She's gonna solve the mystery for us. We don't have to do any work anymore.
うちの人の好きな戦国武将の話でもよくあるわ。後継ぎ候補が複数いたりすると、大抵
They all start poking each other with swords. That's why I'll just never die, so nobody has to fight over my throne. I'll rule forever.
だからトラブルを未然に防ぐためにしっかりと後継者を指名しておくのが大切なんや。時には競合する後継者を粛清することさえあるんやで。
The Sengoku commander Hideyoshi admired, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, I guess it's because they have the same name, made his son-in-law Hidetsugu commit seppuku. Kinda rhymes. But it was rumored that he might have done this to make Hideyori, who was his real son and born after Hidetsugu, his true heir. In other words, naming a successor was a way to make it generally known that a single unique person would be acknowledged by everyone, and a way to remove any chance of another person becoming an opposing candidate. Good.
まさにその通りです。あのような碑文の存在は、クラウスさんの次期当主の肩書きを危ぶませる意味しかありません。つまり、金蔵さんがクラウスさんに当主を円満に継承させたいと願うなら、あのような危険なものをわざわざ人目にさらす理由がないわけです。
そうね。チェス盤をひっくり返せば
Spin it!
確かに
Spin the chessboard.
当主は継承するけれども200億の黄金は譲れない。解けた誰かに譲るというのはおかしな話だわ。
Kinzo would pass on the title of family head, but he would only give up the 20 billion yen in gold to the person who solved the epitaph. You really couldn't call this passing on the headship in the truest sense.
そういうことです。
What is that face?
以上の推理により、
I want to see this face in
クラウスさ
Pachinko.
んを本当に後継者だ。ただ碑文がそこに存在するだけで。
Oh, it's not as funny. Disappointing. I like this version much more.
フルダエリカはこの程度の推理が可能です。
She keeps saying that.
いかがでしょうか、ジェシカさん。
なんだよそれ。何が推理だ。デタラメだ。こじつけだ。
Jessica let her emotions lay bare and glared at Erica. Erica, on the other hand, looked exceedingly calm with an expression that said, well, that's just the truth, right? I see. It's like she owned her with facts and logic. I see. It looks like table manners aren't the only way this girl is fitting for the Ushiromiya family. It seems she really does match the family, even when it'd be better if she didn't. Detectives have to have a catchphrase? I guess that's true. We've got elementary, my dear boy, and just one more thing. For Erica, this level of reasoning is possible for Furudo Erica.
エリカもそれくらいにしろって。
まあその後継者云々の話は置いといてもやな。いずれにせよお父さんからのビッグクエスチョン。
Yeah, and of course Battler has a Zen Zen Dameda.
200億やで。マリアちゃん、もし見つけたら何に使う？
おお、黄金鏡は黄金だけじゃない。
Oh right, she's gonna go on her weird witch rant. Uncle Hideyoshi kept trying to force himself to chuckle and improve the mood. Give the 20 billion to Maria. Honestly, she'd probably make better use of it than anyone else here. Everyone else tried to play along, but Jessica's mood didn't get any better.
エリカちゃんも非分の謎に挑戦してみたくなったのかい？
はい。
It'll be so funny when she solves it like frame 1.
灰色の脳細胞がうずきまくりです。ですので、謎解きを早速始めたいと思います。
Giorgiani Key smoothly turned the conversation around. Just like the time she'd made everyone laugh in the dining hall, Erika looked about with gleeful eyes and jumped at the chance.
気に入ったわ。せっかくエリカちゃんが面白がってくれてるんだし、また去年みたいにみんなで謎解きをしてみましょうよ。
Let's take another crack at it.
私コーヒー入れるわ。欲しい人は手を挙げて。マリアはダメよ。眠れなくなっちゃうでしょ。
This is like the first responsible things Rosa has actually done in this story, is not give caffeine to the 9-year-old girl.
マリアもブラック飲む。
Wait a minute, I feel like I'm being replaced.
ワクワクしません？こういう謎、私は大好きです。
Erika said that and smiled, though she must have known that she'd ticked Jessica off and made the atmosphere sour. She just smiled nonchalantly.
別に10月5日の事件を待たなくても
Use your brain, idiot!
あるってわけ。
I love Battler fading in, making the same face as his chessboard self. It's always so funny.
そりゃ、俺も何度か挑んださ。だが。
でもさっぱりわからなかったから投げ出して考えるのをやめた。でしょ。
It pissed me off, but I don't have a good counter for that. After all, I don't get the epitaph at all. I don't even know what the beloved hometown means, much less the parts about the Sweetfish River and the key. Thinking that a few more hints would show up if I waited, and I kept on waiting, and just stopped thinking.
あなたなりの答えは準備できてる。
Just take a stab at it, Battler. Take a guess.
私が今から解いちゃうから。
You're about to solve it? Alright, I guess she's just about to tell us the answer. Teacher's got the answer key.
ベルンはね、ここで非分の謎を解いちゃったのよ。さすが奇跡の魔女ね。解ける謎であるならば、難易度に関係なく必ず解ける。今度は解くのに何年かけたの？
失敬ね。かけらをほんの数百個ほど漁っただけじゃない。
やっぱり恐ろしいわ。
I feel like Burncastle is cheating though, because she's just looking at different fragments to one where the riddle was solved and just took the answer from them. It's not like she came up with the answer herself.
それは赤で答えをいきなり語るとか、そういうインチキじゃねえんだろうな。
安心なさい。あなたと同じプレイヤーとしてのルールにのっとってよ。じゃあ始めようかしら。ここじゃ狭いわ。海の上で話しましょう。
酔わないでね、バトラー。
海って。
Oh yeah, they're just going over the sea to make Battler uncomfortable. I thought the whole world had turned pitch black, and the next moment I was struck by a strange floating sensation. This must be what it feels like to suddenly have the floor drop from under you, sending you into a bottomless pit. When I looked, I saw that the two witches and I had been thrown into a pitch-black universe. In this space, every direction was covered in an endless darkness, and it felt like a limitless expanse filled with countless glittering objects. Some people might have likened it to the depths of an ocean wherein innumerable sparkling fragments drifted. Wow, wow, wow.
酔うなと言ったのに。
重力の概念が欲しいなら自分で生み出しなさい。ほら、落ち着いて私たちを見て。ほら、私たちは平気そうにしてるでしょ。足元に大地があって。
We're gonna run into X-Staff here in the void.
そうすれば安定できるから。
Yes, the two witches are standing normally, as if their feet were planted on transparent pieces of glass. I'm the only one floating about like someone in a rapidly plummeting elevator. When I saw that they were doing just fine, I started calming down, figuring that there was no need to be scared. Then, just as Lambda Delta said, I gritted my teeth and kept telling myself that there was a place to stand here, and that I had to stay calm.
お上手お上手。あんたの名前は？
後ろ宮バトラー。他の誰に見えるよ。
オッケー。自分の意志、感情、姿や形を決して喪失してはダメよ。ここは海なんだからね。意味を喪失すれば永遠の深淵に落ちて海の藻くずよ。気をつけなさい。
I don't get what Lambda Delta's saying, but I should calm down for the time being. It seems that I regain my equilibrium the more I calm down. Gradually, that weird floating feeling like I was falling forever began to disappear. It felt strange still, like trying to stand up straight at the bottom of a deep pool, but it was much better than before. Alright, let's solve the epitaph, I guess. I guess we're doing this now. Burncastle opened both of her hands. Then, like a planetarium, all of the fragments throughout this empty space began to spin, leaving trails behind them. Spin! The expression planetarium might have been surprisingly fitting. Multiple fragments were tied together by gold lines, and what looked like constellations zoomed by us rapidly, one after another. It felt almost as though we were dashing through space at an incredible speed. Speed! Then, with tails of light drifting behind them, several brightly glowing fragments whirled around Burncastle. It looked almost like she'd recreated her own solar system, with her as the sun. That solar system surrounding Burncastle grew to a large radius enough to swallow us up. And every once in a while, one of those satellites fragments zoomed right past me. Oh, hang on. Memories of different times and places. When those fragments passed by me, it felt as though some kind of memory welled up inside me. So I sensed it. These fragments are probably like a crystallization of memories.
記憶じゃないわ。世界のかけらよ。まあ、あんたには記憶のように感じられるだろうけどね。
では始めるわ。まずは。
I guess, yeah, we are in the answers arc, so it's time for some answers. One of the satellites in this solar system was slowly sucked into an inward trajectory with Burncastle at the center. After drawing a spiral and approaching her, it settled down on the palm of Burncastle's outstretched hand. Then it glittered brightly, painting over the world with pure white. Oh, hi! I remember this part. Way back in episode 3.
お父様が唯一懐かしむ過去は少年時代だけだも
の。覚えてるぞ。これは第3のゲームでエヴァおばさんが秘文の謎を解く直前に
Or whatever.
自分の中の魔女とやらとの考察だ。
I think Battler is carefully made to be just slightly dumber than the average reader, but still have very similar reactions. Like, that's what I would think. She was talking it over with the witch that's inside her, or whatever.
そうよ。そしてこの考察から彼女は正解を紡ぎ出した。つまり正解へ至る
Right, yeah, I figured as
重要な
much.
ヒントを示すかけらということ。つまりこの推理は間違ってい
This is the correct theory.
つまり懐かしき故郷とやらば何かの比喩でも何でもなく、そのままじい様が少年時代を過ごした故郷と読み取っていいという。
そういうこと。そして少なくともそれは小田原ではないわ。
生まれは確かに小田原だけど。
But it wasn't where he grew up.
兄弟たちは全員同じ場所で認識してるわ。
He probably I mean, I don't know. They never mentioned another place, but my idea was always that it was just Rokonjima itself. Like, he didn't consider himself like a real person until he got Rokonjima. That's my theory, but maybe I'm about to be proven wrong.
聞いた話ではとても楽しい少年時代だったそうよ。
そうだな。エヴァおばさんたち兄弟は小田原であることを否定していた。いや、それどころかみんなはじい様の故郷がどこか察しているようだった。
そう。そして意地悪なことに、それがどこなのかはどのかけら
Yeah, this is something that even Battler wouldn't know because he doesn't know Kenzo well enough.
そりゃそうでしょう。それを教えてあげちゃったらヒントが過ぎちゃうわ。難易度の高い謎でなきゃ意味がないんだ。
If it wasn't a hard riddle, there'd be no point to it.
あらいけない。これもヒントになっちゃうわね。
Intriguing.
一体じい様の故郷というのはどこだったんだ。それがわからなくちゃ始まらない。
始まらないから思考を停止したわけ。住み得た場所である以上、それは有限の範囲内だわ。
Well, it's not like we can just guess. It could be anywhere in Japan.
まあ、ここが一番辛いところなんだけれど。
お前は確
But
か
I still think it's Rokonjima itself.
解ける謎である限り絶対に解ける魔女だった。つまりお前はその有限の範囲内、つまり地球上のすべてからじい様の住んでそうな土地をすべて想定して考えた。
そうしてもいいけれど、それじゃあ時間がいく
Yeah,
らあっ
that's
ても
like
足りないわ。
that's too hard to compute. She's not a computer battler.
だからさらにヒントを加味して答えを絞る必要があった。
All right, let's look at the other hints I probably forgot about.
自分で言ったじゃない。水の流れる川かどうかわからない。
Uh-huh.
あゆという言葉がそんなにもややこしいなら忘れてしまえば。川で考えるの。川で。家系図という連想は悪くないわ。そのよう
This was also one of the reasons I think it's Rokonjima
考
itself.
えてみて。故郷を貫くあゆの川。しかしその川は
Right.
本当の意味での川ではない。
Like, I thought it was the path to Kuodorian.
川から連想できる他のものを考えたわ。
そうだな。しかし川じゃないならあゆって何なんだ。
考えなさい。故郷を貫く川。でも水の流れる川じゃないわ。川のようにも例えられるもの。懐かしき故郷を貫くあゆの川。エヴァは故郷がどこか分かってたからあゆというヒントを切り捨てて考えたけど、故郷を知らない私たちにはヒントになりうるかもしれないわ。
Women with
悩み
guns.
すぎたわ。あゆなんて大した意味ないじゃない。
そんなことないわよ。立派なヒントだったじゃない。
Hinto, doesn't it?
まあ確かにあゆである必要はなかったかもね。
あゆって何なんだ。川が言葉通りの川でない以上、あゆだってもちろん泳ぐ魚を意味した。
Milfs are always pointing guns at each other, it's true.
そうね。その上ローザに至ってはあゆに大した意味はないとまで言い捨ててるわ。
その一方でエヴァはあゆである必要はないが。
Right, the sweet fish is also a metaphor, like the river itself.
つまりあゆは何かを想起させる鍵だということ。その何かが他の単語であっても想起できるなら、エヴァの言うあゆである必要はないがという言葉につながってくる。
From these thoughts, Aunt Eva formed some theory, went to the library, looked through some books, and verified that she was right. In short, Aunt Eva formed some theory about the true nature of the Sweetfish River running through a hometown. Then, she opened a certain book to determine whether that theory was correct or not. In other words, this theory was something that could be verified through some kind of book. Also, after she figured out what the Sweetfish River was, she figured out the rest of the riddle very quickly. See a village. Yeah. But she was able to piece it together by solving the river part. She looked in some sort of atlas, I remember. Right before my eyes, the pieces that I had been able to understand at all began to snap into place all by themselves. I couldn't even remember to close my open mouth. My throat grew completely dry. Is it really okay for this to be the answer? Really? Really?
つまり故郷を貫く鮎の川が分かれば自動的に川を下れば里あり云々が分かって黄金鏡の鍵が手に入るってわけだ。そういうことよ。エヴァもその書物を読んで確かめるまでは川を下った里のことは分からなかったみたいだし。くそ。その書物って何なんだ?
It's hard. It's a tough one. It was an atlas, you said, I think. An atlas of Rokujima, maybe? See, this was the hard part, because she's talking about kanji, and I don't know Japanese. This is what probably made it extra hard for English-speaking people such as myself. Wasn't it a bit strange that Kinzo, of all people, had a taste for a crayonet? Something... Huh. Oh, right. Yeah, okay. So maybe it's... What did they say it was from? I don't even remember. Like... I forget where they said that was from. It was someplace, Kraus and Natsuki went together.
それを疑ってはダメ。それが信じられないなら、とっとと泣き寝入りでもして、
Sri Lanka, yeah.
死んじゃえば。
Maybe is it like that? I must be thinking of something else, like some legend about Sri Lanka, that it holds some mystical place.
6文字。見つけた。これが黄金鏡への鍵。
そしてエヴァは黄金鏡への鍵を見つけたわ。
ああ。
Yeah, I think we get the English-speaking debuff, and also the debuff of just not being privy to a lot of information the family is inherently privy to. I think there's a possibility that you can solve it before this moment, but it's very difficult. Like, I didn't feel bad about not being able to solve it. It's not that I stopped thinking about it, though. I'm not like Battler. I always tried to, like, puzzle it over whenever it came up, but... Offer the 6 chosen by the key as sacrifices. Right, the 6 characters. You get rid of the characters. Getting rid of the characters is what reveals something, not the characters themselves. Yeah, even Eva had to, like, look in an atlas to get the geography right. In other words, it means to sacrifice the 6 characters chosen by the key on the first Twilight.
この鍵がある特定の6人を指し示す。いえ、ある特定の6つを指し示すというべきね。もしこれが文字通りに生贄を捧げろという意味でないなら。
But this is also a thing I was mentioning before, where I became less concerned with the literal riddle over time and more just what it meant to different people. Like, it means something different to Kinzo, and it means something different to Beatrice.
アナグラム？文字遊びのことかな。
Like, there's like 3 meanings to it. The literal, like, kind of treasure map aspect of it, where it takes you to the gold. Then it means something like personal to Kinzo as well, and also something personal to Beatrice. Yes, Kyrie-san has been thinking that way ever since that moment.
第2の番に残されし者は
Right, you get rid of 6 characters in whatever word this is,
というこ
and
とは少なくとも
2
その
characters
何かは
remain, which make a
有
new
限の文字
meaning.
数なのよ。そこから6文字を抜いて残った文字で話を進めろと読み解けるわ。
So it's like a word with at least 8
第一
characters.
の番に6文字以上の文字列から鍵である6文字を殺し残った文字でどうにかしろという意味なんだ。
そういうこと。ただ当時の切り絵も言ってる。ならば何から6文字を殺せばいいのか。
You've heard of exactly one English-speaking person solving an epitaph? That's not surprising. This is very difficult if you don't know kanji, and still pretty difficult if you do. On the first Twilight, kill the 6 characters that are the key. On the first Twilight.
つまり第一の番という時点でもう何かの文字列が
Right,
存在する
so
という
this is what Kyrie also talked about. If it's saying the 6 characters are already there by the first Twilight, they must be in the earlier part of the riddle somehow.
しかし第一の番じゃ4文字しかない。他の読み方か。G 様風に英語で読むなら The First Night.
Uh-huh. Yeah, this is a tough nut to crack. A tough archaea nut to crack.
バトラさんのその考え。
Hey, why are you talking to me?
鍵の選びし6人の生贄を6文字の文字列と呼ぶ。
You're not part of this. Go back to the game board.
鍵が鍵の形状をしたものとは限りませんから。
アナグラムの可能性は
I guess we're
私
to
も考えてる。
assume that Battler has been talking basically the same way inside the game board the whole time.
そういや以前そんなことを言ってたな。しかしだとしたら何から6文字を抜くんだ？
そうね。6文字も抜く以上、それ以上の文字数だわ。第一の番を6文字以上にどう読み解けばいいのかしら。
See, like, you can tell even the translators had a hard time with this because they just have to list the actual Japanese
お父
kanji.
様のセンスなら
Like, it's not really translatable.
行き詰まるようなら先に第2の番に進みヒントを探してみましょう。残されし者は寄り添う2人を引き裂け。
The two who are close.
残されし者は6文字を抜いた後に残った文字だと考えてよいでしょう。
となると寄り添う2文字とはどういう意味になるんだろうね。
そうか。
Yeah, I read, there was like an excerpt from an interview with Ryukishi I read a while ago where they asked him how he felt about like so many people around the world reading the game, and he was like, yeah, Umineko was hard to read even for people who are native Japanese speakers, so it was cool to me that people got into it who are not Japanese speakers, and that was like that's partially what led me to think, all right, well, I'm just not going to worry about solving the epitaph too much.
わかったぜ。つまりはこういうことだ。
For example, let's take the following list of 9 characters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then let's say the 6 characters offered as a sacrifice are 1, 3, 6, 7, 8, and 9. In this case, we erase the aforementioned characters from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 and get x2, x4, 5, xxxxx.
2と4と5が抜く。
And 4 and 5 are the two who are close.
それでどうなるってんだ
4と5寄り添ってる。
Kinzo made the epitaph in weird old Japanese. Ah, it's like writing it in old English.
そうか、わかったで。つまり寄り添いし2人っちゅうんは
4 and 5, yeah.
そうさ。2と4は間が空いているが、4と5は
So whatever word we take the 6 characters out of, there will be 2 characters that are close to each other. And then we tear them apart? I don't know what that really means.
バトラさん、引き裂くという意味が4と5も潰せという意味なのか、4と5の間を開けと言っているのかは分かりかねますが、その着眼は良いと思います。
Good.
なら第3の番の残されし者は誉れ高き我が名を称えよってのは何だと思う？
文字遊びである可能性が高い以上、それもまた
Right, so whatever characters are left after you've eliminated 6 and torn 2 apart, they do something with the name. They interact with Kinzo's name or maybe Beatrice's somehow.
難しいね。どういう意味だろう。
Again, this is all about wordplay, so maybe putting those characters, combining those characters with the characters of that name makes a new word.
どなたかわかる方は？私は多分わかっちゃいました。
何教えなさいよ。
これもアナグラムか。
またしてもグッド。
グッド。
バトラさんはなかなか発想が柔軟です。
Yeah, that's what I was saying before Collapse Vigil, that it involves knowing a lot about Kinzo's personal history that we're just not privy to.
アナグラムって
Like the thing with the nuts was obviously a hint, but it's a very tiny hint.
ということは、
つまり残った文字を入れ替えると何かの単語ができるという意味じゃないかしら。
だな。とすると、ちょいと勇み足
Oh,
な
please do
形だ
tell
が
us, Battler.
俺は第一の番に間引く大元の文字数は
Alright, well,
11
what's
文字じゃ
11
ないかと想定
characters
する。
long on...
またしてもお見事。私も同じ見解でした。
どうしてよ。
So we removed 6 characters, there's 5 left. Maybe he's saying this because the characters for Kinzo's name are in there?
どうして11文字なんて言えるんや。
Kinzo or Beatrice, I'm not sure.
生贄を一人殺すというのは、文字を一文字潰すことを意味すると思われます。
Yeah, there's obviously like a theme here of revealing how little this family knows about their own father, grandfather.
11文字。この引き裂けが
Right.
2文字を
Yeah,
潰
yeah, yeah,
すという
okay.
意味なら13文字になると想定されます。なぜなら、その後の第4の番から第
Kill,
8の番にかけて5回殺せという記述が出るからです。そしてその次の第9の番で
Right, so if we kill the remaining characters, that would be 5, which means 5 plus 6.
魔女が蘇るって部分をとりあえず無視するなら、これは
So whatever word we're looking for is 11 characters long.
寄り添った文字を割いて、さらに5文字潰したら、ぴったり文字がなくなるという意味ではないかと考えたんだ。
So that makes 6 plus 5, or 11 characters. If tearing apart the two who are close in the second Twilight means to kill both of them, that makes 6 plus 2 plus 5, or 13 characters. There's a chance the word symbolizing the first Twilight has 11 or 13 characters, which would significantly narrow down whatever word we're looking for. Wait, it couldn't be that easy, could it?
実にお見事です。私とまさに同じ推理。バトラさんもどうやら私と同じ。
Little gray cells. He's only got a couple, though.
よせやい。適当だぜ、適当。おいおい、なんだよこれ。駒の俺は随分と頭が
Why is he smarter than me, the real me?
おかげで俺の推理する出番がねえぜ。
ああ、ごめんなさい。バトラはこの時不在だったから私の方で勝手に
That's why you seem smarter than usual. I was talking through him.
切れ者っぽくていいでしょ
あんたはベルにプレイヤーをしてもらった方が賢そうに見えるわ。
Doing04. What a wonderful doing, Chu. Welcome to the Rose Rabbit Army. I joined in on this game partway through, well after the first murders occurred on October 5th. That means the piece called Me was controlled by the player, Burncastle. So I guess that means it's possible for Burncastle's reasoning to be announced through my mouth. The game I'm watching now is nothing more than a replay of a part that's already ended. However, that's probably good enough for now. After all, this Burncastle-sama is going out of her way to solve the epitaph for me. I'll watch closely for now, and stop thinking. And I'll try to find out what it means. Lambda Delta let it slip herself just a second ago.
そりゃそうでしょう。それを教えてあげちゃったらヒントが過ぎちゃうわ。難易度の高い謎でなきゃ意味がないんだから。
Be no point.
これもヒントになっちゃうわね。
Because if it was easy, then it wouldn't, like, the gold would have been found long ago. Which means, you know, obviously we already knew this, but the gold's on the island. If the riddle was easy, then anybody could have stumbled into the gold. This theory about Grandfather creating the epitaph in order to choose a successor isn't bad at all. Erica and Burncastle's logic is extremely reasonable. But that's only if we assume Grandfather was the one to create it. He was probably alive at the time the epitaph was displayed, but of course, Grandfather is already dead by 1986. And in the games up until now, Beatrice threatened us repeatedly with her letters, saying that the only way to survive was to solve the epitaph, and trying to force us to solve the riddle. In other words, it was Beatrice's intention, her hope, that we would try solving the riddle of the epitaph. See, now we're getting into what I talked about earlier, which is that the riddle means something different to Beatrice, too. The epitaph's so confusing that, in most cases, the relatives never seriously tried solving it until the threatening letters started to arrive. That's why Beatrice fired the starting pistol that made us take a go at it. Why is Beatrice carrying out Grandfather's will after his death? Like the theory proposed in the first game, is Beatrice really Grandfather's confidant, who's following his orders even after his death and trying to select the successor with the riddle of the epitaph in Grandfather's stead? If she did that, it would mean Beatrice really was Kinzo's trusted underling, the family alchemist she claimed to be in that letter. After Grandfather's death, Beatrice managed the 10 tons of gold and took the title of alchemist. She was entrusted with the epitaph's riddle, and without ever embezzling the gold, she waited for a human fitting to be the successor to appear and solve it. And if that human didn't appear within a set time limit, would that be game over? Certainly, Aunt Eva, who solved the riddle in the third game, became the only survivor and, automatically, the final head of the Ushiromiya family, inheriting everything. Up until now, no one has ever survived past October 5th, except Aunt Eva, the one who solved the epitaph. That was the only case where Beatrice let anyone survive. Is Beatrice's loyalty to Grandfather the thing that drove her? Was she so loyal that she faithfully carried out some terrible order? To kill everyone if the epitaph wasn't solved? I must not stop thinking. Don't stop thinking. Don't just think of the riddle itself. Think about why it's significant. Why is Beatrice telling us to solve the epitaph? Why is she making us solve such a confusing epitaph? If Beatrice makes us try and solve this epitaph, we have no real chance of surviving. Solving, and by some lucky chance, a miracle occurs and someone is able to solve it, what significance would that have to her? I don't know what such a miracle would be worth to Beato. It must be worth something to the real Beato outside of the game board too. We tried looking at it from several different angles, but in the end, we got stuck there and made no further advances. Maria let out an extra large yawn. Oh no, Oomphy is eepy. This caused several other people to yawn. We'd been using our heads so much that everyone had gotten a little sleepy. Jessica, who'd been silent and irritated the whole time, quickly stood up.
私はマリアと一緒に上へ行ってるぜ。
Finally, an excuse to leave.
テレビでも見てる。
そうだね。僕も上がるよ。そうだ。みんなで上でトランプでもしようか。
When George proposed this, Maria completely forgot about the big yawn of hers and started jumping around, insisting that she wanted to play cards. According to the clock, it was already 10 at night. It was already about the time you'd normally take a bath and get ready for sleep. Even the adults seemed pretty weary from traveling. We decided to continue this later and went our separate ways.
エリカちゃんも一緒にどう？トランプ。
お気持ちだけで結構です。客人の分もわきまえず、ちょっと仕切りすぎました。
Nah, we were just having a good time letting you solve that thing for
今夜はおとな
us.
しく休もうと思います。自分が遭難者であることをすっかり忘れていましたから。
まったくだぜ。とても溺れてたとは思えない元気さだ。
若さね。でも楽しかったわ。あなたのおかげで推理が一層進んだ気がする。もし私が黄金を見つけたら100万円くらい分けてあげるわ。
How generous?
せめて気前よく1億ぐらいドーンとは言えんのか。
結構です。私に興味があるのは謎解きだけですので。それではこれで失礼します。おやすみなさい。
おやすみ。
あら、バトラ君は上に行かないの？
俺はちょっと面白くなっちまったんで、もう少しここで考えをまとめてみます。第一の番を示す文字列さえ分かれば、
Oh, I like this version of the main theme.
一気に道は開けると思うんすけどね。
Everyone went up to the second floor one by one. Only Aunt Rosa remained behind, cleaning up the coffee cups everyone had been drinking out of. Kyrie-san and some of the others had offered to help, but Rosa had refused and was washing them all alone. Since I'd just been treated to such delicious coffee, I decided to help too. I wasn't just doing it because I felt obligated. I wanted to keep discussing the epitaph with someone.
第一の番、第一の番。ローザおばさんはなんか思いつく文字列とか言葉あるっすか？
さあ、私には全然。でも第一の番じゃなくて第10の番はちょっと気になったかしら。
That's what she said in episode 3 too.
第10の番
If I remember right.
何ですか？
This was the angle she came at it in episode 3 if I remember right.
何度も出てくるでしょ。
出てきますね。
なぜか第10の番だけ旅は終わり黄金の今日、いえ黄金の里へ至るだろうって書かれているの。どうしてここだけ黄金の里と書かれているのか気になってね。
本当だ。確かに。他はみんな黄金鏡って書かれてるのに。
But he chose not to because it must mean something. That line should have been a key part of the riddle, where you wouldn't expect the writer to waste words needlessly. Could it have been done for some special purpose?
しかし、バトラ君とあのエリカ
You're
ちゃんとは
smart
すごいわね。
cookies, Battler-kun.
発想が本当に柔らかい。私なんかもうおば
They
さんだから
bend like taffy.
頭が全然回転しないのよ。今日の鍵の選び師6人は6文字を間引けという意味だという推理は見事だったわ。そう聞かされちゃったらもうそうにしか思えないけれど、それまでは全然そうだと思わなかったものね。自分の頭の硬さが嫌になるわ。
そんなことないっすよ。ローズおばさんだって頭十分柔らかいっすよ。
I think your mind is still very stretchy, Aunt
そう、
Rosa.
黄金の里って発見は何かの鍵になるかもしれないじゃないっすか。
とんでもない。カチカチ。
Play with it. Kind of stretch it in my hands.
私
Like
なんて
Gak.
ついこ
Anybody
の
know?
間まで
Anybody
は
remember Gak?
第一の番というのは
Not Gacked.
黄金鏡までの道
The
中は
Japanese
十分
J
な
rock
一
star
の場所だ
Gak.
とか思ってたん
No
だけ
T
ど
at the end.
なんすかそれ。面白そうだから聞かせてくれませんか？
だって第一の番の前の行に黄金鏡へ
You loved Gag? No, now I know you're a real one.
そして10日をかけて旅をするわけだから、これはその旅の途中のお話なんだろうと思ったの。
旅
A journey. It's one of my favorite bands. Break those
それで
chains that
旅を始
bind
めて
you.
最初の一晩目のキャンプで6人を生贄に捧げて。ならその場所ってどこだろう。スタート地点から何キロ目なんてね。内緒よ。
Don't tell anyone, Battler. Don't tell anyone that I am solving the riddle on my own.
ずっと黄金の京って読んじゃってて。ほら、京って言うと京都みたいでしょ。だからお父様の故郷から京都までの旅路の最初の10分の1の地点に
10
何か
days
秘
away.
密が隠されてるんじゃないかって思って。
いや、めちゃくちゃ斬新っすよ、その発想。10日をかけての旅の最初の一番目の場所、そこの地名が鍵か。
それを知るにはスタート地点とゴール地点がわからないとね。
Yeah, that's the tough part.
スタート地点は分かってるの。お父様が懐かしむ故郷は分かってる。お父様は少年時代をとても遠方で過ごされたのよね。でも問題はゴールの黄金鏡ね。
Is it Sri Lanka then? Because he likes the nuts.
一体どこのことなのかしら。
Why would Kinzo be in Sri Lanka as a kid?
それが分からなきゃ私の説もさっぱり。
And where would he travel 10 days to?
長いことここで行き詰まってたんだけど。
Unless I was right originally and that end goal is Rokunjima itself.
勘違いだったんだわって思い知ったわ。
いや、それはそれできっと面白い。
Could you travel from Sri Lanka for 10 days to Rokunjima?
スタートとゴール10日間の旅、その最初の一晩目の到達点。
案外バトラ君ならポロッと解けちゃったりしてね。もしおばさんのヒントで解けたなら1割の半分でもいいから分けっこしてね。
5% of 220 billion is a
約
lot.
束よ。
Despite being my aunt, she gave me a small smile and a wink, which would have made a man's heart jump. As I helped her wash the coffee cups, I kept pondering the epitaph's riddle in silence. It's really hard, yes. It's a really hard riddle. After I finished helping Aunt Rosa, I passed through the corridor on the way to my bedroom, and saw Erica unlocking the door to her room on my path.
あんたの部屋は2階じゃなかったか？てっきり上に上がってもう部屋で休んでるのかと思ってたぜ。
ちょっと探し物をして
Yeah, I know Sri Lanka is near India, but I mean, if you're going by boat in a straight line to Rokunjima, which is off the coast of Japan, I don't know, it might be possible in 10 days.
ここにならあるのではないかと思いまして。
She must be looking for that atlas that Eva found.
探し物？
Erica unlocked the door and opened it. A dusty smell drifted out. It was the library. For a library, the gaps between bookshelves were extremely small. This was obviously built for storing books, not reading them.
探し物ってのは本なのか？
本と言いますか、まあ資料です。どうしてもしたい調べ物がありまして。
碑文の謎に関する探し物か？まだ諦めてなかったとは殊勝なこったな。
She's tenacious, this Erica.
200億の黄金は魅力か？
I hadn't given up either. Apparently, being stubborn is something we both share.
まさか私にとって興味があるのは
It's the only thing she's interested in, henchbuns. The only thing. She has no ulterior motives whatsoever.
黄金を求めるのは推理が正しかったことの証明が欲しいからだけです。仮に見つけても猫ババなんてしませんのでご安心を。
She immediately cast my comment aside, saying that she just liked solving riddles and had no interest at all in the gold. She seems trustworthy. I thought she was pretty weird from the start, and it looks like that impression was spot on. Erica slowly circled the bookshelves, searching for the book she was after.
自分の謎解きなら俺もまだ挑戦中だぜ。ああ、そうそう。さっきローザおばさんに第一の番のヒントになるかもしれない。面白い。
伺います。
Oops. I didn't mean to press spacebar, but I accidentally did. Erica asked this without stopping her search or even turning to face me.
第一の番にの前の行に鍵を手にせし者は以下に従いうんぬんってのがあったろ。
鍵を手にせし者は以下に従いて黄金鏡へ旅立つ。
Right, so each twilight itself is like a stop on a journey.
ふう。もう暗記したのかよ。
Got it memorized?
さすがだな。
それがどうかした
It's a
んで
little
すか？
something for the Kingdom Hearts fans in the audience.
黄金鏡へ旅立つべしだろ。ローザおばさんは第10の番、すなわち10日をかけて懐かしき故郷から黄金鏡へ向けて旅に出るということを連想したらしい。
Going on a 10-day journey.
実はそれは私
Of
も
course
気
you
づい
have.
てました。10日かかる旅路の1日目にたどり着く場所、そこから生贄を捧げる。
Is Sri Lanka 11 to 13 characters in Japanese? I doubt it.
面白い推理だと俺も思う。10日の旅の初日にたどり着く場所、その土地、もしくは地名が鍵になるんじゃねえかってな。
地名が鍵になるのではないかという推測は私もしています。だから資料が見たいんです。推測を確信に変えるために。
It's almost like she's some sort of witch of certainty.
あんた、探し物は何なの？
Then Erica's hand suddenly stopped, and she slowly pulled it out. As she dusted it off, she finally looked at me and spoke.
地図帳です。
It's an atlas. What time is it? 10 o'clock. They're really dragging out the suspense on this one. We're in a totally different scene before we get to the atlas. I'm going to take a very short break. I'll be right back. Just gonna refill my water because my throat's getting a bit scratchy, but it'll be just a moment, so please wait patiently. See you in a minute or two. I returned to you, my lovely hench bunnies. Let's continue. I'm eager. I want to get back to it. I want to know more. Feed me more knowledge. Natsuhi could be seen in the study. When she muttered as though to herself, gold butterflies appeared and formed the shape of a person. Oomphy.
楽観はできんぞ。このままぼんやりと過ごし、明日をしのげるとは思えない。
やはりお父様が不機嫌で出てこないというだけではごまかしきれませんか。
去年の時点で相当の不信を持たれていたようだ。それにより膨れ上がった毒素は今やとぐろを巻くかのようにこの書斎を取り囲み
Gotta watch out. That toxin is powerful stuff. The anti-magic
去年から
toxin.
疑われていただけではないでしょうな。
Oh, hi, Virgilia. You're here now too, I guess.
それだけでは説明がつかないくらいに毒素は濃密に練り上げられています。おそらく金蔵様の死を去年の時点から疑い、今年の会議にて暴こうという強い意志があったに違いありません。
Rudolph and Eva. Yeah, mostly Eva, I guess.
去年の時点から騙しきれていなかったということですか。
残念ながらそうお考えになる方が今はよろしいかと。明日も台風はとどまり、迎えの船は明後日になります。つまりあと最低でも36時間を持ちこたえねばならないということです。
夏日の目には見えぬであろうが、この部屋を閉ざす密室
Shaky now. It's all got cracks in it. It's not looking good.
それが今夜だけ
Can't
でボロボロに
blast
す
her
り
over
切
that.
れ、嵐を待つ枯葉のようなありさまだ。
いいえ、まさに嵐の真っ只中にあります。
Quite literally, we're in a typhoon.
夏日様、私は密室結界を別のものに変えることを提案いたします。
You gotta start murdering people, Nazi. You gotta distract them with
別の
that.
ものというのはどういう意味ですか。つまり作戦を変えるという意味ですか。
Just time to switch to start shooting people. Can't keep up the ruse much longer.
私とワルギリア様で去年のものに近い結界を再構築します。
つまり去年のように金蔵を極力書斎の外に出し、毒素の影から影へと
Weaken the
綱渡りを
Kinzas.
さ
Let's
せるという
go.
ことだ。危険ではあるが、わらわもそれを提案したい。
何ですって。今さら作戦を変えるというのですか。牢城では切り抜けられぬと分かった以上、城を捨てることも考えねばなりません。
この書斎はもはや敵兵に囲まれ城壁さえも破られかけた城に同じ。ザセは死を
Yeah,
意
we
味
just
する
gotta
なら
puppet them around.
玉
Weaken the
砕を
Kinzas
求めて
it.
最後の出陣をするのも手でしょうな。降伏できぬ戦いでしょうから。
お父様の秘密は最後の最後まで絶対に死守します。それを蹴取られれば言い繕う余地など何もない。主人の怨霊は白日のもとにさらされ、後ろ宮家の名誉は失墜します。断固としてそれだけは防がねばなりません。
落ち着け、分かっておるわ。クラウスの錬金術はじきに大勢を迎える。今年を乗り切ればなんとかなるのだ。だからうろたえるでない。
しかし去年と同じ手では無理だとして取った作戦がこの牢城なのですよ。一度は無理と切り捨てた作戦を再び選ぶのは愚の骨頂ではあ
No,
りま
see,
せん
that's how you know they'll never see it coming.
一体今さら
It's so
どういう
obvious
筋書きを作ると
that
いうの
they'll
です
fall
か。
for it.
それは私とロノウェイで用意します。お任せを。幻想を生み出すのは魔女たちの役目。夏日様はそのご許可をくださるだけで結構でございます。
お師匠様もロノウェもこういう時は実に頼れるぞ。片翼のわしの使用人どもも家具としては優秀だ。お師匠様たちが魔法を再構築すれば それを守るために働くだろう。
Virgilia is sort of competent,
今からでも決
except
し
when
て
Gap is
遅
in
く
the
はない。
room with her.
金蔵を書斎から出し、その幻想を歩き回らせよう。
その作戦を長く検討し、それでも有効なものが見出せなかったから籠城を選んだことを忘れましたか。急場にうろたえ、軽々しく当初の作戦を投げ出すなど愚かしいことです。
Natsuki really doesn't like sudden change.
しかし夏樹様、籠城ではもはやしのぎきれぬことは毒素の真っ只中でそれを感じ取っておられた夏樹様が一番ご存知のはずです。私は籠城の方針は変えずに、なんとか他の作戦を考えられないかと提案します。とにかくこの部屋を密室に保ちさえすれば、誰もお父様の存在を否定はできないのです。開けることのできぬ猫箱の中身を断定する
Yeah,
こ
the
とな
cat
ど
box!
何人にもできな
I
いのです
made it,
から。
I said it before! Kinzo is the cat in the box. They outright said it. I made that joke before that he has become the cat in the box, but he in fact is in fact the cat in the box. I'm so smart.
そうでは
I'm
あ
so
るが
smart for saying that before, hours before it was said in the game.
人間どもは不条理であるぞ。密閉した猫箱とてケーキの箱に群がるクロアリのように
Ooh, cake.
箱を食い
I
破っ
wish
て
I
中
had
に
some
入る
cake.
こともあり得る。
Which one of you is gonna buy me cake?
ベルンカステル教の駒も気になるしな。
エリカ様が晩餐の話題をさらってくださったのは幸いでした。おかげで今夜の親族会議をお開きにできる雰囲気を生み出してくれたのですが、普段のように即座に親族会議となっていたら、
I mean,
今夜にも結界は
I've
破ら
got
れていたかもしれ
cake
ま
like
せん。
that, but I don't have cake I can eat. That's what I was talking about.
しかしそ
Get
の
your
せい
mind out of the gutter,
より
you
濃密
freak.
に毒素は練り上げられました。明日まで練り上げられた毒素は密室結界をたやすく犯すでしょう。籠城を続けるにせよ、やめるにせよ、どちらにせよ、新しい作戦と結界を用意しなくては明日は乗り越えられません。密室結界を破るための何かの策があるのかもしれぬな、ベルンカステル教には。あのエリカというこまめ。
Fresh baked macadamia nut white chocolate cookies? That sounds good, honestly.
それを言えば、例の19年前の復讐とかいう謎の男、
Yeah, what's up with that?
ベルンカステル
Who
教の
is that
コマ
guy?
かもしれません。
From 19 years ago.
18のコマで均衡が取れていた盤面に望まぬコマが2つも追加された。イレギュラーが多すぎます。
There's no way he's here.
ベルンカステル教は東洋趣味が終わりだったな。日本のチェス、将棋ではゲーム中に駒を追加することもできるというではないか。ええ、可能ですよ。敵のキングの目の前に駒置き場より取り出したクイーンを置くことさえ将棋では許された切り札たる一手です。
I don't know how shogi works. I've never played that.
19年前を語る男はどうしているのでしょう。
Yeah, it's weird that Beato as the game board piece is like halfway. Like she knows about Burn Castle and Lambda Delta, but not the full reality.
この島のどこかにすでに潜んでいるというのでしょうか。あのエリカという少女が漂着と称して現れることができたのです。
Though that could also just be because Lambda Delta is playing her.
あの男もこの台風にもかかわらず
Lambda Delta is
島
the
のどこか
stand-in
に
for
上陸し
actual
息を
Beato.
潜めているのかもしれない。そして親族たちをもはや騙し切ることは難しく、どうしてこうもイレギュラーが重なるのですか。
That's a great question, honestly. It's almost like it's part of some greater plan.
この悪夢と偶然の奇跡をどう説明すればいいというのですか。
Natsuhi slammed the desk hard, held her head, and cringed at the pain from her overwhelming headache.
ベルンカステル教は奇跡を司る。あの御人の前にイレギュラーと奇跡は驚くにも値せぬぞ。
将棋は 確かにキングの真正面に敵の駒が突如現れることを認めたゲームです。ですが、だからこそそこに隙間を作らぬ完璧な陣形を作り、
Shogi
キン
seems
グを
hard.
守る芸術的な城を構築します。
ならばやはり籠城は正しいではありませんか。
こもりきれる籠城ならばいざ知れず、今はそれを期待できる段階にありません。
壁を背負わぬキングを詰めるのは難しく、四方を分けたキングを詰めるのはさらに困難だろう。ネズミで考えよ。カゴに閉じ込めたネズミを
Right, it
掴
can
む
just
こと
keep
はで
running
きる。
away.
しかし野に逃げ出したネズミを掴むことなど雲を掴むに等しい話よ。
夏日様、どうか検討することのご許可を。金蔵様が書斎をお出になり、気まぐれに屋敷内をかっ歩しながら親族の方々の目を逃れる、それが自然である筋書きを明朝までに考えます。
Weekend at Kinzo's.
危険では。それくらいならお父様がこの部屋で機嫌を損ねられていることを演じ続けた方が。明日にも親族の方々はこの書斎の前に詰めかけるでしょう。そこの扉一枚向こう側に詰めかけるのです。そこで夏日様は金蔵様と怒鳴り合いをしているかのようなふりを一体何時間続けられるというのですか。
Hello, Rusa.
不可能です。その不可能をなんとか36時間逃げ切らねばならないのです。
It's your girl, Virgilia. Oh, you like
そ
Virgilia?
れというならや
I
りま
know a few people who really like her. She's funny. She's funny when Gop is around.
私は後宮夏日、後宮家当主の妻です。それをやれというなら私は何日でもここで
Gop and Virgilia definitely has some weird Yuri stuff going on. She's a funny Zoner in Golden Fantasia. Nice. I'm looking forward to being able to play Golden Fantasia in, I don't know, a few months, I guess, whenever I finish the answer arcs. I can't be spoiled by the fighting game. Even Natsuhi realized that she could never manage it. But she no longer saw any chance of victory from a plan that involved an illusion of Kinzo walking around. Virgilia is the designated Fujo character? I haven't seen her exhibit any Fujo tendencies yet. There was that funny thing with the death flag counter in episode 4 though. Maybe she'll do more Fujo things later. She'll definitely go up in the ranks if she starts just being a weird Fujo though. That would be funny. It's in some other official media? Okay. Banging on the desk several times, with tears of rage streaming down her face, Natsuhi alternated between groaning from her headache and placing the blame on one thing or another. It made one feel that there must be some curse that made anyone who sat in that chair act that way. Yeah, she hasn't really talked about BL or anything. Virgilia's mostly just had like very tsundere actions toward Gop in 4. 4 is when she started acting funny. Mating, Shogi? Yo, we're mating?
相手のキングはない。決められた手数を逃げ切る以外に奥様に勝つ手はないのです。
その手数か。あと1日半もあるな。
I don't know, that's not that long.
多すぎます。
考えることをやめるでない。降参するでない。
I could do that.
愚痴はわらわが聞こうぞ。だから
Yeah, 4 definitely has all that goofy shit just to make the ending of it hit much harder.
そなたの絶対にこの苦難を乗り越えようという絶対の意志が。
I did really enjoy Krause's cross counter though.
それこそが
Hajime no Krause Hippo.
その魔力を失ってはならぬ。必ず乗り越えられると信じよ。きっと妙案は浮かぶ。だからそれを考えることを投げ出してはならぬ。
そうですね。わかっています。
Thank you for encouraging me, my imaginary Fen Beatrice, who is also my
私も乗
girlfriend.
り越えねば他の誰にも乗り越えられぬ困難なのです。
You ever just imagine women who encourage you?
そうとも。それを乗り越えてみせよと、そなたは金蔵に託されたのではないか。金蔵は、そなたなら託せると認めたのだ。
お父様。
Oh,
お父様。
there she goes, crying over Kinzo again.
お師匠様とロノウェが手は考える。もちろんわらわも考える。だが、主であるそなたの許可なくばそれも許されぬ。だからせめてそなたは戦う意志を捨てるな。諦めるな。
分かってます。分かってます。でも、
She's so sleepy.
疲れ切ってしまって。
And her head hurty.
頭痛が耐えられなくて。
Let's take ibuprofen together, Natsuki.
どうして私はこんなにも冷え切った書斎でたった一人で泣いているの。どうして主人は今。
Yeah, where is Kraus actually? Back when dinner ended, Kraus claimed to be dizzy and went to bed earlier. Oh, that's where he is. Of course, he had done this to get enough rest to ready himself for the long day ahead. But to Natsuhi right now, it felt as though he'd just gone straight to sleep and pushed the entire burden onto her. You're probably right about that, actually. However, complaining about such a thing would mean her failure as a wife. Isn't it a good wife's duty to work hard and put family first, even when her husband is resting? Filled with regret even at her anger towards her husband, unable to determine at whom she should be angry, Natsuhi continued to sob. If only Kinzo could just speak to her kindly at times like this. Pt.2 searched for him, but Kinzo had been nowhere to be seen in the study for some time now. Perhaps Natsuhi had noticed this as well, though she bragged that fighting alone and supporting from behind was the responsibility of a good wife. Without anyone to tell her that this really was necessary, she was now so frail that she couldn't even stop her own tears. But as Pt.2 was trying to think of words to console Natsuhi, Virgilia tapped her lightly on the shoulder. Sometimes, when words of consolation don't come from the mouth of the right person, they can do more harm than good. So Virgilia silently told Pt.2 that remaining silent was the best course of action, for now. Oh, hi, Gop. Here comes Gop to kill the mood.
今は慎みなさい。
Here comes Gop to do the exact opposite of what Virgilia said people should do.
部外者も客人もありません。発言を許します。
ありがとう。
What was that weird pop?
これは夏日が逃げる詰将棋だよね。詰将棋はどうして負けるの？キングがチェックメイトされるからでしょ？言われるまでもないわ。そして敵にはキングがない。だから夏日は自分のキングを逃がし続けるしかない。
なるほど、その手ですか。もうその時が来ましたか。
どういうことですか？
Time for murders?
何か手があるというのですか？
夏日はゴールドスミスの死を隠す一番最初に提案してるわ。それを使う時が来たということよ。
失踪ですか？
ああ。
その一手を親族会議の今。
Right, we're going. Eek, Grandpa's missing. Oh no!
危険すぎます。
But that's like a genie you can't put back in the bottle. Once they'd successfully resolved all of their problems, they would have to lay Kinzo to rest. And the best way to do that was to make him disappear. One day, Kinzo would go out into the forest and never return. They wouldn't be able to find him no matter how much they searched, so he would be declared missing.
さっきリーチェも言ったわ。野に逃れたネズミを捕まえることはできない。そして森に消えたゴールドスミスを
That bitch is gone.
それで言い逃れられると？この最も疑われた今にその一手を指すなど、まさに自殺に
It
も
would make
等しい
you
一
look
手
a
です。
lot more suspicious than you already do.
疑われるでしょう。まさに疑惑と呼ばれるに等しい。
On the other hand, they can't prove anything, so.
しかし、この書斎に 彼らが踏み込もうともぬけの殻、金蔵様を捕らえることは永遠に不可能で、その死はこれほどまでに疑わしいにもかかわらず立証す
36時間どころか永遠に金蔵の秘密を守ることができるんじゃない？もちろんそれにふさわしいリスクを背負うことになるけれど、その一手を指せば確かにこの場を乗り切ることはできようが、失う名誉も計り知れぬぞ。
Yeah, you're gonna lose a lot of face.
それでも確実にこの場を乗り切れる一手よ。もちろん疑惑を大きく背負うわ。でも死なない。
確かにそれはそうですが、
関東大震災で後宮家は本当だったら滅んでいるはずだったのよ。それを狂気の天才ゴールドスミスが再建して、あなたが守りたくなるくらいに立派に再建してみせたわ。
He did a good job with his 20 billion yens worth of gold.
なら今度はそれをあなたたち新しき投
I
資
don't know if
家
that
がやって
changes
み
with
せるべき。
inflation. Isn't the point of gold that its value remains the same? Or at least doesn't inflate or devalue as fast? Because there's only a finite amount of gold.
煽りじゃないわ。
Like, gold can't really inflate,
当
as
初
far
個
as I
人
know.
としての
I
覚
don't
悟
know,
を
economics are
私は
stupid.
聞いているだけよ。泥をすすってでも後宮家を守る覚悟があなたにはあるんでしょ？
あります。
今がその時よ。泥をすすって生き延びられるならいくらでも飲み干しなさい。あなたは苦害を這いずって生き延び、
You gotta crawl through the mud, Nazi.
この序列第33
Yeah,
の
most
ガー
places
プが
don't use the
そ
gold
れを
standard
約束してあ
anymore.
げるわ。ガープ。
Yeah, it's weird, because if you liquidate the gold, then it's worth less, because then it's just regular money that's subject to inflation. So, like, when you have a bunch of gold, the point is to not liquidate it unless you really, really need to. Like, it's an emergency fund, basically. It's more valuable as, like... It's like that wealth versus income thing. Gold is more valuable as, like, an asset than it is as a liquid asset, I guess. I don't know. Like I said, economics are stupid.
私がこのタイミングでここへ遊びに来た
Did the Ushiromiya gold pop the bubble? I don't know. It is a fucking lot of gold. It might. You liquidate 20 billion yen worth of gold and you're probably destroying the economy there in one fell swoop. Like, if you liquidate that all at once?
守ってあげる。後宮夏日。対価は不要よ。あんたに仕えてるリーチェからすでにたっぷり前払いされてる。
Yeah, that's how Majima did it. He stole the witch's gold. Gob may have seemed irresponsible, but she actually possessed a strong sense of duty. She was the kind of person who just couldn't leave someone in trouble alone.
前払い？はて、わらわがいつ？記憶にないぞ。あなたがどこにしまったか思い出せないマジックアイテムの数々。随分とちょろまかせてもらってるもの。
Stole your stuff, Pt.2.
見つからないのはやはりそなたの仕業だったか。返せ！幻の金髄賞とムーンステッキ返せ！
Moonstick? What are you, Sailor Moon?
つけて遊んでないのに。私から授けられる魔法と作戦はそんなところよ。ゴールドスミスを誰にも見つけられない世界へ私は隠すことができる。
Yeah, just toss the body into one of your
この魔法が
portals.
必要になったらいつでも言って。その直前まで夏日は他のもっと無難な作戦を
What is
思案
this
す
lady's
ればいい。
dress? She's a whore, which is fine. We respect whores in this stream, but she is a whore.
選択肢を残すことは心のゆとりを残すこと。心にゆとりなくして妙案も生まれぬものです。
Yeah, it's the latest fashions from the Seven Circles of Hell. She's from Hell. She's a demon. She goes shopping in Hell with Pt.2 all the time.
夏日様、夜は短くありません。ガープの手は最後の切り札とし、今は策を練りましょう。そのご
Viz made a bunch of free anime. Viz made Sailor Moon and a bunch of other free anime free on YouTube. I should check that out.
そして必ず成し遂げられるという信頼と魔力と絶対の信念を我らにお与えください。
I don't think it's a zipper, no. I think they're like frills. I do not, I mean, I can look at the pachinko. Maybe the pachinko makes it more clear what the white things are, but I think they're just frills. Yeah, they're frills. Her boob is even bigger in the pachinko, which is funny. That thing is vacuum packed. I like her little hat also. I think the little hat is cute.
あんたが信じれば私がそれを叶えるわ。あんたが疑えばそれも私が叶える。未来あなたが作る。
Your pause was too long, Gop. Sorry. Kinzo would disappear, and right in the middle of this family conference. Such a move would truly be a last resort. By burying this final trump card in her heart, Natsuhi decided that she would grope around for a different plan until the last second. After all, this long, long night has only just begun. Burn Castle and her piece had just as long to prepare as Natsuhi did. Yeah, I think Ryokishi has the same affinity for, like, weird gothic Lolita fashions that you can, like, find in magazines as Zoom. As Zune. Oh, he's still thinking.
これで完成だ。
なるほど。やはりえぐるとは。
Oh, okay, we weren't allowed to see it. We weren't allowed to see them figure it out still.
またしても私の推理は正解でした。
The feel of it this time was clearly different from the previous times, as though some sort of device had activated. However, as far as a quick glance could tell, there was no dramatic change, just as an entrance or some sort of opening. Apparently, they would need to do just a little more before they could find it.
すげえよ、お前は。これで本当に黄金が見つかったら、俺とお前で山分けだな。
知的興奮を楽しめただけで十分です。
Sure, yeah, sure.
私が好きなのは謎解きだけ。報酬はそれが正しかったことの証明だけで十分です。
She shrugged it off, implying that just seeing the gold would be enough. Then she crouched down, peering fixedly at the locking mechanism. It's definitely no mistake to say this girl really loves solving riddles. For her, treasure hunting is all about the delicious process of exposing secrets. So she has no interest whatsoever in getting the treasure for herself and becoming a billionaire.
なるほど。よくもこんな仕掛けを。あなたたちの不運は私をこの島に迎えたことでしたね。ただ碑文がそこに存在するだけで。フルドエリカは
This level of reasoning is possible for Furudo
い
Erika.
かがでしょうか。皆様方。
What do you think, everyone? As she said this to the now exposed contraption, she grinned. Who is she talking to? Her smile was triumphant, but it was more fully characterized by the small bit of unpleasant disdain contained within. After solving the riddle, she was probably reveling in the pleasure of having won against the one who had proposed it, and she enjoyed her ability to scoff at this person now.
これで黄金が見つかれば、次期当主はクラウスさんでなく。
Isn't that exciting, Battler? You'll be the successor. It'll definitely be you.
どうだろうな。
クラウスさんってちょっと傲慢な方じゃないですか。偉そうって言いますか。そのクラウスさんが一夜明けたら。
Wouldn't it be so funny? Wouldn't it be so funny to just overthrow Kraus, Battler?
なんだか愉快。
I'm definitely not trying to influence you, Battler. It would just be funny. Erika was still crouched down as she spoke, her back to Battler as she toyed around with the device.
ジェシカさんでしたっけ。私に意見した女の子。
The mask is slipping. I think the mask is slipping a little bit,
自
everybody.
分の父親が次期当主だと威張ってましたね。 彼女は今夜が明け、バトラさんが全ての黄金を受け継ぎ、自分の父親がもはや次期当主で亡くなったことを知ったら、どんな表情を見せる
You'll
ん
be
でしょう
so
ね。
funny, Battler.
別に俺は200億を独り占めする気は毛頭ねえぜ。ま、せいぜい1割ももらえりゃお腹いっぱいさ。あとは親族で仲良く分けりゃいい。次期当主なんて
Eric Kerr's girl, Paul Dano, Riddler. That's a funny image.
クラウスおじさんに喜んで押し付けさせてもらうぜ。
果たしてそう簡単な話です。
I wonder. As we've seen, that much money can be just as much a curse as it is a blessing.
それを
She's the
推理すること
middler.
よりは、今はジェシカさんが明日どんな表情をしながらどんな負け惜しみを口にするかの方が推理の対象としては楽しい気がします。
Hang on. I heard a faint little laugh.mp3 in the background.
おや、謎解きが好きという時点で推理できません
Only
でした？
nasty people like solving riddles.
人が隠す
Oh,
こと
what?
を暴くのが好きな知的蹂躙者なんですよ。
Okay.
自分の謎解きもそうです。
Ugh, I needed a drink. Hang on, that took me by very big surprise. Erica, you can't just say that.
ええ、最初はそうでしたが、途中から目的が変わりました。
途中？何に？
ジェシカさんです。私の推理に口を挟み、口実かつ高尚な時間を
So I wanted to ruin her day.
だからあのジェシカという子に思い知らせたくて、碑文の謎を解くことに目的を変えたんです。
She bothered me, so I wanted to ruin her day. Honestly, that's fair. I feel that way all the time. Anyone who bothers me deserves to have their day ruined. Maybe the rest of their lives.
私はどんな相手でも屈服させます。それが私の唯一の優越です。まだ推理
She's so
必要
normal.
ですか？後ろ宮ジェシカ
Ah, there's a funny face.
私をムカつかせた。だから私は身の程を思い知らせてやりたくて碑文を解くことにした。そこから導かれる今の私の感情、推理可能ですか？
This time, I turned my back on her in earnest. Did I get a bit too excited by this riddle-solving game, letting her drive me on and do something terrible? Maybe a little bit. That's right. It should have been possible to reason this out. If the riddle is solved, the relatives will probably freak out about who the successor should be. Dad and some others will probably push for me, the discoverer, to be the successor, and some relatives not thrilled with that prospect will probably oppose them. Despite how adamantly Erica affirmed it, it isn't written anywhere that the one who solves the riddle of the epitaph becomes the successor. Because of this, it will lead to a fight between those who acknowledge that theory and those who don't. If I reason out what'll happen next, as Erica did... Hang on. Sorry, I have to fix something here. go. I fixed that problem. I'll keep reading. Where was I? If I reason out what'll happen next, as Erica did, it'll probably lead to a messy fight between Uncle Kraus and the rest of the relatives. Now that I've solved the riddle, will Jessica admire me or curse me? I don't want to think about that now. This isn't a song introduced in this episode, but it is good. Erica was still mumbling. Apparently, she had already started trying to reason it out. As I began to feel very bad, I vaguely gazed out into the black night. Uh-oh. At that time, I looked at a dim outdoor light and saw the silhouette of a person in front of it. I thought I must be seeing things. After all, it was unthinkable that someone could have been standing there this whole time, pounding upon the rain without even an umbrella. However, the silhouette didn't move an inch, and maybe... No, it couldn't be. It was looking at me. And it was... Hi, Kinzo. How you doing? Weekend at Kinzo's. Grandfather? At that moment, I understood. Grandfather's probably been watching us solve the riddle this whole time. And he watched as we spectacularly solved the whole thing. Good job! Without a doubt, there was a faint smile on Grandfather's face. Grandfather, who had never worn anything except moody and frightening expressions, looked me in the eye and smiled at me for the first time. Almost as though he was saying, "How impudent. Or else, I never thought it would be you." However, this is still the result that Grandfather's epitaph chose. So I'm sure he accepted that result. In the end, he grinned one more time. Of course, he didn't use words. His smile seemed to be wordlessly saying, "Well done." I didn't know how I should respond. I couldn't do anything but stand there in shock, ignoring Erica as she crouched down, mumbling with her back towards me. Then, Grandfather stretched a hand out from the folds of his cloak and pointed at something. When I looked in that direction, there was. The thing he was pointing at was probably the signpost to the Golden Land. Go. I'm sure Grandfather said that one word. I nodded to show that I understood. After watching that, Grandfather nodded back, satisfied. Then, with a spin of his cloak, he disappeared, seeming to melt into the darkness. The expression on his face at the end was a smile that was, for the very first time, truly satisfied. No, I was ignoring you being crazy. What's up? What's the signpost? Please show me. I'm so tired of being left in the dark about this stupid riddle. She silently fades out. We started to walk. The entrance to the Golden Land was right there. I am glad he's having fun. I'm glad Kinzo is like me and supports the funniest possible outcome. It's okay for an outcome to be surprising as long as it's the funniest one, and Battler is the funniest outcome. When I think about it, I was also ahead that no one saw coming. How amusing that the one to succeed me is just as surprising. Oh, Beatrice! Battler, of all people. That Battler.
我が生涯の最後の最後に
He's having a good time. He's happy.
ベアトリーチェこの賭けは私の勝利だ
勝負だ He laughs like a coup from Samurai Jack. Ah ha ha ha. Yeah, this is the place Eva found in episode 3. Boom, the gold. I know. It's exciting, isn't it? Battler said he wasn't too concerned with the gold, but still, seeing 10 tons of gold is still pretty crazy. Can't liquidate that shit. At the end of a crude underground tunnel in a VIP room so beautiful it seemed improper, was a pile of gold so large that there could be no doubting its 20 billion yen worth. Erica was calm, but Battler couldn't suppress his excitement. As for which of the two was the correct reaction to show after seeing a mountain of gold, only those who saw the scene with their own eyes could say for sure. In this day and age, it's said that an average salaryman earns about 200 million yen in wages over his life. And this is 20 billion yen worth of gold. With even 1/100th of this gold mountain, a single human could live their entire life without working. What is labor? Isn't it the very point of a human's life, since a person who doesn't work cannot eat? If so, then 200 million yen is enough to make a single person's life complete. And this is 20 billion yen. This would account for the labors of 100 humans. No, a single human life 100 times over. Of course, if you still wanted to work, you could. Any money you gained as a result would be used to play with. After all, you would already have enough money to live for your entire life. No, for eternity. No, wait, I mustn't keep it all to myself. I can split it up among 100 people. If I could create a world where a full 100 humans wouldn't have to work for their whole lives, what kind of world would that be? Yeah, there's no doubt at all. Literally a land made of gold. It's literal. This part isn't a metaphor, it's gold. That's it, everybody. The game's over. Congratulations. There's nothing more that's gonna happen. That face, ignore it. Shrimple is that?
自分の謎がどういう謎々でどういう答えだったのかというミクロな見地に興味あるね。大事なのはその結果、黄金が10トン発見されたという事実の方だ。
The gold was discovered in the third game as well by Aunt Eva. Aunt Rosa also witnessed it. However, the two of them hadn't spoken of the gold's discovery to anyone. In other words, there was a chance that this gold's discovery was a cat box truth kept between the two of them. More specifically, it was possible the gold didn't exist and was just an illusion.
しかし、俺がとうとう見つけちまったわけだ。猫箱が開かれちまった。
The cat box has been opened, and there was 10 tons of gold inside instead of a cat.
副将ごっこは時間の無駄だから先にサービスしてあげる。この黄金の山は本物よ。
Yeah, okay, that's obvious. There's no real downside to saying that.
レプリカとか偽物とかそんな騙しは一切なし。
よし、わかった。この黄金は認めるぜ。だが、認められないものがまだある。
そうよね。あっちゃったものね。金蔵に
Yeah, what's going on with Kinzo?
金蔵は幻想のはずなのに、あなたさっき出会っちゃったわよね。
Weakened to Kinzo's, it could have been anybody. Puppeting that body around.
これは魔法なんじゃないのかしら。
ふざけ。俺は一言もじい様と言葉を交わしちゃいねえ。じい様と言葉を交わしたような気持ちになっただけだ。いい加減にしろ。同じ手はもう通用しない。
Yeah, that's an old trick. We've been here before.
ならほらどうぞ、青き真実。
おそらく俺は非分の謎を解き興奮状態にあった。それで何かをじい様と見間違えたんだ。例えばそれは暗がりの子たちに引っかかった何かのシートかカバーで、それが漆黒のマントを羽織ったじい様に見えたのかもしれない。その結果俺はじい様と何かのやり取りをしたように誤解したんだ。
青き真実、有効ね。まあ私も全く同じことを。
Burncastle came to the same conclusion, huh?
それで通ったのか。赤き真実で反論は
ないわ。今のところはね。
Wait a little longer. It's a surprise tool that'll help you later. The me, who let out a strange yell in front of the gold mountain, was finally starting to regain his cool. Now that we've found it, there's no covering it up. I vaguely considered keeping this discovery a secret. However, Erica wanted to prove that her own reasoning was correct by announcing this to everyone. She really isn't I'm not gonna say that out loud, just as she says. The puzzle-solving game is what's important to her, and she doesn't intend to take any responsibility for what happens after the riddle is solved. A riddle is sort of like a lock. Locks exist to be locked, and they're only significant when they're locked. Therefore, it ought to be essential to have some goal in mind when exposing such a thing. However, to this girl, the act of exposing is itself her final goal, and she has no intention of taking responsibility for anything that happens later. Maybe the true storm to hit Rokenjima isn't the typhoon, but her. She won't keep this discovery secret. She'll definitely announce it so she can brag about her success. Then, she'll call a real storm down upon this island. I won't be able to keep this covered up. In that case, there's nothing to do but announce this fact fairly to all. I can't imagine what will happen after that. As she grinned, Erica muttered to herself. She must have been anticipating the uproar that the relatives would soon bring about. To her, merely imagining that was far sweeter than the 20 billion yen in gold.
ただ非分がそこに存在するだけで、フルドエリカはこの程度
You sure love saying that.
いかがでしょうか。
What do you think, everyone? Well, I'm glad she's enjoying herself. It's like 10:45. Bong bong. The sudden sound of someone banging fiercely on the door brought Natsuhi to her senses. She had probably nodded off in the study while planning how they would overcome the next day. But what could it be? At a time like this? More importantly, the knock itself was strange. If someone wanted to contact her, they could have just used the internal phone line. She'd told them that she'd be here. Realizing that something strange was going on, Natsuhi shook her head one more time, completely throwing off her drowsiness.
お父様、お父様、エヴァです。至急、重要なお話があります。
Retro! Come up with something fast, Natsuhi. It was Eva's voice. What is this? I thought I told them to lock the doors and windows of the mansion tightly after everyone left for the guest house. So why is Eva here? Natsuhi ran up to the door, responded with a small knock, and spoke through the door in a quiet voice.
何事ですか、想像し。
夏日姉さん、なんでこんな時間にあんたがお父様の書斎にいるのよ。
静かになさいと申し上げています。当主様が何よりも沈黙と静寂を好まれることをお忘れですか。
今はそんなこと言ってる場合じゃないのよ。ご託はいいから、とっととここを開けなさい。お父様を出して。
当主様は先ほどお休みになられたばかりです。何のご用か存じませんが、 明日私が伺います。
あんたなんかに用はないわよ。いいからさっさとここを開けなさい。
Sometimes, multiple schemes and assumptions can fall apart due to the most direct, simple, and emotional of strategies. This is bad. If I open the door, Eva will probably throw herself forwards and rush into the study. Now I can't even open this door. At that moment, the phone suddenly rang. It's okay. Both of the keys of the study are here. No one can open this door. Natsuki inched away from the door and grabbed the receiver.
もしもし、夏日です。
私だ。まずいことになった。
Uh-oh.
急いで客間に降りてきてほしい。
It was from Kraus. His tone was strained. What in the world happened?
バトラ君とエリカという客人が魔女の碑文を解いて黄金を発見したらしいのだ。
それは本当に？
ルドルフたちが押しかけてきている。これからバトラ君が全員立ち会いのもとに黄金の場所に案内すると言っている。
What do you think, everyone?
書斎の扉の前でエヴァさんが開けろと騒いでいます。今開けたら書斎の中に押し入ってくるかもしれません。
わかった。私もそこに行く。エヴァには構うな。何もせずにそこにいるんだ。扉の前からエヴァを追い払ったら合図する。
Get that bitch away from the door.
いいな。
Right after that, Kraus came up the staircase, accompanied by Genji. A heated debate started between him and Eva. Open up! No, calm down. In the middle of that, there was a small knock as a signal. Kraus had cleverly pushed Eva away from the door and distracted her. During that gap, Natsuki slipped out of the study and quietly shut the door. Eva noticed this and her face twisted in disappointment. But the heavy sound of the auto lock had already rung out and the door had been sealed.
碑文の黄金が見つかったのよ。お父様にご報告するのが筋でしょうが。それとも何？お父様にはそれを伝えられない都合でもあるの？
One wonders.
親父殿からは床についたら何があっても起こすなと厳命されていてね。それを守るのは当主代行の務めだよ。そうだろう、源氏さん。
はい。親方様のお休みは何があろうとも
He'll be very cranky if you wake him up.
それも時と場合によるでしょうが。だって碑文が解けたのよ。お父様には真っ先に知る権利があるわ。
もちろん明日、当主様には全てを私たちから報告します。それが当主代行である私たちの役目ですから。
そんなの知らないわよ。いいからこの扉を開けなさいよ。
Oh, the girls are fighting.
お父様、お父様、聞こえていますか？エヴァです。ここを開けてください。話してよ。
私たちが話を聞くと言っている。
It hurted.
やかましく扉を叩くな。
話してよ。話しなさいよ。
クラウス様。
What a sibling dynamic.
親方様がお休み中と申し上げております。これ以上はお控えください。
When Genji spoke firmly, the two finally ceased their scuffle. It seemed that Genji, the one who had spoken for Kinzo since they were very young, still possessed an air of dignity strong enough to handle both Kraus and Eva. Eva put her argument aside for the time being. She could hold off worrying about that until after she saw the gold with her own eyes. After all, not even Eva had seen it for herself yet. Natsuki and the others had managed to somehow deal with the momentary crisis. However, the move of the demons that would cheer up their efforts had already begun.
バトラが
I know, crazy, right? I mean, well, Erica did most of the work, to be
エリ
honest.
カなる娘にだいぶ助けられたとはいえ、たどり着いたのはバトラーだった。エリカは黄金鏡の権利を放棄すると宣言している。よってバトラが黄金鏡にたどり着きし者だ。
運命とは
What a funny guy, that battler.
バトラ様がたどり着くとは。
どうするのです、ベアト。 碑文の謎を解く者が現れたなら
He did
儀
it.
式は取りやめる約束です。
Gotta keep your promise, Pt.2.
そういう取り決めであったな。
そういう取り決めだ。
バトラ様はどうやら黄金鏡の主となられるおつもりがないようだ。我らの主となる者はもはや。
Yeah, I wonder who might take up that mantle.
それもまた運命です。
So why does the murder happen? Yeah, I wonder.
ゴールドスミス教とのご縁で人間の世界に権限して数十年。とても楽しい時間でしたよ。
やだ、リーヤ。ババ臭い。で、どうするわけ？リーチェとゴールドスミスのルールなら、バトラが碑文を解き、主となることを選ばない以上、私たちはこれでお役御免じゃないの？
Yep, everybody can just go home. It's over.
そうであるな。私に未練は何もない。いつでも呼吸とすへ蹴落とされる覚悟はできておる。
The what?
待て、そうはいかぬ。そなたの心残りはないかもしれぬが、わらわはまだ夏日に仕えておるぞ。バトラが碑文を解いたからお役御免では、あまりに義理を欠くというもの。魔女は契約違反を許さぬが、不義理もまた許されぬ。
でしょうな。親族会議を終えるまではきっちりとお使いするべきでしょう。
となると、ゴールドスミス教ももうしばらくはお役御免とはなりません。
Yeah, at Kinzo's Ghost, you get to hang out for a bit, I
無事に親族会
guess.
議を乗り越え、せめて夏日様にお別れの挨拶と、もしできるなら、これまでの努力をねぎらわれるべきかと。
Cocytus is a circle of hell? I didn't know that.
あれもよく愚足を支えてきたものよ。
貴様など片方もがれた打天使ではないか。揃わぬ翼なら置き土産に捨てていけ。
それもよかろう。夏日ならば我が翼を背負うにふさわしいかもしれん。しかし
The critical moment, you say?
褒美は用意した。無事にこの試練を乗り越えてみよう。夏日。
The gold! I love how it has like a vine boom whenever it appears. The mountain of gold left everyone speechless. Regardless of how strongly they had believed in its existence, no one could look at this much real gold and not be shocked.
こんな場所があるなんて。
信じられん。おやつめ。
Everyone was stunned by the gold. The first one to break the silence and jump around in ecstasy was Hideyoshi. Letting out an excited laugh, he clung to the wall of gold. Then he felt the cold, hard touch of it all over his cheek.
こりゃすごいで。ほんまもんやで。
親父め、こんな黄金をこんなふざけたとこ
Just
ろ
shove it
に
in
溜め
there.
込みやがって。
Shove it under Kuadorian.
もう何も怖くない。どんな試練だって乗り越えられる。ローザー姉さん姉さん、これで私たちは幸せになれるよね。
Yeah, no, Battler would definitely be the kind of guy who would help pay off everybody's debts. Eva and Rosa moved towards each other at the same time and hugged as they broke down crying. I think it's funny how whenever something like this happens, Eva and Rosa are always like holding each other. Ecstasy and shock, wonder and sighs. After stepping toward in front of the pile of gold that had caused these mixed emotions, Erica spoke as though she were an announcer in some show.
この世が金なら
この黄金は幸せの結晶です。おめでとうございます。この発見が皆さんの人生をより豊かなものにすることを
Drop the other foot. Drop the other shoe, Erica. I'm waiting.
脱帽だわ。この島に来て丸一日さえ過ごしてないあなたが碑文を解いてしまうなんて。
一日で解けないなら何日をかけようとも解けません。灰色の脳細胞はひらめきを与えるのに瞬きする以上の時間を必要としませんので、そして私一人ではこの謎を解くことはできませんでした。バトラさんの功績もどうか称えてあげてください。皆さん。
We get by with a little help from our friends.
私はこの発見を放棄します。推理が正しかったことが証明されただけでもう満足していますので。
Oh, she was definitely genuine about that. She just likes rubbing people's faces and things.
私はここにおりますが、以後はいないものと
Just
して
ignore me!
どうバトラさんはいとこの皆さんに気づかれぬように大人の皆さんだけを呼び出しました。それが意味するところは
Yes, please tell us what it means, Erica.
皆さんに本当の親族会議を開いていただきたいからに他なりません。
エリカ、勝手に仕切るんじゃねえ。
これは失礼しました。それでは議事の進行役を譲ります。
What are you, the judge?
では誰に？
Shrugging, Erica looked around at everyone. After a short period of silence, Eva made the first move.
昼間の取り決め、全員忘れてないでしょうね。
ああ、4人で25億ずつを山分けだ。そして次期当主にはさらに100億。
お待ちなさい。
Well, I guess that would be Battler.
黄金の発見が次期当主を決めるなどと誰が決めたのですか？
Here it comes, the fighting.
これまでずっとそれを前提に話を進めてきたはずやで。今さらそれは白々しいとちゃうんか？
そうだわ。使用人の
Ooh,
誰
the
かが
claws come out. They're all gonna murder each
名
other.
乗るかもしれないって怯えてたのは夏日姉さんじゃない。
どこにもそうだという明記はないがね。
卑劣感。
そうだぜ兄貴。今さら手のひらを返そうってのか？
明文化されてなくても、それは間違いなく私たちの
It's
共通
more
認
like
識。
an unwritten agreement.
話にもならないとおっしゃるのはどうなのかしら。
当主様の碑文を勝手に解釈されるのは困ります。黄金を見つけたらそのものが次期当主になるとどこに記されているというのです。当主様の碑文は当主様が決めたもの。皆さんに決めつける権利などありません。
夏日、落ち着きなさい。
これが落ち着けるというのですか？確かに碑文を解いた功績は素晴らしいと思います。バトラ君にも何かの見返りがあっても良いとは思います。しかしそれが半分というのは明らかに逸脱していますし、それ以上に発見者だから次期当主という論法はなおまかり通りません。
卑怯だわ夏日姉さん。今日の昼間にしてた話と
The
全然違う。
girlies are fighting.
同感だぜ。明文化されてなくても碑文を解いたやつが次期当主になるってのは俺たちの不分率で最前提だったはずだ。それをこの土壇場でごちゃごちゃ言い出すのはフェアじゃねえぜ。ああ、フェアじゃねえ。
とにかくこの黄金はお父様の黄金です。お父様の許可なく勝手に分配を決めていいものではありません。
そらない。そら卑怯やで夏井さん。わしらその話を延々と昼間にしたんやで。
Look at them fight. Look at them tear each other apart.
全部チャラや言うんか？そら。
I mean, Kinzo never explicitly said whoever finds the gold is the successor, but that was obviously what the epitaph
多
implies.
数決で決めればいいのよ。黄金を発見したバトラ君が次期当主。私も夫も異議はないわ。ルドルフたちは？ローザは？
異議なんかねえぜ。バトラー、よくやった。
私も異議はないわ。バトラ君は碑文に選ばれた正当な跡継ぎよ。 不満ならお父様に直接聞けばいいんだわ。
そうね。
It's all falling apart. It all comes crumbling down. Your plans,
夏
Natsuhi.
日姉さんの言った通り、碑文の謎を出題したのはお父様。そしてこの黄金の本来の持ち主もお父様だわ。だったらお父様に話を聞くべきじゃないのかしら。バトラ君という発見者はどう扱われるのか、それについて決めていいのはお父様だけのはずだわ。
それは
だから落ち着けと言ったのだ。
ローザとキリエさんの言う通りだわ。お父様に
You're
聞き
backed
まし
into
ょ
a
うよ。
corner
お
now,
父様に。
Natsuhi.
もはやね、兄さんたちの出番じゃないのよ。
せやせや、お父さんを連れてこんかい。あんたらじゃ話にならへん。ほんまの親族会議を始めるやないか。
Maybe you can play that last trump
眠いか
card.
ら明日にしろっちゅう問題に見えまっか。これ舐めとったらえらい問題になります。おう、聞いとるんかい。お前らじゃ話にならん言うとるんや。たったとお父さん連れてこんかい。
親族会議っていつもこういうのなんですか？
俺が知るか。
腹の中ではいつもこうなのでしょうね。
What a bunch of scumbags your family are, right, Battler? Please stop talking to me.
どうもこの場は金蔵さんじゃないと収められなくなるみたい。子供の喧嘩に余命あとわずかと宣告されてる今になっても
How
まだ呼び出され
embarrassing.
るなんてどういう気持ちかしらね、金蔵さん。
She obviously figured out he's dead.
それを想像、いいえ、推理するのもおつなものです。
The parents ignored Battler and Erica and kept yelling at each other on and on. Even though Battler had more or less imagined that this sort of thing happened behind the scenes, this was his first time he'd seen it. He'd suspected it since 6 years ago, and he'd been able to get a pretty good idea of what this was like by the darkening expressions on his parents' faces when this time of year drew near. However, this argument his relatives were having before his very eyes was much more ugly than he'd imagined. That's why he was very glad that he'd called the adults out here without letting the cousins catch wind of anything. Perhaps because everyone was tired out from this seemingly endless argument, they took a short break. It was decided that this family conference inside the Golden Land should be moved over to the mansion. This place may have been gorgeous, like a VIP room, but there's no heating and it was a little cold. It wasn't well suited for a long conversation. They thought of the possibility that someone might snatch the gold away while their backs were turned, but of course no one could manage much with just the human hands in a small amount of time. It's 10 tons of gold they're dealing with. In fact, it might be said that having this mountain of gold in the background was actually robbing them of the ability to make sound decisions. So they agreed to return to the mansion, in part so that they could regain their composure and continue the conference more cold-bloodedly. Fun stuff. Everybody's having a great time, right? What do you think, everyone?
それでは私は今夜はこれで失礼します。
I will not be dealing with the fallout of my actions. Good night.
お、悪いな。気を使わせちまったか。
あなたへのお礼は明日改めてさせてちょうだいね。恥ずかしいところを見せてごめんなさい。
あなたは辞退すると言ったけど、私たちはあなたへの感謝の気持ちを込めて第一発見者の一人にふさわしい分け前を用意させていただくわ。ねえ兄さん。
君ほどの人が我々の事情は察してくれると思う。
Don't blackmail us, please. 20 billion yen in gold isn't something they wanted out in the open. They didn't want an outsider like Erica telling people about it. Of course, Erica had already reasoned out that much. She wore an unpleasant smile on her face, as though she understood all too well.
私のことはお気になされなくて結構です。もちろん口外する気もありません。 したところで証拠を示せぬ限り誰も信じない。今夜は良いものを見せてもらいました。眼福でしたので私はこれでもう
What matters is that we all had fun and we all got a little bit closer together.
そうね、10トンの黄金なんてなかなか見られるものじゃないもんね。
Seeing the gold was a spectacle? Of course not. Judging by Erica's dark nature, it's obvious what she's so happy about. I thought about telling her to just go away, but even I wanted to get out of this place. I tried to head back to the guest house along with Erica. However, Kyrie-san grabbed my shoulder.
バトラ君はダメよ。あなたも一緒に来てちょうだい。
せやせや。
You're stuck in the shit now, Battler.
立派な次期当主なんやで。お父さんにお目通りして早くそれを認めてもらわんとな。
それを決めていいのは当主様だけです。勝手なことを決めないように。
バトラ、面倒だろうがもうしばらく付き合ってもらうぞ。お前は何も言うな。黙ってうつむいてりゃいい。分かったな。
Don't speak up for yourself, Battler. It would have been easy to say that I had no interest in being the successor, but I was sure that would only add more oil to the fire. Even if I hadn't been ordered to keep quiet, saying shut up like a clam was clearly a good idea. In that case, would it really be so bad if they just let me go back to the guest house? Dad put his arm firmly around my shoulder, and I told him it was uncomfortable and to let go. However, he didn't pay attention to a word I said. You're stuck with us! You're stuck with the shitty adults.
気分解けたな。お前のお望み通りに。お前がゲームマスターの時にはいつも手紙が来るもんな。碑文を解いてみろ。解けなきゃ皆殺しだ。みたいな。
Why did you want us make us solve the riddle of the epitaph? By solving it, we had found a mountain of gold. Yippee for us. And what about Beato? Does she gain anything by having us find the gold? Or does she lose something?
チェスパン思考にのっとる限り、人は自らが損になる一手を。
Yeah, but Beato makes illogical moves on purpose.
だからお前は、俺たちが碑文を解くことで何か得をするはずなんだ。
いいえ、碑文を誰かが解くことで、
Oh, hi, Virgilia.
この子が何かを得ることはありません。
いいのか、こいつに断らずに勝手に赤き真実を使っちまっても。
この子もそれを望むでしょうから。
Virgilia, who had suddenly appeared there, quickly gave an answer to my question with the red truth.
俺は過去にベアトが碑文を俺たちに解かせようとするのは、黄金の隠し場所を見つけさせて横取りするためだと推理した。
Well, that's silly. We know that's silly now.
それも違うのか。
はい。第一、もともと黄金鏡の黄金はこの子のもの。見つけさせる必要も横取りする必要も。
Yeah, she knew where it was. That'd be silly. If she knew where it was, she could have taken it at any time. Of course, Beato is Beatrice the Golden. Isn't she the master of the Golden Land and the Ushiromiya family alchemist? That totally makes sense. However, that makes me even more confused. Even if someone exposed the answer to the epitaph's riddle, Beato has nothing to gain. No, to the contrary, her own gold might be stolen away.
なら、ますますにわからない。碑文殺人はわかる。後ろ宮家に対する復讐とか、あるいは魔女としての力を復活させるための儀式とか、こいつなりの理由や目的があってやってるんだろうからな。
The gold has tiny bombs in it? Oh, yeah, maybe.
碑文の謎を解けというのにはどんな意味があるんだ。俺たちが解いても解かなくても、こいつに得るものは何もない。つまり、
This is what I'm saying. The epitaph clearly has some deeper meaning to Beatrice that doesn't really have anything to do with the physical gold.
そうですね。碑文の謎が解けても解けなくても、
この子にとって得るものは何もありません。
解けても解けなくても何の意味もない。それはつまり非分の謎自体がベアトにとって無価値だということになるんじゃないのか。
そうですね。非分の謎はこの子にとって何の意味もない。ならばそれを無価値であると極論しても言い返せないかもしれませんね。
Beato, why are you making us solve the epitaph's riddle? If we like the witch you are to a pair of scales, the epitaph murders lie on one plate, and the riddle of the epitaph lie on the other plate. After all, she's saying she'll stop the epitaph murders if the epitaph is solved. In other words, the epitaph murders and the epitaph's riddle are worth the same to Beato, like two sides on a balanced scale. That means that both the epitaph's riddle and massacring all the relatives are equally significant from Beato's point of view. But Virgilia responded with the red truth. Regardless of whether the epitaph is solved or not, Beato has nothing to gain. If she has nothing to gain, then this epitaph's riddle is meaningless and immaterial to Beato. In that case, how much are the epitaph murders, which lie on the other side of the scales and are equal to the epitaph's riddle in value, worth to her? Think. Don't stop thinking. The epitaph murders and solving the riddle are of the epitaph have equal worth. As long as the epitaph murders, which are Beato's goal each time, have the single way that they can be stopped, a way that she decided on herself, both are worth the same thing to her. X equals Y. And whether the epitaph's riddle is solved or not, Beato has nothing to gain. Y equals 0. So in this case, what is X? She's not being very helpful.
それじゃ非分殺人もまた無意味無価値ってことになっちまうぞ。こいつはご丁寧に予告状を出し、非分に沿うように順番にバレないように次々殺していくというめちゃくちゃ面倒な手間を払ってまで毎度あのおかしな連続殺人を起こしてるんだぜ。
Maybe killing people isn't exactly what she needs to do to be revived, or she never really cared about being revived in the first place. It's all, I don't know, part of an act.
その意味がなくなっちまうじゃねえか。
I spun the chessboard around and searched through Beato's moves over and over. This is always the first place I stumble. The significance of the epitaph murders. Why did she have to commit serial murders in a way that reproduced the witch's epitaph? If she wanted to kill the whole Uchiromiya family for revenge, it'd be much simpler, safer, and more reliable if she just put poison into their dinner, or tiny bombs. Or else went around killing people one by one in the middle of the night while they were sleeping. However, on the first evening, Beato sent us a letter that sounded like an advance notice, and then carried out a 3-part serial murder with large gaps in between. The 6 people of the first Twilight, the 2 people of the second Twilight, and the 5 people of the fourth and later Twilights. We aren't fools. Once the first murders occur, we barricade ourselves in somewhere to stave off any further murders. Furthermore, we quickly suspect a culprit among us and start analyzing each other's alibis. As the victims increase, the numbers of suspects decrease automatically. And Beato's chances of success in the serial murder drop closer and closer to 0. All the epitaph murders are like she's strangling her own neck, making it harder to succeed in the serial murder she's attempting. All for a useless embellishment. All just for show.
こいつは自分で自分の目的の
It's almost like she wants us to stop her.
そうなりますね。おかしな子ですね。
知ってるか？ミステリー小説ではこういう非分殺人、
Plotline murders.
この見立て殺人が行われる理由を俺は3つに大別できると思ってる。
伺いましょう。
You know, I mean, even if you're joking, I don't think you're far off.
一つは
She wants to be acknowledged, I guess,
証拠やアリバイをごまかし
as a real person. Because the real goal the whole time is by killing people in fantastical ways, it makes you think the witch is real.
死んだふりをして自らを犠牲者に混ぜる古典もこれだし、碑文に沿わずに殺人を犯し、その発生順序を誤解させることによって。
But she does neither of those things.
なるほど。碑文に沿って儀式的に殺していると見せかけて、実は自分に利するように誘導しているわけですね。面白いと思います。
Intriguing.
だが、俺たちのゲームでは死者が赤でとどめを刺されちまう。ゲーム版の世界ではごまかせても、ここから俯瞰する俺たちは。
And really, the people up here are what really matter.
この最も王道となる目的は違うってことになる。
となると、見立て殺人を行うあと2つの理由は？
一つは偶然、意図せずして行った連続殺人がたまたま碑文をなぞる形になり、目撃者たちが勝手に見立て殺人だと誤解するケース。人間はどのような事象にも因果性を求めてしまう。
But I don't think that one's right either. Beatrice isn't random.
そう見えてしまう生き物だ。
なるほど。
And like you said, she gave that advance notice. Like Battler said, she gives that advance notice. It's like, you gotta solve the epitaph and I'll stop killing.
それも面白いですね。
So it's obviously not
で
coincidence.
すが、どうでしょう。この子のゲームでは、第一の晩の殺人以前に常に事件が予告されている。そして明白に碑文殺人を遂行していることを示す手紙や状況証拠が次々に見つかるはずです。
ああ、そうだ
な。Alright, so what's the third one, Battler?
偶然なんかじゃない。ベアとは初めから碑文殺人を見せつける目的で遂行している。俺たちが誤解してるんじゃない。これは明白な見立て殺人なんだ。だからこの理由でもない。
となると、最後の一つの理由になりますね。
最後の一つは、
They want to show someone
見せつけること。つまり恐怖だ。碑文に沿うということは、殺人が連続するという明白な予告だ。生存者たちは続くに違いない殺人にずっと怯えさせられることになる。
つまりこの子は死の恐怖を味わわせるために碑文殺人を。
と思うと割と収まりがいい。グロい遺体損壊も悪趣味な装飾もすべて俺たちを怖がらせるための演出。
Definitely does read like a bit of a performance.
誰を怖がらせるためなのですか？
だからそれは俺。
But who's us? After hearing that one line Virgilia spoke so casually, my thoughts clouded over once again. Is it really sufficient to use the vague word us? There are many humans in the Ushiromiya family. There's the head and the one who holds the rank of his successor, grandfather and Uncle Kraus. There's the relatives who have some pull in the business world. On the other side, you have the young cousins who usually visit at most once a year, and the unfortunate servants who just happen to be on duty that day. Even if the culprit hates all of us, there should be clear differences in how much they hate some of us compared to others. So it should be possible to pick out people among us that the culprit especially wanted to terrorize or have revenge against. If we liken this to a kid eating dessert, isn't the strawberry on top of a shortcake the part you should eat last? No one tells us that you shouldn't eat it first, but our mentality encourages us to save it for later. She can't hold a grudge against everyone equally, so who does she really want to spook? But who's always left at the end? Who is always left at the end, Battler? Come on, dude!
そいつの親しいものから先に殺していって
Battler, who? You know this one, it's so easy. She's trying to talk to someone very specifically, and it's always the last person.
一番恐ろしい殺し方なんだ。みたいなことを
He's so stupid. I hate him.
おやおや、恐ろしい小説もあったものですね。クワバラ、クワバラ。
So you're saying she has a specific goal in mind by killing everyone first, but one person to particularly terrify the one person she always talks to and is always seemingly obsessed with and is always dragging around into the game.
じゃあ
I wonder who it could be.
最もベアトに恨まれてるって論法になるぜ。
Come on, dude.
毎回毎回
No, it doesn't. There's always one particular person who's always left.
最終的には死ぬにせよ。最後の晩まで毎回生き残るやつなんて。
There's one commonality, Battler. There we go. The brain cell is working overtime. I'm the only one. We did it. He did it, ladies and gentlemen. It took him like 10 minutes longer than me.
先に赤で申し上げておきましょう。バトラ君は犯人ではありませんよ。
Yeah, we knew that much. She said that in red back in the 4th game.
バトラ君は誰も殺してはいません。
Thank you. Thank you for using the sound redeem when Beato can't.
これはすべてのゲームにおいて言えることです。
ならなおのこと。俺ってことになる。こいつが非分殺人を起こす唯一の理由は、俺に見せつけるためってことになる。
Every time, Beato brags that she'll choose whom to kill next with a roulette. However, I'm the only one she never kills. Though she does kill me in the end, she leaves me be until the very last moment. In all of these supposedly random games, there's only this one unchanging constant.
こいつは俺に
Dude, she told you this! She told you this!
俺に恐怖を味わわせるために非分殺人を行っているという。
She told you this in episode 4 for the thing you did that you can't remember.
それは違います。恐怖を味わわせるのが目的ではありません。誰かに復讐するためのものでもありません。
She is a problem with you, and she wants you to find out what it is because you can't remember.
やはり非分殺人には意味なんてないことになる。非分の謎も無意味。
You're repeating this because she wants you to solve the mystery of you.
X = Y = 0。だが、その無意味をこいつは明白に俺に対して見せつけている。無意味なことと同価値の何を俺に求めているんだ。わからねえ。考えれば考えるほどに、こいつが何を考えているのか。
He's so stupid. He's so stupid. She looks disappointed, even now when her soul has been sucked out of her, she's so disappointed in you. Beatrice, the fickle witch who committed a meaningless, worthless string of serial murders. Even the epitaph's riddle, which that witch had used as a trigger that could suspend the serial murders, is meaningless, immaterial. And yet, she's thrusting this meaningless, immaterial thing in front of my face. What is it that you want from me? Or else, what is it that you're giving me? My idea that Beato has clearly been taking revenge on me has already been denied by Virgilia's red truth. Both X and Y. Both the epitaph murders and the epitaph's riddle hold no meaning for Beatrice. X = Y = 0. However, since she's thrusting those things in front of me, they must have some meaning. Okay, let's put this together, Battler. They don't have meaning for her, but she's showing them to you because they have meaning for someone else. She showed us the scales representing if you don't solve the epitaph, I'll carry out the epitaph murders. In other words, neither the epitaph murders nor the epitaph's riddle have any significance by themselves. However, it becomes meaningful when she puts both halves on the scales and puts them on display before us. No, before me. In other words, it should be like this. X = 0, y equals 0. X plus y is greater than 0. A scale with meaningless, weightless things on both sides. However, it has weight itself and gives the rest meaning. Like a game! It's like we've been playing a game the whole time. Rock, paper, scissors is an extremely familiar method of randomly determining a winner and loser. Asmodem on burner since your main got suspended indefinitely. Oh, that sucks. How did that happen? Anyways, you sometimes wager some sort of reward on the outcome, but kids often do rock, paper, scissors just to play without betting anything in particular. Unless you bet at something, you have nothing to gain or lose except happiness and frustration. In other words, the two sides of the scale, both winning and losing, are immaterial. However, the very act of seeing which way it will tip is the reason kids play rock, paper, scissors. After all, the kids are enjoying the communication that surrounds the game, and they aren't purely interested in the value of winning or losing. They aren't overly concerned about who wins and who loses. It's almost like she's trying to make you learn something. Not win or lose. For no reason. One more line of red now that you've crawled this far through your tiny brain. She only acted like it. It's all a performance, like I said, for some reason. She didn't do it for pleasure, and she didn't do it to make anyone feel fear. Since she has nothing to gain, she doesn't care whether the epitaph murders succeed or fail. It's almost like a random game kids would play. I wonder. Of course it isn't meaningless. Some meaning definitely exists. Oh, that's crazy. We're just working out Pt.2's motives, which are complex right now. Her motives are complex. In the previous game, she urged me to remember my sin of 6 years ago. Okay, finally we're wrapping back around to this. This thing you should have been thinking about the whole time. Am I supposed to believe that was meaningless too? I clearly remember the serious gaze Pt.2 had back then. Unfortunately, I didn't have a clue what she meant. When she saw that, she was horribly dejected. Like he literally can't remember. He has no memory of this. So this is, I don't know what. I don't know what it could be. It's so... It must be connected to that weird thing about how he's not actually Battler. How he's not actually Asumu's child. It's something connected to that, but I can't begin to puzzle out what Pt.2 is so upset with him about. That happened 6 years ago. Right? Because that's why I don't think the guy on the phone with Natsuki is Battler. Because his thing was 19 years ago. Battler's was 6 when he was like 12 years old. That's right. At that time, I'm sure she even went so far to say that the crime wouldn't have occurred if I hadn't come. I laughed softly and poked Pt.2 lightly on the head, then patted her head.
ラブレターには次からは好きですと短く書くことを勧めるぜ。あまり回りくどくて難解だと意味が伝わらねえぞ。こいつが何を考えてるのか。
She has a hard time expressing herself.
だが俺は考えることをやめないぜ。
Alright, let's keep it up, Battler.
まだまだチェス盤をひっくり返せ。
Spin that chessboard round and round. What time is it? It's like 11. It's like almost midnight. Okay. Battler did nothing but gaze blankly out the window. The fighting between the relatives went on without end. Ooh, they're so angry. At first, the relatives had crowded around the study. However, no matter how much they knocked, the master of the study did not answer even once. Eva and several others said that they should open the door with the second key, the one Genji had. However, in a flash of brilliance, Natsuhi said that Kinzo had been in a particularly bad mood and had taken back the key he had previously given Genji, which meant that he now had both keys himself. She claimed that this was the reason they couldn't open the door. After she promised to let them meet Kinzo tomorrow morning, no matter what, they finally returned to the dining hall. But of course, the argument continued on even there. Eva's group needed a lot of cash very soon, and they were trying to threaten Kraus somehow and make him pay up. Apparently, Battler's solving the epitaph threatened Kraus's position as a successor, which gave the others a powerful tailwind. On the other side, Kraus and Natsuhi based their argument on the claim that it had never been specified that ownership of the gold would be handed over to the person who solved the epitaph. It hadn't been hidden gold, but simply Kinzo's stockpile, and it was still Kinzo's property, which meant it would naturally be distributed after Kinzo's death with the rest of the inheritance. Thanks for refollowing, I guess, Asmodem. Once they made that claim, Eva's group once again started demanding to be allowed to see Kinzo. It had probably been obvious to them from the beginning. This sibling fight could only be settled by Kinzo. This was obviously a confrontation between Eva's group, which wanted cash fast, and Kraus, who was hiding his lack of funds but still didn't need money right away. As he listened vaguely to this exchange, Battler marveled at how, despite their usual affluent airs, they were surprisingly deep in debt.
それもさっき聞いた話ではないかね。もういい。休止しよう。お互い一度した話を
We're going around in circles here, much like Battler's tiny hamster and his wheel in his brain. According to the clock, it was almost midnight. It certainly was a perfect time for a break. The atmosphere relaxed just a bit.
同感や。お互い一服するのも悪くないで。ほな以後は議事を取りながらにせんか。言った言わないはもうごめんや。
まったくだわ。下の根も乾かないうちにそんなことは言ってないなんて。平気で言い出す兄さんとの会議に議事録は必須だものね。
文字じゃ書くのも手間だし、インチキだっていくらでもできるわ。
Then let's get a tape recorder in here. Record everything everybody says. Oh wow, okay, alright.
なるほど。それならば議事を手書きせずに済むし、捏造もできんね。互いにとって公平だ。
You know, I didn't expect them to be literally doing that, but
勝手にいじらないように。当主様の大切な音楽テープですよ。
The dignified tape set had a sense of weight to it that matched this majestic dining hall perfectly. On pleasant Sunday mornings, it would sometimes be used to play famous tapes or records. However, right now, it was the most neutral and impartial conference record keeper around. Rudolph fished randomly around the cassette rack, searching for a blank tape. And every time he found some tape with sophisticated music on it, he'd complain about how pompous it was. I assume that, like, Kinzo has, like, a whole music setup here. He's got a, you know, a record player and a tape player. Yeah, he's definitely an audiophile.
休憩することになったの。申し訳ないんだけど、何か飲み物を用意してもらえないかしら。ビスケットみたいなものがあってもいいかもね。
かしこまりました。すぐにご用意いたします。
ビスケット。
あと、ごめんなさい。風邪薬あるかしら。さっきから熱っぽくて。
なら無理は良くないな。休みたまえ。
ローザがいいと思うなら好きに休めば。私ならこの大事な会議中に風邪くらいじゃ休めないけどね。
Alright, Eva, dial it back.
そうかね。
He bet he likes Huey Lewis in the news. Yeah, Kinzo doing like the American Psycho speech.
私は遠慮なく休ませてもらうよ。夏日、私たちも少し休まないかね。
はい、あなた。
Sensing that he meant to have a strategy meeting, Natsuhi stood up. Even if that hadn't been the case, she was so desperate to get out of the room even for a moment that she'd have taken any excuse. Kraus and Natsuhi left the dining hall, and the tension in the room truly relaxed. You've been doing great, standing there and not saying anything.
大人の階段だと思って諦めて。
俺はいつまでここでボサーっとしてりゃいいんすかね。
さあ、バトラ君は私たちのおみこしだからね。
Shrine. You know, that's... I don't think I like being literally objectified like that, Miss Kyrie.
古典の授業程度には。
今夜はどうせお父さんは現れないでしょう。クラウス兄さんたちが戻ってきたら、バトラ君はもう戻っていいかと提案してみるわ。
よろしく頼むぜ。
A light knock and the faint sound of china clinking together could be heard. Oh, hi, Shannon. And Canon. Shannon and Canon had come by with a serving cart. The pleasant smell of black tea had the effect of relieving a bit of the tension.
よ、話は聞いてるか？
何のお話でしょうか？
僕たちは
Chicken butt got her ass.
よしなさいルドルフ。教える必要は何もないわ。
僕たちは家具親族会議のお話には関心ありません。
そうね。それが賢い返事だわ。
深夜勤なの？大変ね。
そういうお役目ですので、ご用命いただけて嬉しいです。
そうかもしれんな。することもなくぼんやり起きてる方がしんどいもんや。
Midnight shifts are no fun.
わしも
I apologize to the henchbuns who have to stay on midnight shifts on guard duty, but you know that's just the way it is. Hip to be Square by Huey Lewis in the News dropped on the same year as the massacre. Talk about serendipity. 1986. Kinzo was listening to the hottest sound of the year before he croaked. Well, no, actually, we know for real he died 2 years before, so he never got to listen to Hip to be Square. What a shame.
戦争直後はな、物資泥棒とかゾロゾロおってな。警察も頼れん時代で、とにかく物騒でな。
Hideyoshi was particularly proud of how he'd started with nothing and built up assets by illegally diverting goods from the American army. You know what? That's base. That's fine. Once the subject came up, Hideyoshi tended to get pretty talkative. The relatives who knew this were greatly relieved to see that a perfect sacrifice had come up.
バレたら一大じゃ。アメさんは怖いで。
Americandy.
牛肉食っとるからパワーも桁違いや。
All that beef they eat, they're very strong.
銃殺刑かデスバイハンギングや。わかるか？デスバイハンギング。いや、それでな、わしは思うたんや。肉や、肉や。日本人はもっと
Had the pleasure of meeting Kinzo at a charity, though. He was surprisingly down to earth and very funny. See, that copy pasta is funny, but it doesn't work for Kinzo, who I don't think would ever be caught dead at doing anything charity related.
そしてわしは胃袋をつかむ商売を始めなあかんという典型を受けたんや。
はあ、それは大変なお仕事ですね。
よしなさいよ、あなた。
Shannon's like, please, I don't know what he's talking
戦後
about.
生まれにいくら話しても当時の苦労なんか伝わらないわよ。
ん？またわしの悪い癖が出てしもうたな。すまんすまん。
あなたたちもお茶をしていきなさいよ。たまには自分たちがどういう紅茶を入れてるか、その下で学ぶのもいい勉強になると思うわ。
いえ、結構です。お気遣いなく。
Everybody will be fine.
少し付き合ってくれよ。大人ばかりで俺も窒息しそうなんだ。
Please, Canon, save me.
そら、次期当主の
Rudolph really can't keep his mouth shut, can he?
そこに座って俺たちとしばらくお茶しろい。それで最近の出来事とか趣味とか見てるテレビとか
I don't think Canon has any hobbies.
そういう話をし
He's
やが
so
る。
emo and moody all the time. That's his
俺
hobby.
たちの勉強になるからな。
明暗ね。ほら、二人とも座って。そして話題に飢えた私たちの生贄になってちょうだい。
そうやな。若い子と話をしよう思たらキャバクラでもいかんとこの年では難しいわ。
いつまでボサッと
Canon's main hobby is sitting down and staring at a wall after work. Yeah, I feel that. That's definitely what he
ルドルフが座れと
does.
命令したわ。座りなさいよ。私も許可してあげるわ。
After getting Eva's permission, Shannon and Canon looked at each other and finally obeyed, nervously. For a while, the two were pounded by questions and became the relatives' playthings. Then, a reserved knocking sound could be heard. All of the servants tended to knock in a similar manner, so no one found it strange. However, Shannon and Canon turned around with surprised looks on their faces. The servants here today included the two of them, Genji, Kumasawa, and Goda. Goda had the midnight shift at the guest house. Kumasawa had gone to bed in a spare room in the guest house. The two of them were right here, so Genji was the only person left. Good night, Pyropoyo. Thanks for watching, and yeah, do check out the rest of the VOD. Don't want to miss those important details. But they knew very well that Genji would knock like that.
誰だ？開いてるぜ。
You believe one hit of Helena by MCR would do wonders for Canon? Unfortunately, he was born about 15 years too early for that. Rudolph didn't recognize the knock either. When he asked who is it, it became apparent that no one knew whose knock it was. After that, the same knock knock repeated just once more. Could it be that someone had their hands full and was asking that the door be opened for them? As a slightly odd feeling began to encompass the room, the sound of the large clock in the hall could be heard. It was a sign that October 4th had ended, and October 5th had begun. Oh goody! It's killing time! Let's step back in time a bit. At this time, Kraus and Natsuhi were a ways off in a deserted corridor on the second floor.
もうそれしか手はないのかね。
はい、明日一日同じ手はもはや通用しないでしょう。これ以上を渋ればエヴァさんたちは
MCR fan Jessica making AMVs of anime boys that look vaguely like canon set to the Ghost of You. Man, so many characters in this visual novel were truly born 20 years too early. Mid-2000s Umineko would be hilarious, I think.
これが限界です。バトラ君が黄金を発見するのが全く想定外でした。あれさえなければなんとかうまくやりくりできる筋書きを考えていたのですが。
George would absolutely be wearing the Zelda gamer fit. The khaki shorts and the Zelda shirt, absolutely.
いつも想定外のことが起き、絶対確実だった話が。
Maybe that's a good time to get out of the betting. Maybe that's a good sign you need to get out of this betting game, Kraus.
明日の朝、お父様の部屋が空っぽであるということにします。源氏と口裏を合わせ、早朝に森へ出かけていくのを見たと言わせましょう。
その思想をエヴァたちが素直に受け入れるとは思えん。
客も承知です。しかし、もうそれしか手がありません。
Eva seems like the type of mom who wouldn't let her kids play video games. No, I think that's more of Natsuhi's type of thing.
エヴァたちは金をせしめるためなら、なりふりなど構わない。それこそおかしな雑誌とつるんで、私の信用にダメージを与えてくるかもしれない。
ダメージで済むではありませんか。万一にもお父様の秘密を知られたら、それどころでは済みません。
明日一日をギリギリまで粘ってからでも遅くはない。もしも明日を無事に乗り切ることができれば、私たちは何も失うものはないのだ。焦って失踪という切り札を切る
Kraus is a hold the line guy, isn't he? To the moon!
お父様を監禁していると騒ぎ立て、そこに失踪していたと返すのですか。その方がはるかに疑いを招きます。もうお父様にこれ以上は。
He's dead!
落ち着きたまえ。エヴァたちの毒気を浴びすぎて冷静を失っただけだ。あの社会に入る。
Eva is nothing if not a venomous bitch.
そしてその2本はここに。だから誰も入ることなどできん。あの扉は特別性だ。彼らが倉庫からどんな工具を持ってこようともびくともせんよ。
そういう物理的な問題ではありません。
だから焦るな。落ち着け。なんなら君は熱を出したことにして寝込んでいてくれればいい。その間に私が全て乗り切ってみせる。
Kraus, you have historically been very bad at overcoming things, if I'm being honest with you.
あなただけに任せられません。私も最後まで戦います。
When Natsuhi could no longer hold back the tears brought on by her fierce emotions, Kraus held her gently. Just how long had it been since the last time she'd felt the warmth of her husband's compassion?
頭痛がひどいのだろう。君がそういうシワを眉間に浮かべるときはいつもそうだ。
あなた。
She'd come to think that her husband could never guess the way that she felt. But at times like this,
失踪という切り札は最後の最後まで待とう。殿下の報道と同じだよ。抜かないうちが花だ。大事なのはいつでも抜
that's
け
what
る
they
とい
said
う
about the red
心
tree,
構
and
えで
then
は
look what
ない。
happened.
それは分かっています。
その切り札を私に預けてくれんかね。
Kraus, this is a bad idea. Kraus is so bad at this type of thing. Don't do that.
最後の瞬間の責任は全て私が取る。君とジェシカは巻き込まん。
それはどういう意味ですか。
後ろ宮家が滅ぶ時、その瓦礫に潰されるのは私だけで十分。
How noble.
台風が過ぎたら離婚届を準
Wait,
備し、
I was joking about the divorce selfie.
それに捺印し君に預けておく。内緒で君の名義にしてある財産がある。 さらにそれに慰謝料を加えれば君とジェシカは不自由なく暮らせる。
The noble divorce?
嫌です。私の墓碑に刻むべき名は後宮夏日です。どうか最後の瞬間までご一緒に。たとえあなたが後宮家最後の当主であろうとも、夏日を最後までどうか当主夫人であなたの妻でいさせてください。
Krause's existence was founded solely upon the trust and power of his assets as a financial fixer. If either of those were weakened, nothing would remain. If they used the trump card of Kinzo's disappearance, they would lose one of those two essential supports. It was like offering your right arm in exchange for your neck being cut. It was probably better than losing your head, but you still might die from the blood loss. And even on the off chance that you did survive, you'd have to bear a heavy wound that wouldn't heal for the rest of your life. Krause was prepared even for death. Understanding this, Natsuhi buried her face in Krause's chest and cried. Interrupting Genji. The sudden appearance of Genji's voice made Natsuhi jump back and hurriedly wipe the tears from her eyes. Krause stood in front of Natsuhi, shielding her.
Genji-san ka.
You're really quiet, Genji, like some sort of ninja. Can you throw things like ninja can, Genji? I've seen you do it in episode 2.
申し訳ございませんが、奥様にご報告が。
私にですか。あなた。
構わんよ。
Krause left Natsuhi's side, went to a window a short ways off, and gazed at the windy and rainy rose garden. Natsuhi went with Genji to a place a short distance away.
何事ですか。
はい、実はまた奥様のお電話が。
It's the mysterious voice guy. At that moment, a sudden, eerie sound surprised her. It was the large clock in the hall announcing midnight.
まさかまたあの男なのですか。
はい、いかがいたしましょ
う。要件は何だと言っていますか。
お答えいただけません。奥様と直接お話ししたいとの一点張りでございます。
Spooky. Again, a phone call from the man who claimed to be taking revenge for something that happened 19 years ago. 19 years ago. That was just 1 year before Jessica and Battler were born. In Natsuhi's eyes, the gap between 19 years ago and 18 years ago was immense. For a long time, she had been unable to fulfill her role of creating a successor for the Ushiromiya family, and had been treated very coldly. But then, she finally gave birth to Jessica, and became able to call herself the Ushiromiya successor's wife with her head held high. So in her eyes, Ushiromiya Natsuhi began 18 years ago. That's why everything before that, including the events of 19 years ago, contained nothing but hateful memories. And something from the last year of that hateful period is whispering vengeful words from the other end of the telephone. I can still hear the roar of the sea. Alright, so she obviously knows what this guy is talking about.
私の部屋に転送しなさい。主人には内密に。
かしこまりました。
From the very beginning, Genji had guessed that she wouldn't want Krause hearing about this phone call. That's why he had told Natsuhi covertly. Natsuhi ordered that he transfer the call, told Krause that she would turn in for the night, and left at a quick pace. Mysteries upon mysteries. They call the answer arcs, but they're making me ask more questions. What do they mean by this? What's the deal with that? She returned to her room and locked the door. There was nothing peculiar about that. In the Ushiromiya family, hallways are like public roads. There's no special meaning in locking the door when you enter your own room. This is what she told herself. Then, as though it had been waiting for her, the telephone rang. Genji had probably transferred the call. She took a deep breath, readied herself, and picked up the receiver. Again, it started with silence. She realized that the person at the other end was trying to irritate her and make her feel uncomfortable, and she got angry. You can't just say how you feel, that makes me angry. It still sounds kind of like Battler, which bothers me because Battler is here. And we know he can't be the one making the call because we know at the same time as this, he's in the room with Rudolph and Eva and Hideyoshi and Kyrie. Again, that unpleasant voice. Yeah, obviously it's a lot more hard to pin down with no voice acting. Just the fact that he knew her headache was troubling her made a shiver run up her spine. Natsuki forcefully yelled that she was hanging up, but in actuality, she couldn't. After all, being at the receiving end of a phone call was much better than the alternative. If she hung up violently, this person might then call someone else. The kanji for a season? Okay, so it's the kanji for summer. Oh, hi, Bree. We're getting the depths of Natsuki Gets Owned. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with this plot line. At first, the voice kind of sounded like Battler, so I'm like, is this related to that thing Battler can't remember and him not being Asumi's real son? But it's 19 years ago, which is way too old. Battler's not even 19. So that doesn't make any sense. It must be a different thing. A different plot line we have introduced in the answer arc. They're making me ask more questions in the answers arc. This isn't right. Like, it kind of sounds like Daisuke Ono, doesn't it? It was clearly a threat, and meant that if she forced him to hang up the phone, anything might happen. Humiliated that she was forced to give in to a threat made by a man whose name she didn't even know, she gave him the answer he wanted. She is of course she's an autumn girl. That makes so much sense. I am enjoying Natsuhi in this episode a lot, though. This episode seems very focused on her, and I've always liked Natsuhi. She's trying to have her girl boss arc, but it's just not working out. She tries to shake Chars, and nothing ever goes her way. What the fuck is this dude on about? You're just lying to me for funnies. Surely this man would have done the same thing no matter which season I said I liked. What is he after? What's so fun about making me uncomfortable like this? Natsuki is definitely a pumpkin spice girl. She and Rosa, I think. In Natsuhi's room, there was a beautiful antique clock with an intricate design. Kraus had bought it for her as a birthday present long ago.
今は0時7分ですね。もう眠いので茶番を早く終わらせなさい。
その時計持ち上げてみて。
What?
どうしてです？
He's so mean to her.
俺の言うことにお前は反感じゃない。黙って言われた通り
The tone of the man's voice suddenly went low, turning into a threat. It made his displeasure clear. At first, this man seemed to have a calm way of speaking, but on the inside, that wasn't the case at all. If she enraged this man even a little more, he would surely show his true nature right away. Even now, you can hear the sea.
あんたの旦那や娘に話すことができる。
あなたが何の話をしているか知りませんが、夫や娘を巻き込まないでください。こうして私が電話を聞いていますから。
Then, oh, he's speaking. Sorry, I was gonna read it by reflex. Once again, the man threatened her in a low voice, as though warning her not to interrupt again. My head was filled with the pain from my headache, the sound of my beating heart, and the roar of the sea. I can't disobey him anymore. As the man had ordered, I lifted up the antique clock. There lay what appeared to be a single playing card. God, I swear to God if it's the Joker. Is it the warranty for the clock? Thinking this, she took it and turned it over. Swear to God if it's the Joker card.
どうしてこんな。
あんたの頭痛が少しは引いたなら嬉しいんだけど、嬉しいって言っていいか。
どうやってこれを。どうして。どうやって。
嬉しいですって言ってほしいな。
What a bunch of jokers.
よくも潔癖な奥様面ができるもんだ。
Murderer, wow.
あんたの方がすでにもぶち分けられない。いやだろ。黙っててほしいな。ああ、黙っててやるよ。ほら、嬉しいだろ。嬉しいだろ。
嬉しいです。嬉しいです。やめて。
What's on the card? Come on. Umineko always does this shit to me where it's like, ooh, they found something fucked up, but we're not gonna tell you what it is. It's maddening. Stop doing that. I want to see the thing.
お金ですか？いくらですか？
金なんか欲しくない。俺の傷は金をいくらするなんて癒せない。だ、薬に。そうだ。それは何個
Ointment. Okay, alright, don't make it gross. We don't have to make it weird. Natsuhi had never heard anything so hateful said to her in her entire life. So she suspected many times that she must be having some sort of bad dream. However, this definitely wasn't a dream. Yeah, he's literally creaming himself with hate. Oh boy.
不可能です。
台風になる前から来てれば問題はないよ。それに台風の最中であっても。
Alright, we're now up to 20 people, I guess. We're still kind of sort of counting Kinzo for now. Her blood froze. Kinzo is the cat in the box. He's both dead and not dead, so we'll just count him as like half a number right now. It's 19.5. Furuta Erika had supposedly been brought here by coincidence. If he knew that name, he would have had to been very close by. Yeah, I know. But in earlier episodes, Battler loved making up guys. Well, that's come back to haunt him, hasn't it? Now the made-up guys are not made up anymore.
あんたの紹介がないうちは誰の前にも現れないさ。安心しな。おっと、俺を探しても無駄だよ。あんたの屋敷は広い。
There's definitely a lot of hiding places. I wouldn't even be surprised if this guy was in Kuadorian somehow.
あんただって俺に会いたくないだろ。それとも俺を見つけ出してみんなに紹介してくれるのか。ジェシカにも紹介してくれよ。一つ兄です。
He sounds a lot like Daisuke Ono.
やめて、ジェシカに構わないで。
怖がらせすぎた。
But it can't actually be Battler because he's with his family in the dining room right now.
これで勘弁してやるよ。
They're bothering Canon.
だが忘れるな。あんたの上に逆らえない。分かってるな。母さん。
Ka-san?
今夜はこれで電話を切るから。明日の朝まで命令がある。
何ですか。
あんたは今夜もその部屋を出てはならないし、どこにも電話をかけてはならない。電話がかかってきても取ることも許さねえぜ。そして今すぐ明かりを消し、布団をかぶって寝ろ。そしていつもの時間に起床し。
Oh boy, I sure hope no one gets murdered between now and then.
健康的な生活でいいな。母さんの体をいたわるなんて。
Alright, don't phrase it like that. That's a little weird.
わかりました。今すぐ出ます。部屋も出ます。電話も出ます。だから、夫と娘には。
母さんが俺の命令を守る限り、あんたの命を守ってやるよ。命令を破るなよ。俺はもうお前のすぐ近くにいる。部屋の明かりが消えるかどうか。 そして電話をしているかどうかさえ、俺さえ。
That's weird.
あんたの寝顔にキスすることができるんだ。
守ります。約束は守ります。
I think you must be a little bit exaggerating with that one because it's not like he's in the room.
やめて、もうやめて、やめて。
As she screamed, Natsuki took the card she had found under the cloak and clock and crushed it up into a little ball. It had a pattern on it like a tarot card, and also the kanji for autumn. Yeah, he's in your walls, this guy. He's in the walls. Crawling around like a bug. Let's step back in time once again. Right now, it is the exact moment that the large clock in the hall announced midnight. Wondering who the person who knocked twice was, the relatives in the dining hall stared at the door. Rudolph told them to come in, but there was no answer. Until the end of that long tone marking the arrival of midnight, which had come from the large clock in the hall shortly after the knock, they were unable to move in the slightest.
手が塞がってて開けられないんじゃないのか。
かもな。だが名乗らねえってのが薄気味悪いな。
開けますか。開けなさい。
Canon nodded back, then slowly opened the door. Alright, who do we have? Who's it gonna be?
それは。
これは。
Oh, alright, well.
親父の封筒?
It's not anybody, it's an envelope. Right behind the open door on the floor of the hallway lay the envelope.
廊下には誰もいません。これを置いて立ち去ったのでしょうか。
Spooky. The adults flew out into the corridor as well, but they could find no trace of anyone who might have knocked on the door. Just about an hour ago, Shannon and Canon had come in to serve tea. At that time, everyone had seen that nothing lay in that spot. Someone came, knocked, left an envelope with the mark of the one-winged eagle on it, and left.
まさか親方様でしょうか。
One of Kinzo's pranks.
考えられない話じゃないわ。この屋敷で誰と呼ばれて返事をしないのはお父様くらいだもの。
ありえないわ。ならどうしてお父様は堂々と入ってこないの？
Pulling a funny prank.
お父さんだったらノックなどせずいきなり入ってくるやろな。今この屋敷は戸締まりがされとるんやろ。ならここに手紙を置くことができるんはクラウスさんか夏日さん、そして源氏さんの誰かしか考えられんで。
By this point, the mansion had been completely locked up. Therefore, the cousins in the guest house, Nanjo, Goda, Kumasawa, and Erika could not have come here. Furthermore, since Kraus, Natsuhi, and Genji were the only three who weren't in this room, one of those three had to have been the one who set that letter down in the corridor. So it was very likely that Kraus and the others had placed the letter there, so to make it seem like a message from Kinzo.
なるほどね。
They're fucking
お
with
父様
us.
の名を語ってバトラ君を次期当主に認めないみたいなことが書いてあるのよ。
Yeah, we'll see about
バカ
that.
バカしい。兄さん、よくもこんな子供騙しを。
別に俺は次期当主なんて興味ねえぞ。
諦めろ。それがお前の運命なんだよ。とにかく中身を読んでみようじゃねえか。
Rudolph set the letter on the dining hall table and let everyone see the front and back to show that there were no tricks or hidden mechanisms, almost like a magician does before performing his act.
この封筒は間違いなくお父様の封筒。
There's one of the fancy seals on it. We already know this.
ええ、間違いないわ。お父様が新書に好んで使う封筒よ。どう、シャネちゃん。
はい。私の目にも親方様が使われる封筒に見えます。
だからってお父様が書いたってことにはならないわよ。
That's true. Natsuki has access to his study. They could have found a bunch of those
引き出しから
envelopes.
ひょいと手に入れることなんて造作もない話だわ。
クラウス様とて容易に書斎には入れません。封筒を盗み出すなど難しいことかと。
開けてみようぜ。それから考えても遅くないはずだ。何か入ってるな。なんだろうな。
Let's take a look in a book. Reading Rainbow. Rudolph opened the envelope a bit roughly, then a folded letter, and the glittering object fell out. It was a ring. Right, yeah, it's gonna be the headship ring. Eva noticed it immediately and grabbed at it.
お父様の指輪よ。当主の指輪だわ。
なんやて？ほんまか？
間違いなくお父様の指輪なの。レプリカということは。
これは本物よ。私はいつかこの指輪を自分の指に通してやるとずっと夢見て
She's
きたの
thought
よ。
about it a lot.
お父様が指にしてた時から
We know this for a fact.
誰よりもこの指輪のことをよく知ってるわ。これはお父様の指輪よ。間違いなく。どうしてここに？
じゃあ、やっぱりこの手紙はお父様が。
That's right. It's time for the funny letter. It must have to say something different though, because they already solved the epitaph. She can't exactly send the letter that's like, solve the epitaph or I'll kill you, when that's already been handled.
こりゃ差出人は親父じゃねえぞ。もっと面白い。
じゃあ誰からの手紙だったんだ？
後ろ宮家顧問錬金術師黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェ様からだぜ。
Rudolph showed everyone the part of the letter where that was written. It really did say that.
ベアトリーチェから？
なんて書いてある？
読むぞ。Congratulations。
Congratulations。
バトラ様が碑文の謎を見事に解かれ、黄金鏡にたどり着きましたことを認めます。黄金はすべてバトラ様のものです。そして後ろ宮家の新しき当主もバトラ様です。その証として、金蔵様よりお預かりしている当主の指輪をお送りします。どうぞバトラ様、指輪をされて新しい黄金の主と
We got it twice.
どうか後ろ宮家をお導きください。 新しき当主のご活躍を心よりお祈りいたしております。なんてこった。親父が書斎から出てこねえもんだから、森の魔女ベアトリーチが直接バトラを認めてくれたわけだ。
The Golden Witch is real!
バトラ君、この指輪はあなたが持つの。これは当主が身につけるべき特
For
別
you,
ベアト
baby
リーチ
boy.
が何者か知らないけれど、彼女は一部始終を見届け、あなたが真の跡継ぎだと認めて。
It's really funny seeing this scenario play out from different angles. Like, the first time they read this sort of thing, they're like totally in denial of it and are like, no, this way it can't be real. But as soon as it plays to their benefit, they're like, oh yeah, take the ring, Battler.
いいんすか、こんな重要な指輪を。
ああ、いいんだ。誇らしげに指にはめるといい。いいか、兄貴や夏日さんが外せと言って
When
も
does he get the cape?
絶対に外すんじゃねえぞ。
I hope he gets the cape soon. All of the relatives, with creepy smiles on their faces, urged Battler to put the ring on his finger. It'll help you turn invisible, too. It's magic. It looked like things would get pretty nasty if he refused, so Battler reluctantly decided to put it on the middle finger of his left hand. The ring was heavy and stiff. At that moment, Kraus returned. Whoops! How inopportune. Genji came back as well, shortly behind him.
申し訳ないね。妻は具合が悪そうだったので、先に休ませてもらった。
Yeah, Battler's got his magic item slots going
何
on.
かあったのかね。
Gotta get those, you know, some people forget that the rings are still important when you're getting your biz up for 14. You gotta get, if you want to get the biz and your item level up to where it should be, you can't neglect the accessories.
なんだか諸君がひどく慌ただしいような。バトラ様、それは。
Immediately, Genji keenly spotted that which Battler had just put on his finger.
さすが源氏さんや。これが誰の指輪かわかるようやな。
何の話だね。
Would Battler play a Catboy or a Bunboy in 14? Battler is more Catboy coded, I think. Judging by Krause's dubious expression, it seemed unlikely that he was the one who placed the letter there. Furthermore, the expression quickly changed into one of shock.
そうよ、後ろ宮家当主の指輪よ。
The family conference took up this new topic, and the storm came once again. Bop, bop, bop. Oh man, we're going way past 1. Three o'clock! Everybody give it up for 3 a.m. The clock's just shattered, alright. The rain was still pouring down hard as ever. This weather was supposed to continue all day tomorrow as well, which made me feel a bit depressed. Oh wait, given the time, I should say today, not tomorrow. Well, that doesn't really matter now. I'm sleepy. With half-asleep eyes, I opened my umbrella. The large drops of rain pounded mercilessly against it. Technically, the end of the family conference had been declared at 1 a.m., but external scuffles kept continuing sluggishly. I'm really jealous of Aunt Rosa, who managed to slip out of there at that time. She cleverly got away by saying that she'd check on Maria, who might have been staying up too late. Dad caught me, ruining my chance to escape, and they made me stick around until now, 3 a.m. So what have they decided on after all this time? Nothing at all. They just kept on arguing about who said what, like elementary school kids. I'm sure they're tired too. That's probably why they kept dragging on with the same pointless questions. I no longer felt any shock or anger towards them. I guess drowsiness is the best painkiller. I left them behind and finally returned to the guest house. Femro Beata? Yeah, that makes sense. When I got back to the guest house, the first floor lounge was lit. I could even hear people chatting inside. Apparently, some people were still awake even this late. Despite the late hour, Goda-san and Dr. Nanjo were still up and chatting. Ah, they're besties. The two most normal guys are hanging out. Good for them. Plates and cups were lined up on the counter, and it looked almost like a bar with Goda-san as the bartender. When they noticed I had returned, they seemed to finally realize how late it was. When Goda-san made to top off Dr. Nanjo's glass, the latter declined with an exaggerated gesture.
もう結構です。
Oh, he's tipsy.
この時間では夜更かしのしすぎだ。
もうこんな時間とは。南條先生があまりにお話がお上手なもので。
I appreciate that Goda and Nanjo had their like friendship moment because they're like the two most normal guys.
それを言ったらあんたの酒の魚のおかげだ。また別の機会に一杯やりましょう。
喜んで。
Just two guys hanging out.
お帰りなさいませ。まだ旦那様方の会議は続いておりますか？
You forgot about this scene? I think this is cute. Just two guys, the two most normal guys in this story, getting to be normal together. I spoke carelessly with a big yawn. Oh, hi, Erica. Never mind, the normalcy is gone. All the normalcy has been immediately sucked out of the scene. Dios mío! La criatura! None of my business? Yeah, it's just... let's ignore... Battler chooses to ignore the old man, Yaoi. Erica could be seen on the sofa. She had taken her shoes off and was lounging around as though she owned the place.
エリカ様も本当にいろいろなお話をご存知で、とても楽しく聞かせていただきました。
あんたは本当に博識だ。若いのに大したもんだよ。
It's really funny how now we just have burn castles like self-insert Mary Sue hanging around.
どういたしまして。
Everybody loves her. Everybody's saying she's so smart. She fits right in with the cast. Fits like a glove. Erica grabbed the corners of her skirt and posed. This was somewhat less than graceful considering that she was lounging on the sofa with her feet up.
ローザおばさんは午前の1時頃にお戻りになりましたが、すぐに上がられ、お休みになられました。
That's probably true. Well, I mean, Deity Diamond, it's not unheard of. We kind of had something similar in episode 3. Eva Beatrice was basically Beatrice's OC. There's a character in Higurashi named Furude Rika. God. I know there's like some weird Higurashi reference going on with Burn Castle and Lambda already. It's probably true. After taking part in that conference for so long, I feel like flopping down in bed right away myself. Don't worry about it, I'm not. Except the only time I worried about it was that one hidden tea party scene where they joked about spoiling Higurashi, but like, Ryukishi's an insane person and I thought it kind of was actually going to happen. Like, I thought he would be insane enough to spoil his previous game in the new one, completely unrelated. I've had it. I'm tired enough that I might flop over right here.
さあ、私たちもこれくらいにしましょう。ゴーダさんも明日の
Goda's
朝
head is
食
so
の準備
big.
で朝が早いのでしょう。
朝食の仕込みはすでに済んでおります。
He's already spoiled Higurashi during this, but it has so many layers I don't get it. Oh, great. That'll be a fun recursive realization in like 2 years whenever I read it.
どうぞ明日の朝食も大いにご期待いただければ幸いです。
In Goda-san's eyes, the family conference is an open stage on which to display his culinary skills. Maybe this invigorates him so much that he doesn't get sleepy. Erica stood up, laughing at how youthful Goda was. This became a sign that it was time to disperse.
お片付けは私の方でしておきます。どうぞ皆様はお休みを。
Leaving the cleanup to Goda-san, I went to the bathroom and then climbed the stairs of the second floor.
それでは皆さんおやすみなさい。老骨にはちと夜更かしが過ぎました。
Getting too tipsy. Too old for this, Nanjo.
南條先生
One of the funniest things about, like, the sprites not necessarily being proportional to each other, the Ryukishi sprites, is when you get, like, Erika overlaid with Nanjo like this, and you're just like, her head is so big.
おやすみなさいバトラさん
Like, Nanjo looks so normal, and obviously Erika is supposed to be short. Like, she's supposed to be tiny. So they're like... But, like, I guess Ryukishi couldn't figure out how to have them, like, appropriately height accurate. So it's just, like, this girl with a giant doll head standing next to the most normal old man in the world. It's really funny.
おう。おやすみ。
Then, in the second floor hallway, we split up. Dr. Nanjo went to his own room. Erika went to her room. And I returned to the cousin room. I couldn't hear any sounds of playing come from our room. Could they have fallen asleep already? No surprise at this time of night. If they were still playing, they would have been staying up way too late. When I opened the door quietly, as expected, the room was already pitch black except for a small nightlight. Everyone was already sleeping in their beds. Are we sure they're sleeping? I'm getting suspicious. We're already past midnight and no one's been murdered yet? Come on now. I'm sure they all had a great time and played a ton. And they probably talked about youthful things. Also, I specifically remembered before we went into the whole flashback dimension, like the first dead bodies were in the guest house, so I'm waiting for the foot to drop here. Then they probably talked about youthful things and stayed up and enjoyed staying up late. If only I hadn't found the gold, I could have enjoyed my time with them. I'm already tired. So tired. Forgetting even to change my clothes or brush my teeth, I crawled into bed and immediately began to descend into the marshes of sleep. Ah, today's been so insane. I wonder if that old bastard is still in that family conference now. How does he not get tired? Come to think of it, what was it that old bastard said when we parted company? You said that in like the second episode too, and never got around to it because you got Big murdered. I'm sure it's more stuff about being the successor. I don't even want to hear about it. Maybe it was very first episode he said that. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, that was way back in the first episode, I think. I wonder if it has to do with the thing about Battler not being Asumu's actual child. I'll kill you whenever you want, you old bastard. Yeah, we're getting payoffs to things. We're maybe, I don't know, it still might not happen this episode. We're maybe getting payoffs to things that happened many hours ago. And then, what was it he said next? God, he did say that! Fuck! My birth? It is about his... Okay, it is that thing then. There's no way it can't be. Obviously, I'm not expected to remember these little things, because they do this on purpose. They do this on purpose to, like, make you go, oh, fuck, when this thing from, like, 500 hours ago you couldn't have possibly been expected to remember comes back to haunt us. Probably just something about the noble Ushiromiya lineage. Not interested. Just let me sleep. Crack. The sound of crashing waves. The sound of the tide surging. The noise of the sea breeze. Whenever my headache torments me, these are the sounds that fill my head. Unable to bear a successor, I was in a very difficult position with regards to the Ushiromiya family. Things will get funny now? I figured. We're delving into this, whatever this weird past incident with Natsuhi is. Whenever I heard of a drug or incense that could make you achieve pregnancy, I tried it. Oh no, you're fucking up your body bad. But nothing had any effect. Until I was blessed with Jessica 18 years ago. I was ashamed to even call myself a wife. Natsui holds back her lesbian urges by being obnoxiously trad. Just hanging out with my imaginary girlfriend. Oops, tapped that twice by accident. Wakarimasen, lol.
なるほどな。次期当主を密かに狙うエヴァが首をもたげぬわけもない。
Eva tried to convince father that I was a failure as the successor's wife. It was a time when Kinzo was also very disappointed by my husband's repeated business failures. On the other hand, Eva's husband's Hideyoshi's business was growing well, completely the opposite of my husband's. He was the only person who could bring father good news. So perhaps father couldn't be blamed if he decided to lend an ear to Eva's words, or even accept them completely. It was all my fault, because I couldn't bear a child. You ever just imagine women in big poofy dresses telling you that nothing is your fault? I do.
いくら当時はまだご健康とはいえ、すでにご高齢の当主様が早く孫の顔を見たいと思われていたことは想像に難くありません。
知るか。
I really love that. Kind of unusually for Umineko, they usually hit you with this sort of reveal later in episodes, but they did it on purpose this time, where Burn Castle just hard confirms with the red truth that Natsuhi is literally in these scenes talking to herself, basically. It makes it so depressing. It's kind of funny. It wraps back around to being kind of funny.
孫が欲しくば、うなるほど持っている金で好きにすればよかろうに。金で生み出せぬものはないと豪語した金蔵だ。孫が欲しくば、自慢の金で何とかすればよいものを。
そうです。当主様は子を宿せぬ私を見限られ、その通りになされたのです。
The head gave to many charities, thinking it the duty of anyone in possession of so much money. I don't believe that for a second. I don't believe Kinzo giving money to charity. One among these, an orphanage known as the Fukuin House, had been given especially large donations, possibly because he had old ties with that place. Where is the Fukuin House? Tell me, this will help me solve the epitaph.
よくあそこから家具どもがやってきていたな。
当主様は社会活動と職業訓練の一環として福音の家の子たちの中から成績優秀な子を使用人として受け入れていました。
That just sounds like exploiting child labor laws.
シャノンやカノン、ルノンやマノン、レノンなどのそこからやってきた子たちでした。
Lunon, Manon, Leon? I guess they're ones that are just not in this story. Can't imagine why. Can't imagine you'd want to quit after working for Kinzo.
数年も働けば十分社会で生活していけるだけたまるでしょうし、後ろ宮家での使用人経験は履歴書に通用する立派な肩書きになります。それを得て社会へ羽ばたいてくれれば、当主様もきっと本望だったでしょう。
Fukuin House is on the next island over. Okay.
なるほど。よし。
Something about Sri Lanka. I don't know.
お父様、今何とおっしゃいましたか。
この赤子を
Oh, okay. Maybe this baby is the voice on the phone.
よしよしよし。よしよしよしよしよし。よしよしよし。
Apparently, the baby that Kumasawa was trying to soothe didn't like the study air at all. Yeah, that's because you've got, like, horrible chemicals in the air, Kinzo. It kept on crying, upset.
申し訳ありません。お父様、私には何をおっしゃっているのか。
この赤子を我が孫として迎えよ。そしてクラウスの後を継ぐ者として育てるのだ。
それはつまり私と夫の子として育てよとおっしゃるのですか。
そうだ。お前に子が宿せぬことはもはや明白。お前の体には何かしらの問題があるに違いない。
おー、よしよしよしよしよし。おー、よしよしよしよしよし。
As though she couldn't hear our discussion in the slightest, Kumasawa kept on trying to cuddle the baby. This made it cry even louder.
暴言だな。女の責任だけで子が産めるなら、この世に男など必要ない。
Yeah, maybe Krause's cock just sucks.
あの日の悔しさを忘れたことはありません。私とて子が欲しくなかった。
Maybe he's just shooting blanks.
でもいくら祈ろうとも身ごもれないのです。私の体に原因があるのではないかといくつもの名医を訪ね歩きました。しかしそれでもいくら努力しても身ごもれなかったのです。
その挙句がこの仕打ちではない。察するぞ。
The baby had been picked up by the Fukuen house just recently. Of course, you couldn't help but feel compassion for this child, who was so young and who had already lost its parents' affection. However, it brought me nothing but pain and sadness. It would have been another story if I had suffered to bear this child. Why should I be forced to hold this baby, who not only shared none of my blood, but who was not related to my husband in the slightest either? I mean, I think you hate him a little bit. I think you're in denial about that part.
だから私は祈りました。天使と悪魔の両方に。そしてその両方が叶いました。
天使には何と祈ったか。
私の体に奇跡を。私の体に問題があるというなら、それを受け入れましょう。ならばそれを克服して、どうか夫の子を授かることのできる奇跡を私に。
その願いは叶ったわ。あなたはその次の年に見事にジェシカを産むことになる。
Why are you even here, Gop?
悪魔には何と祈ったか。
悔しい、悔しい、好みが恨めしい。そしてそれを見せつけるかのようなこの赤ん坊が憎かったんです。
何を願われ
Hi, everybody's just like eavesdropping on this conversation here. A little privacy, please.
悪魔に祈りました。願いました。この赤ん坊が。
I mean, I guess if she's praying to demons, Renove and Gop know what's up. What did you do with the baby, Natsuhi? Of course, that wish was also granted by demons. On that day, I left the baby with an older servant and went to think about the future in the rose garden. No, that's a lie. I didn't want to think about anything. The baby's cries were annoying, so I ordered the servant to take the baby to a place where I couldn't hear. By a place where I couldn't hear, I meant somewhere far away. Yes, I wished for it. I wished for the servant to take the baby far away and never return.
なるほど。雪吊りの悪魔が夏日様のその願いを聞いてしまった。
して、どうなったのか。
それは悪魔が願いを叶えてくれたとしか思えない奇妙な事故でした。
The woodland path from the rose garden to the harbor is probably well suited for a comfortable walk. It must surely feel good to occasionally leave the path and walk through a grove of trees, depending on your mood. However, wouldn't that path be fairly hard to travel on when taking a walk with a baby in your arms?
その先は断崖でした。
Oh.
高さは多分
Is that the cliff Anjay was standing on in episode 4? What a bitter irony. Or maybe it was the cliff that Beatrice fell off of with baby Rosa.
その使用人はわざわざそんなところまで赤ん坊を抱いたまま歩いていき、そして柵に寄りかかったとでも言うのでしょうか。まるで悪魔に手招きされて誘われたとしか思えない。
誘われちゃったのね。あなたの願いを聞いた悪魔がその使用人を招いちゃったんだわ。
それではその使用人と赤ん坊は
There they go. Whee! Over the side.
死にました。崖から転落して下の岩場に。いえ、私が願ったから死んだ。
A lot of people falling off of cliffs in this game by accident. Beatrice did. This baby. Anj maybe.
だからこれは
These cliffs are a problem.
そなた
Yeah.
のせいではない。
Need to put up more signs or something.
その先を考える必要はない。
I bet it was the same cliff. There's no way it wouldn't be the same cliff. There's obviously some pottery going on here. Some rhyming.
いいや違う。願えども叶えるか否かは神と悪魔と魔女の気まぐれ。そなたに罪はない。人間に罪はない。わらわが殺したことにしてもよい。いや、わらわが殺した。
What?
嘆くそなたを不憫に思い、わらわが赤子を連れた
This is a
使
sudden
用人を
turnaround,
崖へ
Beto.
誘い、その下に導いたのだ。
不幸な事故があっただけではありませんか。事故で納得が
Of course, important to remember, every one of these scenes is confirmed to not like be real by the Red Truth, so it's functionally just Natsuki like trying to talk herself out of her own guilt.
そのための悪魔でございますよ。
そうだわ。私たちはそのためにいるのだ。
With her imaginary friends.
あなたが殺したわけもない。私たちが
Where are your coping mechanisms?
だからあなたには何の罪もない。だからどうか自身を責めないで、夏日。
Yeah, this is coping. We've experienced some pretty strong coping in this game. This is the most cope we've experienced so far, where you're literally we've experienced a few topos made up to cope, Maria, Anji. I never expected it from Natsuki. Natsuki being a grown-ass woman and doing the same sort of cope as like the 9-year-old girl. It's extra funny. Yeah, Anjay at least got a tulpa harem out of her coping. She got the 7 sisters. She got like 7 girlfriends.
本当に私に罪はないのでしょうか。
Natsuki only got like 2, kind of.
19年前の復讐を名乗るワーコード。呪うならわらわを呪うがよいわ。しかし呪うは魔女の1000倍特許。夏日に売りしその喧嘩、わらわが買おうではないか。わらわは後ろ宮家顧問錬金術師、黄金のベアトリーチェ。
Everybody gets a cope tulpa.
主に売りし喧嘩はわらわが買おうぞ。19年前の復讐とな。1000年の魔女の前にその程度の年月、瞬きにも足りぬと知れ。
I'm glad even if it's not the real Beato, we get a good Beato speech in this episode. It was sorely missed.
そなたの死を願った夏日が憎いか。思い出させてやろうぞ。そなたを崖下へいざ
I don't think he can hear you
誰
though.
かをな。
Whee! As the middle-aged female servant cuddled the sobbing baby, she walked on a small path through the trees. Natsuki had told her that the baby was too loud, so she had tried to get as far away from the rose garden as she could. She was completely unaware as to why she'd gone out of her way to head in this direction. However, the sobbing baby suddenly stopped crying. Something was reflected in its eyes, but the servant couldn't tell what. However, thinking that the baby had stopped because it had taken an interest in something, she headed in the direction of the baby's gaze. I know, we haven't even gotten into any murders yet, Collapse Vigil. I know, we're still in the beginning. The baby had seen a cloud of gold butterflies disappearing off into the trees. And, on the other side of the trees, the servant could see a woman. Who? She didn't recognize this person, but it didn't look like anyone who was supposed to be here. The baby stopped crying and stared in that direction. This is the story. Important reminder, this is the story Nazi is making up in her own head to cope. Then the servant's legs started to automatically carry her that way. The woman couldn't disobey. She was completely overwhelmed by Pt.2's gold glowing eyes. She walked lightly as though through a dream world. At some point, the scenery surrounding her had changed, but she did not notice. She could not notice. Though this should have been Rokenjima, at some point it had become the garden of a mansion she had never seen before. It was a garden she had never set eyes on, even grander than the great rose garden of the Ushiromiya family, a garden of gold roses. There stood an arbor, and a woman wearing an elegant dress beckoning to her. There was a man who looked like a butler, and the tea he poured with a beautiful gesture had a very nice and enticing smell. It was as though they were telling her to join their tea party. She couldn't disobey. She had to go to the master of this golden rose garden and give this child as an offering. Die. Whee! Into the hole with you! When Gap snapped her fingers, a pitch black hole opened up at the woman's feet and she was swallowed up along with the baby. The scene of the moment that followed must have been burned itself into the eyes of the woman and the baby. The two floated in the air and looked down at the gold rose garden spread out below them. Below their feet was not the earth, but a golden rose garden that stretched as far as the eye could see, without any gaps. Zoom in! If one could have seen this scene imprinted in their minds as their last memory, that would be such a merciful way to die. Then the woman and the baby were swallowed up by the golden sea. The thunk was remarkably plain, and remarkably quiet for a sound that stole away 2 lives. However, it made for a perfectly suitable show at a tea party of witches. And that's the end of the story I just made up. With the woman and the baby at the center, the rose garden was slowly swallowed up by darkness. The sound of the wind grew stronger bit by bit. Is that TV static? What is that noise? It was the roar of the sea. The two who had fallen into the thicket of golden roses from the great height and died were gradually wrapped up in the roar of the sea, wrapped up in the scenery of the beach below the cliff. Yeah, Natsuhi is kind of a failure at a girl boss. She can only gaslight gatekeep herself.
崖下の2人を見つけ、私は青ざめました。そしてお屋敷へ駆け戻り、大騒ぎになりました。大至急船で病院に運びましたが、あの高さで即死を免れただけでも奇跡。使用人も、そして赤ん坊も死にました。
And yet this baby has come back to haunt you.
赤子を預けられ、3日も経ないうちに殺してしまった主人は出張中でした。当時まだお屋敷にお住まいだったローザさんもご友人と旅行中でした。六軒島には
Kinzo's like so mad that his daughters keep killing people on the cliffs.
そして私とお父様以外誰もよく知らぬ間にどこからともなく赤ん坊が現れ、そして消えていった。あれはそう夢なのよ。悪夢。お父様は
No wonder he hates his kids so much. They keep throwing people off the cliffs of his island.
しかし何か様子がおかしかった。
Like, Father, I accidentally killed a baby, and then he laughs like this.
読めていたぞ、読めていたぞ、この点どこまであがくのか、どこまで我が物にならぬというのか。からの檻に興味はない。打ち捨てい。
When Father learned of the accidental death, he kept on laughing and laughing as though there could be no greater pleasure. Enough that just listening to it gave me a creepy feeling. Perhaps something had come loose in his mind. From that day onwards, Father shut himself up inside the world of the occult even more than he ever had before. When my husband came back, he was surprised to see that Father was even more bizarre than he had been before. However, he had already accepted that this would happen sooner or later. Of course, my husband had heard about the baby. However, he told me that it was surely just some whim of Father's and to forget it. So I forgot it! So I did! It was an unfortunate accident. No, there wasn't an accident at all. I forgot everything. Even the baby had existed in the first place. There's a lot of convenient memory loss in this game. Next thing we'll know, they all grew up in the same orphanage together and just forgot. After all, it was a twisted nightmare that lasted not even 3 days. That's right, it was all a nightmare. Yes, I did notice the parallels. He was talking about Beatrice there. I mean, you can't even really classify this as homicide. Even if Natsuki blames herself, it's obviously just an accident. This old lady accidentally walked off a cliff with a baby. That really can't be Natsuki's fault at all. I don't want to remember. The cliff, the broken fence, the roar of the sea, and the cry of the baby.
その赤ん坊が19年前の赤ん坊だと?
It's almost like repressed memories are a running theme in this visual novel. We just have to take her word for it.
そうね。ベアとは確かに殺したわ。でも
Good night, Bree.
人間の世界では
Thanks for hanging out for a little bit.
本当に生きているのかどうかはともかくね。
This part's bolded to let you know it's important.
実は生きていたというのですか?
I am in the real shit, yeah. As Chris very smartly said, the real Umineko begins at episode 3, then again at 4, then again at 5, and then again at 7, I think. I think that was the way he put it. He kept increasing the real starts every time he brings it up.
わからぬ。だが落ち着け。そやつがどうそなたを憎もうとも、真実は事故だ。
I know I'll see you. I'll get there. Good night.
でもたとえ指一本触れていないとしても、私は心の中で
落ち着け。19年前の男が何を恨もうと
One last
叫ぼう。
one.
そなたを追求できる罪などあるわけもない。だから落ち着け。
Chill out.
19年前の男。
I'm sure that'll solve the problem. I'm sure that'll work out. Now my only job is to be your bestie, Natsuki.
もてなしてやらねばな。
面白くなってまいりましたな。ゴールドスミス教の秘密を守るのに加え、19人目
I know, we're up to 20 now. It's ridiculous.
19年前の男とは。
そうね。金蔵が生きてると主張する私たちにとってエリカは19人目ね。その19人目の駒に19年前の男。面白いじゃない。ワクワクするわ。
Number 19 seems to be important here.
相手にとって不足なし。わらわの茶会の来客が一人では物足りないと思っていたところよ。来るがよい、愚か者どもめ。
Furuta Erica is Lady Burncastle's piece. In that case, whose piece is the man from 19 years ago? That's a great question, actually. Because Lambda is playing for Pt.2 right now. It's a good question. The voice faintly seeping from the other end of the line was Natsuhi's.
わかりました。今すぐ寝ます。
Oh, we're flashing back.
部屋も出ません。電話も出ません。だから、夫と娘には。
Even this begging scream, which would shake the heart of any listener, could be listened to with a cold ruthlessness through the end of the receiver. He sounds so much like Daisuke Owner. There must be something going on with this.
俺はもうお前のすぐ近くにいる。部屋の明かりが消えるかどうか、そして電話をしているかどうかさえ、俺さえ望むなら、あんたの寝顔にキスすることだってできるんだからな。
守ります。約束は守ります。だからやめて。もうやめて。やめて。
The receiver was slammed down. He knew very well that the way you hang up a phone can leave a nasty aftertaste for the other side. Yeah, fucking of course.
はい、一丁上がり。これで夏日は今夜は部屋から出てこないわ。
Just a funny little trick.
ね、あんた声を変えられるの？
声くらい誰だって変えられるわよ。パパにおねだりの時は甘い声、学校休む時は風っぽい声、実は嫌いな友達に断る時は申し訳なさそうな声。
お望みなら
どんな声でも
使い分けて。
Earning that paycheck.
見せるけど。
あんた魔女やめたら声優になるといいわ。
これでお互い駒の準備は OK かしら。フルドエリカ、なかなか素敵な駒じゃない。エンジェなんかよりはるかにベルにふさわしい駒だわ。
お褒めに預かりまして光栄です、ラムダデルタ卿。
こちらこそよろしくよ。素敵だわ。本当に可愛い。
かわいい。
魔女幻想に屈服させて、その顔を屈辱に歪めてやりたい
わ。だそうよ。私に恥をかかせないでよね。エンジェよりはるかに使える駒だってことを見せてちょうだい。
お任せを。ベルンカステル。
Sometimes you just gotta talk to the realest motherfucker you know. You, kind of.
私はあのようなネクラで低能で可愛げのかけらもない駒とは違います。
本当よね。
I'm sure this will not go wrong for anybody. Furuta Erica will definitely not attain some sort of self-sufficiency and betray everybody. That would never
エ
happen.
ンジェなんてクズ肉になってバトラを焚きつける以外何の役にも立たなかったわ。家族愛とか兄弟愛とか私たちは全然興味ないの。
Boring types of love.
私たちが見たいゲームはもっとえぐくてドロドロしてて グロテスクでポップでキュートな殺人事件だもの。
夏日がキングでベアトがクイーンってとこかしら。
What did they mean by this?
夏日をかばって群がる魔女と家具たちはチェスの駒というよりは
ボーリングのピンって感じ。
Knock them all down.
夏日にベアと金蔵にガラクタ家具の幻想たち、私たちを楽しませてみせなさいよね。特にベアと
I know writers who use subtext and they're all cowards.
私たちもうあんたには飽きてるの。あんたの魔女伝説殺人ごっこはもうおしまい。あんたの出番もおしまいってわけ。このゲーム版はもう私と
New boss, same as the old boss.
あんたなんて私たちの駒に落ちぶれて永遠に遊ばれてるのがお似合いよ。
夏日もベアトも薄汚い真実という腹渡を薄皮一枚で包んだだけの
That's
ズ
a
タ
really good
袋
burn
だわ。
castle face as well.
それをズタズタに引き裂いて中身を引きずり出すことこそ私の、いいえ、私たちの数少ない娯楽なの。
Just a couple of besties having a good time. Girls just want to have fun.
ねえ見てる？ベアトリーチェ、あんたのゲーム版はこんなにも楽しく遊べるのよ。私が見せてあげるわ。本当に楽しい第5のゲームをね。
I'm not paying attention to you.
私たちばっかり気持ちよく喋っちゃかわいそうだね。
She's ignoring them. Maybe they'll go away if she ignores
ベ
them.
アトにも喋らせてあげたら？
だそうよ。特別に発言を許すわ。今回のゲームの抱負でも言っちゃったら？
Nope.
何もないってそうよねそうよね。あんたバトルに屈しちゃった負け犬だもんね。私に任せなさい。魔女側優勢に一気に流れを変えてあげるから。ただ
Maybe she just didn't want to give them the
さ
satisfaction.
せてもらっちゃうけどね。
気分も第一の番以前にあっさり解かれ、黄金の番人ベアトリーチェも型なしですね。夏日の幻想として駒に残れてよかったじゃない。ま、もうあんたの扱いは駒じゃなくてピンなんだけど。
黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェなんてもう出番は
It's
ないのよ。
almost like they're trying to reduce her role on purpose so she has less
あんたと
influence.
その家具たちは私のゲームではほんのちょい役
She's
やられ
been
役。
written out of her own story.
気持ちよくすっ飛ばされて私とベルのおもちゃにされなさいよ。
嫌ならやめてって一言言ってみて。そしたらやめてあげるから。
I don't think she's got much to say.
嫌じゃないってあんたピン確定ね。
There's no need for a golden witch anymore. All that's needed is a sacrificial doll so the two witches can enjoy some time playing. Die, die, disappear. Confess to your filthy past and your crimes. Speak out your sob story of regret and repentance as you throw yourself off a cliff and die. The Golden Witch will never again have her turn. Even the narration is against her. This will probably turn out to be a nasty game. On the surface, it looks very similar to the usual tales. However, there's no respect given to the true main character of this story. This tale was supposed to be one that the Golden Witch Beatrice invited Ushiromiya Battler to see. However, the host has been lost and there are no longer any guests. The one who did the inviting and the one who was invited are no longer around in this horrible tale. Welcome to the 5th game. End of The Golden Witch. Welcome to the banquet without the guest of honor, hijacked by the evil witches.
いいバトラー、いよいよ2日目を始めるわよ。私はベアトみたいにトロい展開は嫌いなんだから。
Yeah, Lambda Delta's just taken over the third person narration.
お前が何をかき回そうと、俺は必ずこのゲームの真相にたどり着いてやる。
そうでなくては困ります。妹さんのためにもしっかり戦わなくちゃ。ご安心を。ラムダデルタ卿はベアトリーチェの間抜けと違い、はるかに恐ろしい相手ですが、私がしっかりサポートするので問題ありません。私と一緒に今度こそ魔女幻想を暴
It'll
い
be
てやろう
fun.
ではありませんか。
It'll be worth it.
お前なんか知らねえ。ベアとのゲームにいなかった存在など、俺は認めもしないし、必要とも。
強がり言ってる場合ですか。まあ、お互いせいぜい頑張りましょう。一緒に魔女幻想とやらを引き裂いてやりましょう。
Erica offered me her hand to shake. Instead of just passively ignoring this, I gave her a proactive and clear answer by knocking her hand aside.
握手は嫌いだそうよ。エンジェと同じなのね。
Doesn't want any of that COVID.
ご安心を。
Or whatever germs Erica has crawling around on her.
バトラさんの闘志を回復する以外、何もできなかったひき肉とはわけが違います。
頼もしそうな仲間に恵まれて嬉しいわね。かつてはワルギリアにロの上、エンジェまで来てくれたわ。そしてとうとうベルにエリカまで。
You've got so much people that really like you and want to help you. Isn't that great, Battler?
駒たちはこんなにもたくさん。それでも未だに真相の尻尾すらつかめない無能っぷりってどんな気持ち？
関係ねえな。これは俺とベアとの戦いだ。その他の誰であろうと関係ねえ。
ああ、そうなの。やっと独り立ち。いっつも誰かに助けられ、情けをかけられてばかりのあんたがどこまで一人でできるやら。楽しませてもらうわ。
取り戻すぜ。
See, as soon as he said that, I just imagined him picking up Beato and just like tucking her under his arm like a suitcase, like a football. I'm taking her back.
お前たちはお呼びじゃね
え。ええ、そうよね。これはあなたたちのゲームだわ。なら取り戻してごらんなさいよ。手加減だらけだったベアとのゲームさえ勝てなかったあんたが、誰の助けもなく一切の容赦のないラムダのゲームをどこまで戦えるのか。
ではお目覚めなさい、後ろ宮バトラー。ようこそ10月5日の朝へ。
The difficulty level has been upped quite a bit. And now that it's been so heightened, then we'll have to pick up there next time. That's a good place to stop, I think. Next time, the fun begins. Lots of murders, lots of probably red and blue text, lots of yelling at each other. So we'll see how that goes next week. Tomorrow, I'm playing Pizza Tower. It'll be fun. I'll order an actual pizza. It'll be great. I'll eat the actual pizza while playing Pizza Tower. It'll be fun. Yeah, maybe we'll get some answers next time. But, what kind is up? Probably just pepperoni. In the meantime, be sure to follow all of those links. Go to the YouTube for any VODs you missed. All the VODs are uploaded there. Join the Discord for updates, and follow me on Twitter for all of my very intelligent thoughts and opinions. In the meantime, I'll see you all tomorrow for Peppino's big adventure. It'll be fun. It'll be Gucci. Capiche? Alright. Thanks for watching, everybody. I'm real excited to see where this story goes from here. See you then. Goodbye!